Hey there, welcome back to the channel. In this video, I've put together a new collection of interesting stories, so whether you're here to relax, fall asleep, or just listen in the background, this should be a good one. Feel free to let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always interesting to see where everyone is tuning in from. Now, let's start with the first story. It is titled,
During my vasectomy consultation, the doctor pulled me aside. I need to tell you something about your blood work. What is it? He looked uncomfortable. You are sterile. You've been your entire life. But I have 3 kids. Just then my elder son called me. Dad, Mom, she's making us. The vinyl chairs in Dr. Morrison's office were the kind that stuck to your legs in summer. James Caldwell had been sitting in one for 20 minutes, filling out forms about family medical history, questions that now felt like they'd been written in a foreign language. His hand trembled slightly as he checked the box marked vasectomy consultation. Though the procedure itself seemed like a formality now. At 42, James had what most would call a complete life. 3 kids, Dylan, 15, Kayla, 13, and Marielle, 8, a comfortable house in the suburbs of Charlotte. 20 years with his wife, Marina. He managed a mid-sized architectural firm downtown, designed buildings that would outlast him. The vasectomy was practical. Marina's difficult pregnancies, the strain 3 kids put on their finances, the simple fact that their family felt complete. Mr. Caldwell, the nurse's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Doctor, we'll see you now. Dr. Morrison was a slight man in his 60s with wire-rimmed glasses and the perpetually concerned expression of someone who delivered too much bad news. He shook James's hand with both of his own, a gesture that immediately set off alarm bells. James, thank you for coming in. Please sit down. Is there a problem with the procedure? James asked, settling into the chair across from the desk. I know there are risks, but Marina and I have discussed. It's not about the vasectomy. Dr. Morrison pulled a folder from his desk drawer, opened it, then closed it again without looking at the contents. Your blood work came back. Standard panel we run before any surgical procedure. And the doctor's fingers drummed once against the folder. James, I need to tell you something, and there's no easy way to say this. According to your results, you're sterile. Aopermia, complete absence of sperm. The markers suggest this is congenital, meaning you've been this way your entire life. The words seemed to arrive in James' ears separately from their meaning. Sterile entire life. He heard them, understood them individually, but couldn't make them form a coherent thought. That's impossible. I have 3 children. Dr. Morrison's expression held steady professional sympathy mixed with something that looked like pity. I ran the test twice. I even sent it to another lab. James, I'm certain of the results. The office suddenly felt smaller, the air thicker. James' mind raced through possibilities. Medical error, contaminated samples, some condition that developed and resolved itself. But Dr. Morrison's face told him these weren't answers he'd find. How certain? James heard himself ask. Absolute. The word hung between them like a guillotine blade. James stood without meaning to, his legs moving on autopilot. I need some air, James. Wait. But he was already out the door, past the nurse's station, through the waiting room where a young couple sat filling out the same forms he had. The same lies. The parking lot stretched before him. Acres of sun-baked asphalt that wavered in the afternoon heat. He sat in his car for 10 minutes before his phone rang. Dylan's name flashed on the screen. Dad. His son's voice was tight, stressed in a way that cut through James' spiral. Dad, you need to come home. Mom, she's making us. The line went dead. James tried calling back. Straight to voicemail. He tried Marina's number. Same thing. A text to Dylan went undelivered. The message hanging in digital limbo with a small red exclamation point. Something was very wrong. He drove on instinct. His mind split between Dr. Morrison's revelation and Dylan's panicked call. The 15-minute drive home took 8. He barely registered running a red light or cutting off a delivery truck. The Caldwell house sat on a quiet cul-de-sac, a 2-story colonial with blue shutters that Marina had insisted on repainting last spring. James' own design built 12 years ago when Kayla was still a baby. Now it looked different somehow, like a familiar word repeated until it lost all meaning. Dylan's bike lay on its side in the driveway. The back wheel still spinning slightly. Kayla's shoes were scattered by the front door, which stood open. James' heart rate kicked up. He took the porch steps 2 at a time. Dylan, Caleb, the living room looked like a tornado had passed through. Couch cushions on the floor, picture frames face down. The coffee table pushed against the wall, but it was the silence that unnerved him most. No TV, no music, none of the ambient chaos that came with 3 kids. Mariel, Marina. A crash came from upstairs. James sprinted up, taking the stairs 3 at a time. Dylan's room. The door was locked. Dylan, open up, Dad. His son's voice muffled. She's don't let her. Another crash. This one accompanied by Kayla's scream. James threw his shoulder against the door. The frame splintered but held. Second hit. The lock gave way and the door flew open. The scene before him made no sense. Dylan stood in front of the closet, his arms spread wide, protecting something or someone. His lip was bleeding, his shirt torn. Kayla sat on the bed holding Mariel. Both of them crying. And Marina, his wife, stood in the center of the room holding Dylan's baseball bat, her knuckles white around the grip. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes wild with something James had never seen in 20 years of marriage. Rage maybe, or fear. Marina, what the hell? They know, she said, her voice flat and cold. They know everything. Know what? Put down the bat. Don't. She pointed it at him like a weapon. Don't you dare act innocent. I saw your face when you came home. The doctor told you, didn't he? The room tilted. James gripped the door frame. How do you? I've known for 16 years. Marina said, since Dylan was born, and I saw the blood type on his hospital bracelet. AB positive. Euro negative. I'm O positive. She laughed. A sound like breaking glass. Basic biology, James. Impossible odds. Dylan's eyes went wide. Mom, what are you saying? I'm saying your father isn't your father. None of you are his. Marina's voice cracked. And now he knows. And now you know. And everything's ruined. Everything. Kayla made a small wounded sound. Mariel buried his face in his sister's shoulder. James felt the world reorganize itself around this new center of gravity. 20 years. 3 children. Every birthday, every school play, every skin, knee, and bedtime story. Every single moment suddenly suspect. Retroactively poisoned. Who? The question came out as barely a whisper. Marina laughed again. That same terrible sound. Does it matter? You want to know which one? Dylan is Roy's. Kayla is Logan's. Mariel is Sterling's happy now. Roy Hardy, his former best friend from college, the one who disappeared from their lives after Dylan was born, said he'd gotten a job in Seattle. Logan Nichols, Marina's ex-boyfriend from high school, who'd shown up at their wedding looking like he'd swallowed nails. Sterling Schwartz, their neighbor who'd moved away 8 years ago, citing personal reasons. The pieces fell into place with the weight of tombstones. Get out, James said quietly. This is my house, too. Get out. The roar came from somewhere primal, somewhere James didn't know existed inside him. You have 5 minutes to take whatever you can carry and leave, or I call the police and tell them you just assaulted our. He choked on the word. These children, Dylan's bleeding. You locked them in here. Marina's face cycled through emotions. Defiance, fear, calculation. She looked at the kids, then back at James. Whatever she saw in his expression made her decision. You'll regret this, she said, but she was already moving toward the door. You have no idea what you're doing. For minutes, she left, and James heard her footsteps thundering down the stairs, the slam of dresser drawers, the jingle of car keys. He didn't move until he heard her car start, the engine rev, the squeal of tires as she peeled out of the driveway. Only then did he look at the 3 kids huddled together on Dylan's bed. 3 kids who weren't his biologically. 3 kids who just had their world shattered. Dylan with his bleeding lip and protective stance. Kayla with tears streaming down her face. Mariel, too young to fully understand, but old enough to know everything had changed. Dad. Dylan's voice was small. Are you going to leave us, too? The question hit like a physical blow. James crossed the room and pulled all 3 of them into his arms, holding them so tightly he could feel their heartbeats against his chest. Never, he said into Dylan's hair. You hear me? Never. I don't care about blood. I don't care about DNA. You're mine and I'm yours, and that's not changing. They stayed like that for a long time. The 4 of them holding each other while the sun moved across the floor and the house settled around them. James' mind was already working, already planning. Marina had betrayed him in the worst way possible, but she'd made a critical error. She'd shown her hand too soon, and James Caldwell was very good at long-term planning. The days following Marina's departure passed in a strange suspended reality. James took personal leave from the firm, citing a family emergency, which was true enough that no one questioned it. He spent the first 48 hours simply keeping the household running. Meals, homework, bedtimes. The routine helped. Gave them all something to hold on to while the ground shifted beneath their feet. On the 3rd day, James sat at the kitchen table with his laptop and a legal pad, waiting for the kids to leave for school. Dylan had insisted on going back immediately. Some teenage need to maintain normally. Kayla had agreed after an extra day home. Mariel clung a bit longer but followed his siblings' lead. The house felt cavernous in their absence. James opened his laptop and began researching. Not divorce law, that would come later. Not custody battles or DNA tests. He already knew the truth, and so did Marina. What he needed was information on the 3 men who had fathered his children. Roy Hardy was easy to find. The job in Seattle had been real, but Roy hadn't lasted long in the tech sector. According to LinkedIn, he bounced between startups before landing at a venture capital firm in Portland 5 years ago. Married, 2 kids of his own, James stared at Roy's profile photo, still the same easy smile he remembered from college, the one that had charmed professors and talked them out of countless parking tickets. Logan Nichols was harder to track. No social media presence, no professional profiles. James had to dig through old newspapers and public records before finding him. Logan had stayed in Charlotte working construction and bouncing between jobs. Multiple addresses over the years, mostly apartments in cheaper parts of town, a DUI from 2019, an assault charge that was later dropped. Sterling Schwartz had done well for himself. Real estate development. According to his company website, married to Patrice Clay, a lawyer, no kids listed, though Sterling's bio mentioned his love of mentoring young people and coaching youth soccer. The hypocrisy made James' jaw clench. His phone buzz. An unknown number. He considered ignoring it, then answered, "Mr. Caldwell, this is Amber Becker from Thornton Family Law. Your wife retained our services yesterday. We're calling to inform you that Mrs. Caldwell is filing for divorce and full custody of the 3 minor children. You should expect to be served with papers within the week." James sat down his pen very carefully. "Full custody?" "Yes, sir. Mrs. Caldwell has made serious allegations regarding your fitness as a parent. She's also requesting the marital home, full child support, and alimony. I'm calling as a professional courtesy to suggest you obtain legal representation immediately." "What allegations?" "I'm not at liberty to discuss the details, but I'd recommend you speak with an attorney as soon as possible." A pause. "Mr. Caldwell, I'll be frank with you. I've been doing this for 20 years. Whatever's happening in your marriage, those kids need stability. I hope you'll keep their best interests in mind." The call ended before James could respond. He sat staring at his phone, Marina's strategy crystallizing in his mind. She was going on the offensive, painting herself as the victim, using the children as weapons. Full custody meant she could control the narrative, control his access, control everything. It was bold. It was vicious. It was a mistake. James made his first call to Bruce Walker, an attorney who'd helped with the firm's contracts over the years. Bruce listened to a carefully edited version of events. The sterility diagnosis, the revelation, Marina's attack on the children, then whistled low. "James, I'm a corporate guy. You need Nicholas Herta, best family law attorney in Charlotte, maybe in North Carolina. He's expensive, but if what you're telling me is true, you're going to need him." The second call was to Nicholas Herta's office. The receptionist tried to schedule a consultation for the following week. James told her he'd pay double for an emergency appointment today. Money, he'd learned in 20 years of architecture, could make almost anything happen. Office occupied the top floor of a steel and glass building downtown. The kind of aggressive modernity that James usually avoided designing. The attorney himself was younger than expected, maybe 35, with the kind of sharp suit and sharper eyes that suggested he didn't lose often. "Mr. Caldwell, my retainer is $50,000. Is that going to be a problem?" "No." "Good. Now tell me everything, and I mean everything. Things you think are irrelevant, things you're embarrassed about, things you think make you look bad. I can't help you if I'm surprised in court." James told him all of it. Dr. Morrison's revelation, Marina's confession, the names of the biological fathers, Marina's assault on the children. He showed Herta the photos he'd taken of Dylan's split lip, the broken closet door, the damaged room. Herta took notes on a yellow legal pad, his expression neutral. When James finished, the attorney sat back and steepled his fingers. "Okay, here's what's going to happen. Marina's attorney called this morning trying to intimidate you, make you panic, maybe do something stupid. That's standard practice. What's not standard is that she's alleging you're an unfit parent while simultaneously admitting, I assume she admitted this, that you're not the biological father of any of the children. She told all of us, me and the kids. That's incredibly stupid on her part." Herta made another note. "North Carolina is a pure no-fault divorce state, but adultery is still a factor in alimony determinations. And if she's requesting full custody while you're the only legal father, did you sign the birth certificates? All three. Then legally, you're their father. Biology doesn't matter. She committed paternity fraud. And if we can prove she knew from the beginning, that goes to her character. Add in the assault on Dylan and we've got a strong case. We're to lean forward. But here's what you need to understand. James' family court is unpredictable. Judges have broad discretion. If Marina gets the right judge on the right day, she could spin this as a mother desperately protecting her children from a father who just discovered they're not biologically his. That's insane. I would never. I believe you. But we need to prove it. I want you to document everything. Every interaction with the kids, every meal, every homework assignment. I want character witnesses who can testify to your relationship with Dylan, Kayla, and Meryl. I want medical records showing you've been their father in every meaningful way for their entire lives. Done. I also want you to think very carefully about whether you want to pursue any legal action against the biological fathers. James had been thinking about nothing else. What are my options? Honestly, not many. You could potentially sue for intentional infliction of emotional distress, but that's a high bar. You'd need to prove they knowingly participated in the fraud. Did they know about the children? I don't know. Roy disappeared. Logan showed up at our wedding looking angry. Sterling coached Mariel's soccer team for a year before moving away. James paused. He coached his own son's soccer team. That might be enough for Sterling, but it's circumstantial. The bigger question is, what do you want, James? Revenge, money, justice? Because those are three different things, and you need to decide which matters most. James thought about Dylan bleeding, Kayla crying, Mariel too young to understand why his world was ending. He thought about 20 years of lies, of Marina crawling into bed next to him every night, knowing exactly what she'd done. He thought about Roy, Logan, and Sterling living their lives while he'd raised their children. Paid for their children, loved their children. All three, he said quietly. We're to smile for the first time. Then we're going to get along just fine. The restraining order hearing was scheduled for the following Tuesday. Marina's attorney had filed an emergency motion claiming James had threatened her, that she feared for her safety and the safety of the children. It was a transparent, tactical move. Keep James away from the house and kids while she consolidated her position. Was ready. The courtroom was smaller than James expected, more bureaucratic than dramatic. Judge Natalia Wall presided, a black woman in her 50s with reading glasses and an expression that suggested she'd heard every lie and excuse ever invented. Marina sat at the plaintiff's table with Amber Becker, wearing a conservative dress and minimal makeup, playing the part of frightened wife perfectly. James noticed Dylan sitting in the back row. His son met his eyes and nodded once deliberately. Support. Miss Becker, your client is requesting an emergency protective order based on allegations that Mr. Caldwell made verbal threats following a domestic dispute. Is that correct? Judge Wall's voice carried the particular weariness of someone who'd seen this exact script too many times. Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Caldwell feared for her safety and the safety of her 3 children after Mr. Caldwell became violent when she asked him to leave the marital home. Wera stood smoothly. Your Honor, if I may, Mrs. Caldwell has reversed the chronology of events. My client returned home to find his wife had locked their 3 children in a bedroom and assaulted their 15-year-old son with a baseball bat. We have photographs of Dylan Caldwell's injuries, a statement from Dylan himself, and phone records showing Dylan called his father in distress moments before Mr. Caldwell arrived. Judge Wall's eyebrows rose. Miss Becker, Your Honor, Mrs. Caldwell was attempting to discipline her children after discovering they'd been hiding concerning information about their father's behavior. She hit me with a bat. Dylan's voice rang out from the back row while I was protecting my brother and sister from her. The courtroom went silent. Judge Wolf fixed Dylan with a stern look. Young man, you'll have an opportunity to testify if called. Until then, I'd like to call Dylan Caldwell to testify. Your Honor, Herta said, this is a hearing, not a trial. But given that the protective order directly affects him and his siblings, I believe his testimony is relevant. Judge Wall considered and nodded. Bailiff swear in the witness. Dylan walked to the stand with his shoulders back, chin up. The bruise on his jaw had faded to a greenish yellow, but it was still visible. He swore to tell the truth with a steady voice. Kept it simple. Dylan, tell the court what happened on the day in question. Mom was acting weird all morning. She kept asking me and my sister and brother these strange questions about Dad, about whether we felt safe with him, stuff like that. Then she got a phone call and just lost it. She started screaming that Dad knew that we'd all find out that everything was ruined. She made us go upstairs, then locked us in my room. When I tried to leave, she pushed me back. That's when I called Dad. What happened after you called your father? Mom grabbed my baseball bat from the closet. She was yelling that we didn't understand, that Dad would leave us, that she was protecting us. Mariel started crying, and when Kayla tried to comfort him, Mom swung the bat. I got in the way. Your mother hit you with the bat. She was aiming for the door, I think. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, she hit me. Split my lip. Then Dad came home and made her leave. Has your father ever threatened you or your siblings? Never. Has your father ever been violent with you? He gave me a spanking when I was 8 for stealing from a store. That's it. One last question, Dylan. Do you want to live with your father? Yes. So, do Kayla and Mariel. We already talked about it. Ms. Becker's cross-examination was brief and ineffective. She tried to suggest Dylan was lying to protect his father, but the boy's composure didn't crack. When he stepped down, he walked back to his seat without looking at his mother. Marina took the stand next. Under Becker's questioning, she painted a picture of a man who'd become increasingly distant, who'd undergone a personality change after visiting the doctor who'd ordered her out of her own home with threats of violence. Werta's cross-examination was surgical. Mrs. Caldwell, were you aware that your husband is sterile and has been his entire life? Marina's eyes went wide. That's private medical information. It's relevant to the protective order, Your Honor. Mrs. Caldwell's state of mind on the day in question directly relates to her actions. Judge Wall nodded. Answer the question, Mrs. Caldwell. Yes, I knew. How long have you known? A pause. 16 years. And in those 16 years, how many affairs did you have? Objection. Becker shot to her feet. Relevance. It goes to Mrs. Caldwell's credibility and her claim that she feared for her safety. Your Honor, I'll allow it. Marina's face had gone pale. 3 affairs resulting in 3 children, none of whom are biologically related to your husband. Is that correct? Yes. Did you tell Mr. Caldwell about these affairs? No. Did you tell him he wasn't the biological father of Dylan, Kayla, and Meryl? No. So, for 16 years, you allowed your husband to believe he was raising his own children, to financially support them, to love them, to build his entire life around them while knowing it was based on a lie. Marina's hands twisted in her lap. It's not that simple. Did you or did you not commit paternity fraud against James Caldwell for 16 years? Objection. Withdrawn. Mrs. Caldwell, on the day in question, you locked 3 children, ages 15, 13, and 8, in a bedroom and assaulted the oldest when he tried to protect his siblings. Do you deny this? I was trying to protect them. From their father discovering the truth you'd hidden for 16 years, Marina's composure cracked. You don't understand. When James found out, I knew he'd leave. I knew he'd take them from me. Everything I did was to keep my family together. By hitting a 15-year-old boy with a baseball bat. Silence. Judge Wall removed her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose. I've heard enough. The request for a protective order is denied. Furthermore, I'm granting Mr. Caldwell temporary full custody of the 3 minor children pending a full hearing. Mrs. Caldwell, you'll have supervised visitation every other weekend, supervised by a court-appointed guardian. We're adjourned. The gavel came down like thunder. Marina stood frozen as Herta gathered his papers. James saw the moment she realized what had just happened. Her gambit to keep the children had not only failed but backfired spectacularly. She'd lost them entirely. Outside the courtroom, Dylan hugged James hard enough to hurt. You came through always, James said. Then quieter. Go wait in the car. I'll be there in a minute. He found Marina in the hallway outside. Amber Becker speaking to her in low urgent tones. When Marina saw James approaching, she dismissed her attorney with a gesture. Come to gloat. Her voice was brittle. Come to make you an offer. James kept his voice level controlled. Drop the divorce proceedings. Give me full custody. Sign over your parental rights voluntarily. You're insane. In exchange, I won't pursue fraud charges. I won't sue you for the money I spent raising children you knew weren't mine. I won't tell Dylan, Kayla, and Mariel the names of their biological fathers until they're adults and can make their own decisions about contact. He paused. And I'll give you $50,000 to start over somewhere else. Marina laughed bitterly. That's it. 20 years of marriage and you're buying me out for 50 grand. 20 years of lies, Marina. I'm being generous. What about my house? My life? Those are my children. Biologically, they're not mine. Legally, they are. And after what you did to Dylan, after you locked them in a room like animals, you're lucky I'm offering you anything. James's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Take the deal because if we go to trial, I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what you did. Your family, your friends, your employer. I'll make sure those 3 men know they have children they never claimed. I'll burn your entire life down and salt the earth behind you. You can't. I'm an architect, Marina. I plan for the long term. I build things meant to last. And right now, I'm building a case that will bury you so deep you'll never see daylight again. He straightened his jacket. You have 48 hours to decide. After that, the offer expires and I go scorched earth. He walked away without looking back, his hands trembling with adrenaline. The hard part was maintaining control, not letting the rage show. Everything had to be calculated, measured. He'd learned that in architecture, emotion was the enemy of precision. Behind him, he heard Marina start to cry. He didn't turn around. The house settled into a new rhythm. Over the following weeks, James hired Dolores Ramos, a recommended nanny and housekeeper who helped manage the chaos of 3 kids while he worked. The firm had been understanding about his reduced hours, but he couldn't stay away forever. His current project, a mixed-use development downtown, needed his attention. But the evenings belonged to Dylan, Kayla, and Meryl. Homework at the kitchen table, dinner together every night, movies on weekends. They didn't talk about Marina much. Her supervised visitations were awkward, brief affairs at a neutral location where she and the kids sat in uncomfortable silence while a social worker took notes. She hadn't signed the papers yet. The 48 hours had passed, then a week, then 2. AITA assured James this was normal. People needed time to accept that they'd lost. But James knew Marina better than that. She was planning something. The answer came on a Tuesday evening. James was reviewing blueprints in his home office when his phone rang. Unknown number. Portland area code. Hello, James called. Well, the voice was familiar, but aged, roughened by years, and maybe alcohol. It's Roy. Roy Hardy. James's hand tightened on the phone. How did you get this number? Marina called me. Said, you know about Dylan? Said, you're threatening to ruin her life if she doesn't give up her kids. A pause. Her kids, James, not yours. I signed a birth certificate. I raised him. I'm his father in every way that matters. Except biology. Except the truth. Roy's voice took on an edge. Look, I didn't know about Dylan for years. Marina and I had a thing right after you 2 got married. I'm not proud of it. When she told me she was pregnant, I assumed it was yours. And she called me 8 years ago, told me the truth, asked for money. You gave it to her. I gave her $50,000 to stay out of my life. And Dylan's I have a family, James. A wife who doesn't know I cheated with my best friend's wife. Kids who don't know they have a half-brother. I paid for my silence and I paid for hers. James felt the puzzle pieces rearranging. She blackmailed you. Call it what you want. But now you're threatening to blow up my life anyway and I can't let that happen. So, here's my offer. You back off, Marina. You don't pursue this vendetta. You don't tell Dylan who his biological father is, and I'll make sure you're compensated for your trouble. How much trouble am I worth? $200,000. Clean wire transfer. Untraceable. James laughed without humor. You think this is about money? Everything's about money, James. You're an architect. You know that better than anyone. Buildings, marriages, families. It's all just capital and contracts. No, the word came out flat and final. You don't get to buy your way out of this. You slept with my wife. You fathered my son. And you paid her to keep quiet while I raised him. That makes you complicit. I'm offering you a fortune. I'm offering you a choice. You can come clean to your family voluntarily. Establish a relationship with Dylan if he wants one when he's older and face the consequences of your actions like an adult. Or I can make sure everyone you know discovers exactly what kind of person you are. Your wife, your employers, your kids. I'll put ads in the Portland papers if I have to. You're bluffing. Try me. I've already lost everything that mattered. I'm raising 3 kids who aren't biologically mine, married to a woman who lied to me for 20 years, and dealing with 2 other men who helped her do it. What exactly do you think you can threaten me with? The silence stretched long enough that James thought Roy had hung up. Then you've changed. No. I've just stopped pretending. I don't know how to fight. James ended the call. The second call came 2 hours later. Logan Nichols, his voice rough with the particular rasp of a long-time smoker. Caldwell. Yeah. Marina said you'd be causing trouble. Said you're trying to take her kids away. They're my kids legally. Not according to blood. Look, I'll be straight with you. I knew about Kayla. Marina told me when the girl was 2. I was in a bad place back then. Drinking. Fighting, couldn't hold down a job. Marina said Kayla was better off with you raising her. And she was right. I wasn't father material. And now I'm sober 2 years. Got a steady job. Got my life together. And I'm thinking maybe I should meet my daughter. See if there's room in her life for her real father. The threat was obvious. James kept his voice level. Kayla is 13 years old. She just found out her mother cheated on her father, the man she's called dad her entire life, and that I'm not biologically related to her. She's devastated. And you think this is a good time to introduce more chaos into her life? I think I have rights. You have nothing. You never claimed paternity. You never paid child support. You never spent a single sleepless night when she was sick or helped with homework or taught her to ride a bike. You're a sperm donor with delusions of importance. Marina said. Marina is a liar and a fraud who's about to lose everything. If you want to hitch your wagon to her, go ahead. But understand this. I will fight you in court with every resource I have. I will prove you're an unfit parent. I will make sure Kayla knows exactly why you stayed away for 13 years. Because you were a drunk and a failure who couldn't be bothered to try. You son of a. And if by some miracle you do get visitation rights, I'll make sure Kayla knows that you only showed up now to help Marina hurt me. Not because you love her, not because you want a relationship, because you're being manipulated by a woman who's using you as a weapon. James paused. How do you think that'll go? How do you think a 13-year-old girl will react to meeting the father who abandoned her, who only appeared when it was convenient? The line went dead. James sat in his office, staring at the blueprints without seeing them. Marina was rallying her allies, trying to build leverage. Roy with money, Logan with legal rights, which meant the third call would come from Sterling Schwartz, and it would be the most dangerous. He didn't have to wait long. His phone rang at 10 p.m. after the kids had gone to bed. Mr. Caldwell, this is Sterling Schwartz. I believe we need to talk about my son. Mariel is my son. Biologically, he's mine. And I've been thinking a lot about that lately. About the year I coached his soccer team, watching him grow, seeing myself in his mannerisms, about moving away because Marina said it was too complicated, too risky. Sterling's voice was smooth, confident, the voice of someone used to closing deals. I made a mistake leaving. I'd like to correct it. By helping Marina by establishing my parental rights, Marina suggested we could work together. She gets primary custody. I get visitation. You get to walk away with your dignity intact. No messy trial, no public exposure of the affairs. No one needs to know the details. James stood and walked to the window. Outside, the suburban street was quiet, peaceful, a perfect facade. What did she offer you? Excuse me, Marina. To get you to call me to threaten to claim Mariel. What did she promise you? A pause? That's between me and her. She's using you, Sterling. The same way she used you 8 years ago when she needed a genetic donor and her husband wasn't available. The same way she's using Roy and Logan. You're all just tools to her. That's not. Did she mention that she assaulted Dylan with a baseball bat? That she locked all 3 kids in a room because she was afraid they'd tell me the truth? That she's already lost temporary custody because Judge Wall saw through her performance? She said you tried to poison me against her. I don't need to. You can read the court transcripts yourself. They're public record, James, let that sink in. But here's what I'm curious about. Your wife, Patrice, does she know about Mariel? The silence was answer enough. I'll take that as a no. So, Marina is asking you to claim parental rights to a child your wife doesn't know exists. To fight a custody battle that will become public record, and to do it all to help a woman who's demonstrably unstable and violent. Does that about sum it up? Mr. Caldwell, you're a real estate developer. Sterling, you understand contracts and leverage. So, here's mine. Stay out of this. Let me continue raising the boy I've been raising for 8 years, and I'll make sure Patrice never finds out about your affair. Walk away quietly and everyone keeps their secrets. And if I don't, then I'll make sure everyone knows. Your wife, your clients, your business partners. I'll let the soccer league know that you coached your biological son without telling anyone. I'll create such a comprehensive storm that your reputation will never recover. James' voice went cold. And then I'll still win custody of Merrill because I'm his legal father and you're a home wrecker who's been hiding a child from his wife for 8 years. You'll lose everything and gain nothing. You're threatening me. I'm offering you a choice. The same choice I offered Roy and Logan. Walk away or burn your call. James hung up and turned off his phone. His hands were shaking. Adrenaline flooding his system. 3 calls, 3 threats. 3 men who'd helped destroy his marriage now trying to take his children. He wouldn't let them. In the morning, he'd call Hura and brief him on the conversations. They'd adjust strategy, prepare for Marina's next move. But for now, James walked upstairs and checked on the kids. Dylan asleep with headphones still in his ears. Kayla curled around her stuffed elephant, the one James had won for her at a carnival when she was 5. Mariel sprawled across his bed like a starfish. Blankets kicked to the floor. His children, not by blood, but by every single day for 15, 13, and 8 years, respectively. No one was taking that away from him. No one. The divorce hearing was scheduled for 6 weeks later. In the intervening time, Marina had signed a lease on an apartment across town, started a new job as a medical receptionist, and begun attending court-ordered therapy. Her supervised visitations with the kids remained awkward and brief. Mariel cried. Kayla stayed silent. Dylan answered questions in monosyllables. AITA had filed a countersuit demanding sole custody, division of assets, and reimbursement for child-rearing expenses. It's aggressive, he told James. But we're not trying to win the money. We're trying to show that you're serious, that you won't be intimidated, and that her lies have real financial consequences. Marina's attorney, Amber Becker, had responded with a motion to compel DNA testing, establishing legal paternity for Roy, Logan, and Sterling. AITA had blocked it on grounds that the children's welfare took precedence over biological curiosity and that forcing them to undergo testing would cause psychological harm. Judge Wall had agreed with one caveat. She wanted to speak to each child privately before making a final custody determination, which was how James found himself sitting in a courthouse hallway on a Friday afternoon, watching Dylan disappear into the judge's chambers. Sat beside him, reviewing notes. Kayla and Mariel waited with Dolores at the far end of the hall, playing a card game to pass the time. Stop worrying, AITA said without looking up. Dylan's a smart kid. He'll tell the truth. That's what worries me. What if the truth isn't enough? 20 minutes later, Dylan emerged. He gave James a small nod. Okay, it said. I did my part. Kayla went next, her thin frame seeming even smaller as she followed the bailiff into chambers. James wanted to follow her, to protect her, to make sure she didn't feel alone. But all he could do was wait. When Kayla emerged 30 minutes later, her eyes were red but dry. She walked straight to James and hugged him hard. I told her everything, she whispered. About Mom. About how you've always been my dad. About how I don't want to live with her. You didn't have to. Yes, I did. You've been fighting for us. It's time we fought for you. Mariel's interview was shorter. 15 minutes. When he came out, he was crying. James scooped him up despite the boy's protest that he was too old to be carried. What happened? The judge asked if I loved Mom. Mariel said into James' shoulder. I said, yes, but I'm scared of her. I told her about the bat, about how Mom's eyes looked wrong that day. James held his youngest son while the boy cried, aware that this was one of those moments that would define both their lives. Mariel would remember being scared, but he'd also remember being held. Judge Wall called them all back into chambers an hour later. This time, it wasn't the courtroom, but her actual office lined with law books and framed degrees. Marina sat in one chair, James in another. Becker and AITA flanked their respective clients. I've spoken with all 3 children, Judge Wall began, removing her glasses. I've reviewed the case files, the police reports, the medical records, the financial statements. I've considered the arguments from both sides, and I've made my determination. Marina's hands clenched in her lap. Mrs. Caldwell, I want to be very clear about something. I understand that family situations are complex. I understand that marriages fail and people make mistakes, but what you did, assaulting a 15-year-old boy, locking 3 children in a room, creating an atmosphere of fear and instability, that is not a mistake. That is abuse. Your Honor, my client was under extreme emotional duress. Miss Becker, I'm not interested in excuses. I'm interested in the welfare of 3 children who deserve better than this. Judge Wall turned back to Marina. You committed paternity fraud. You allowed Mr. Caldwell to raise and financially support 3 children while knowing they weren't biologically his. You maintained this deception for over 15 years. And when the truth came out, your first instinct was violence. Marina's face had gone pale. I love my children. I don't doubt that. But love isn't enough when it comes with a baseball bat. Judge Wall opened a folder. I'm granting Mr. Caldwell sole legal and physical custody of Dylan, Kayla, and Mel Caldwell. You'll have supervised visitation twice monthly, increasing to unsupervised visitation after 6 months of successful compliance with therapy and anger management. You will pay child support in an amount to be determined by the state guidelines. And you will have no say in major decisions regarding the children's health, education, or welfare. No. Marina stood, her chair scraping back. You can't. They're my children. I carried them. I gave birth to them. And you hit one of them with a baseball bat when he tried to protect his siblings. Judge Wall's voice could have cut glass. Sit down, Mrs. Caldwell. Marina sat, tears streaming down her face. As for the property division, I'm awarding the marital home to Mr. Caldwell given that he'll be the primary custodial parent and the children's stability should be prioritized. The retirement accounts will be split according to state law. Mrs. Caldwell will not receive alimony given the adultery and fraud. Judge Wall closed the folder. This is my final determination. If you wish to appeal, you're welcome to do so, but I'll warn you that the appellate court will have access to my notes from the children's interviews. All three of them were very clear about their wishes. The gavel came down. Marina's sobs filled the small office. Becker put a hand on her shoulder, but Marina shook it off. She looked at James with such raw hatred that it actually made him step back. I hope you're happy, she spat. You've taken everything from me. You took everything from yourself, James said quietly. I just made sure you couldn't take the kids, too. Outside the courthouse, James called the kids. Dylan answered on the first ring. Dad, it's done. You're staying with me. All three of you. The whoop on the other end was loud enough that James had to pull the phone away from his ear. He could hear Kayla and Marielle celebrating in the background. Dolores trying to quiet them down. We're going out to dinner, James decided. Wherever you want, and tomorrow we're going to talk about what comes next, but tonight we celebrate, Dad. Dylan's voice had gone serious. Thank you for fighting for us, for not giving up. I'd fight the whole world for you three. We know. That's why we love you. James hung up before his son could hear him cry. But victory in court didn't mean the war was over. 3 days after the hearing, James received a certified letter from an attorney in Portland. Roy Hardy was filing for parental rights and visitation with Dylan. 2 days after that, Logan Nichols filed similar paperwork for Kayla. Sterling Schwartz held out for a week before his attorney contacted AITA about establishing paternity for Merrill. Marina had played her final card. She coordinated this, AITA said, spreading the legal filings across his desk. Probably promised them all reduced child support if they helped her or threatened to name them publicly if they didn't. Either way, we're now fighting a three-front war. Can they win? Biologically, they're the fathers. Legally, they have standing to request paternity tests and seek visitation. As for custody, where to gaze? Probably not. You're the presumed father. You've raised these kids, and the courts don't like disrupting established relationships, but they can make your life hell with endless visitation hearings, modification requests, and legal fees. James stared at the paperwork. 3 men who'd never changed a diaper, never attended a parent-teacher conference, never sat up all night with a sick child, now demanding rights to the children they'd helped create and then abandoned. What if we flip the script? Get it looked up. What do you mean? They're claiming parental rights. Fine, let them. But parental rights come with parental responsibilities. They want to be fathers. They can start paying child support retroactively. All 3 of them. James. That's where it paused. A slow smile spreading. That's actually brilliant. If they claim paternity, they're admitting they're financially responsible. We could potentially go back to the birth of each child. Dylan is 15. Kayla is 13. Marielle is 8. Add up 15 years of child support, 13 years, and 8 years. North Carolina guidelines are what? 15% of income for one child. James did the mental math. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe close to $1 million between the 3 of them. They'll never agree. Then they withdraw their petitions. Either they put their money where their mouths are or they walk away. Marina can't use them as weapons if they refuse to play. Quira started making notes. We need to prove they knew about the children, that they willfully avoided parental responsibility. Roy admitted on a phone call that Marina contacted him 8 years ago and he paid her $50,000 to stay quiet. That's proof he knew about Dylan and chose not to claim him. James pulled out his phone, checking his recordings. I saved the voicemail and I can get phone records showing the call came from his number. Logan told me Marina informed him about Kayla when she was 2 years old. Said he wasn't father material. That's admission of knowledge and willful abandonment. And Sterling, he coached Marielle's soccer team. There's no way he didn't know, especially if he saw himself in the boys' mannerisms like he claimed. James felt the pieces clicking together. We subpoena the soccer league records, get testimony from other parents about Sterling's involvement with Marielle. We build a pattern of knowledge and avoidance. Fully engaged now. His pin flying across the legal pad. This could work. It's aggressive as hell, but it could work. We file counterclaims against all 3 for retroactive child support. We attach liens to their property if necessary. We make this so expensive and painful that they run for the hills. And if they don't run, then they pay. Either way, you win. James leaned back, the weight of the past week settling on his shoulders. I want this done, Nick. I want them gone. I want my kids to have stability and peace and a life that isn't defined by their mother's lies and their biological father's cowardice. Then we go scorched earth. No mercy, no quarter, no compromise. Where met his eyes. You sure about this? Once we start, there's no going back. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. The countersuit was filed the next morning. By noon, James' phone was ringing. Roy Hardy, his voice tight with panic. Are you insane? You're suing me for $600,000. 15 years of child support adjusted for your income bracket plus interest. That's what you owe for Dylan. You want parental rights? Start paying like a parent. I can't. My wife will. This will destroy my marriage. Then you should have thought about that before sleeping with mine. Withdraw your petition, Roy. Walk away or pay. I don't have that kind of money. You're a venture capitalist. You made $3 million last year according to your LinkedIn. You can afford it. The question is whether you want to. James kept his voice level emotionless. You have 72 hours to withdraw your petition. After that, we go to court and I'll make sure every detail of your affair with Marina, your payment to keep her quiet, and your abandonment of Dylan becomes public record. Your wife will know, your kids will know, everyone you work with will know. This is blackmail. This is consequences. Welcome to them. Logan Nichols called 2 hours later drunk and belligerent. You think you can scare me with money? I don't have anything for you to take. Then you'll declare bankruptcy and spend the next decade rebuilding your credit while the state garnishes your wages. Or you can walk away from Kayla and let her have a normal life. She's my daughter. She's the daughter you didn't want when she was born. The daughter you ignored for 11 years. The daughter you only remembered when Marina needed you to hurt me. James paused. How do you think Kayla will feel when she learns that? When she reads the deposition where you admit you knew about her and chose not to be involved because you were too busy drinking. The line went quiet except for Logan's ragged breathing. I'm giving you a chance to do the right thing for the first time in 13 years. Take it. Withdraw the petition. Let Kayla remember you as the father who loved her enough to let her go, not the deadbeat who tried to use her as leverage. Logan hung up without answering. Sterling Schwartz didn't call. Instead, his attorney, a sharp woman named Ursula Cummings, contacted AITA directly. My client is prepared to withdraw his petition regarding Mel Caldwell in exchange for Mr. Caldwell withdrawing his demand for retroactive child support and signing a non-disclosure agreement regarding the circumstances of Mel's parentage. Where to put her on speaker. Miss Cummings, your client wants to preserve his marriage by hiding the son he fathered through an extramarital affair. I understand the motivation, but my client isn't interested in protecting Mr. Schwartz's secrets. Then we'll proceed to trial, establish paternity, and seek joint custody. Mr. Schwartz is prepared to be a father to Meryl. Is Mrs. Schwartz prepared to be a stepmother to her husband's love child? James interjected. Because we'll be deposing her as part of discovery. She'll learn everything. A pause. You're bluffing. Try me. I've already lost my marriage. Sterling still has his to lose. Who do you think blinks first? Another pause longer this time. What do you want? Sterling withdraws his petition. He signs an affidavit admitting he knew about Marielle and chose not to claim him. He pays a one-time settlement of $100,000. Call it conscience money. And he never contacts Marielle or my family again. That's negotiable. James said we can go to $50,000 if he signs today. Tomorrow it goes back to $100,000. Next week we pursue the full amount in court plus punitive damages. I'll need to consult with my client. You have until 5 p.m. Sterling signed at 4:47 p.m. The wire transfer hit James's account at 4:52 p.m. His attorney sent the withdrawal notice at 4:55 p.m. One down. Logan withdrew his petition at 2 a.m. A brief email from a clearly intoxicated man rambling about how the system was rigged and James was ruining lives. AITA responded with a formal acknowledgement and a reminder that if Logan attempted to contact Kayla before she turned 18, they pursue the full child support claim, which left Roy. The 72-hour deadline came and went with no word. AITA filed the child support claim, attached liens to Roy's property, and sent subpoenas to his employer and his wife's divorce attorney because AITA's private investigator had discovered that Roy's marriage was already on rocky ground. Roy folded 3 days later with a phone call to James directly, bypassing the attorneys. You win, Roy said, his voice hollow. I'm withdrawing everything, but I want you to know what you've done. My wife is leaving me. My kids won't talk to me. I'm losing my job because the scandal is bad for the firm's reputation. You've destroyed my entire life. No, Roy. You destroyed your life when you slept with your best friend's wife. I just made sure you couldn't destroy mine, too. James felt no satisfaction, only a cold, empty finality. You could have been a father to Dylan. You could have claimed him when he was born, raised him, loved him. Instead, you paid Marina to hide him, and pretended he didn't exist. That's not on me. That's on you. I hope you can live with yourself. I can. Can you? Roy hung up without answering. 6 months later, the Caldwell house had settled into something resembling normal. Dylan had started driver's education and was talking about colleges. Kayla had joined the drama club and discovered a talent for stagecraft. Mariel had grown 3 and lost 2 front teeth. Marina's supervised visitations had graduated to unsupervised, 2 weekends a month. The kids came back from those visits quiet and withdrawn, but they went without complaint. James had learned not to ask too many questions. Whatever healing needed to happen between them and their mother would happen on their own timeline. The $50,000 from Sterling sat in an investment account earmarked for the kids' college funds. James had added to it from the life insurance policy he'd cashed in and the savings he'd accumulated. It wouldn't cover everything, but it was a start. On a Saturday morning in late spring, James was working in the garage when Dylan appeared in the doorway, his phone in his hand. "Dad, can we talk?" James set down his tools. "Always. What's up?" "I've been thinking about my biological father." "Roy." Dylan's voice was carefully neutral. "I know you said I could decide when I'm older whether I want to know him, but I'm curious. Not because I want him to be my dad or anything. You're my dad, but because I want to understand where I come from." James' chest tightened, but he kept his expression calm. "Okay. What do you want to know?" "Everything. Who he is, what he's like, why he stayed away." And Dylan looked down at his phone. "I want to know if I can contact him. Just to talk, to ask him questions." This was the moment James had been dreading and preparing for. The moment when his kids started seeking their own truths, their own connections. He wanted to say no to protect Dylan from the disappointment and pain that Roy would inevitably cause. But that wasn't his right. Roy Hardy lives in Portland. He's going through a divorce because his wife found out about you. He lost his job for the same reason. Last I heard, he was working as a consultant and living with his brother. James pulled out his phone, found Roy's contact information, and handed it to Dylan. "This is his email and phone number. If you want to reach out, I won't stop you. But I want you to understand something first." "What?" "Roy made choices. He chose to have an affair with your mother. He chose to hide when she got pregnant. He chose to pay her off instead of claiming you. And when he finally did try to be part of your life, it was because your mother manipulated him into it. Not because he woke up one day and decided to be a father." James met his son's eyes. "I'm not saying this to turn you against him. I'm saying it so you go in with your eyes open. Roy isn't the person you might hope he is." Dylan nodded slowly. "But you're okay with me talking to him?" "I'm okay with you making your own decisions. You're 15, old enough to handle complicated truths." Just James' voice caught. "Just remember that biology doesn't make a father. Time does. Presence does. Love does. And no matter what Roy tells you, no matter what relationship you might develop with him, you're my son. That doesn't change." Dylan crossed the garage and hugged James hard. "I know, Dad. I've always known." They stood like that for a long moment, surrounded by tools and half-finished projects. While outside, the spring sun warmed the driveway where James had taught Dylan to ride a bike 7 years ago. "I might not even contact him," Dylan said, stepping back. "I just wanted to know I could, that it was my choice. It always was. All of this, the fighting, the lawsuits, the custody battle, it was all about making sure you 3 got to choose your own futures. Not Marina, not Roy or Logan or Sterling. You." Dylan smiled. The same lopsided grin that James had seen in a delivery room 15 years ago, and instantly loved. Biology be damned. This was his son. "Want to help me with this deck?" James gestured to the lumber stacked against the wall. "I'm building a bigger outdoor space for summer. Figured we could use somewhere to hang out." "Sure, but I'm terrible at carpentry." "Then I'll teach you." That's what fathers do. They worked together through the afternoon, measuring and cutting and occasionally swearing when a nail went crooked. At some point, Kayla wandered out and started asking questions about theater set design, which led to a discussion of load-bearing walls and structural integrity. Mariel appeared with a soccer ball and convinced them all to take a break for a scrimmage in the backyard. James watched his 3 kids playing together, their laughter echoing off the house he designed and built for them, and felt something shift in his chest. Not forgiveness. He'd never forgive Marina or Roy or the others for what they'd done. But acceptance, maybe. Understanding that the family he'd thought he had was gone, but the family he'd fought for was right here. Imperfect, complicated, hard-won. His. That evening, after the kids had gone to bed, James sat in his office reviewing the architectural plans for the downtown development. His phone buzzed with an email from Marina's attorney. She wanted to discuss modifying the visitation schedule, increasing her time with the kids now that she'd successfully completed her therapy program. James forwarded it to Huardo with a note. "What do you think?" The response came back within minutes. "Up to the kids. They're old enough to have opinions. Ask them which was fair." James made a note to bring it up at breakfast tomorrow. If Dylan, Kayla, and Mariel wanted more time with their mother, he wouldn't stand in the way. The fighting was over. The winning was done. Now came the harder part. Living with the victory, building something new from the wreckage. Teaching his kids that strength wasn't about not falling down, but about getting back up. James closed his laptop and climbed the stairs, checking on each kid one last time before bed. Dylan asleep with a book on his chest. Kayla curled around her elephant. Mariel sprawled like a starfish. His children, his family, his life. And for the first time in 6 months, James Caldwell slept without nightmares.
And that concludes this story. That was a pretty wild one if you ask me. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. Now, let's get right into the next story. It's titled,
I went to pick up my 5-year-old son from my mother-in-law's house. But his favorite toy was lying broken on the front step. No one answered the door, so I called the police. When the officer came out, he said, "Sir, you're not going to like this." I asked, "What happened?" He said, "Your son is all ready." The afternoon sun filtered through the pines along Alder Lane, casting dappled patterns across the asphalt. Joseph Pierce guided his truck through the familiar streets of Maple Ridge, Oregon. His mind half in the inventory reports, waiting back at the shop, and half on the knowledge that in just a few minutes, he'd see his son's face light up when he arrived. Mark always ran to the door when he heard the engine, his small sneakers slapping against the hardwood, his voice already calling out before Joseph could even turn the key. Thursday afternoons had become their ritual. Ruth worked late at the county clerk's office on Thursdays, so Joseph would leave the auto shop early, pick up Mark from Nane's house, and take him to the playground near the old mill. Sometimes they'd stop for ice cream. Mark always ordered chocolate, then changed his mind to strawberry, then back to chocolate again, while the teenager behind the counter waited with patient amusement. Joseph turned onto Alder Lane, the tree-lined street where his mother-in-law had lived for 30 years. The house sat back from the road, a modest ranch-style home with white siding that Nane kept obsessively clean. The lawn was trimmed to precision, the flower beds edged with military straightness. Everything about Nane's life was controlled, ordered, managed down to the smallest detail. He learned early in his marriage to Ruth that disagreeing with her mother meant trouble. Not the loud, explosive kind, but the cold, calculated kind that manifested in passive-aggressive comments at family dinners and phone calls that went unreturned for weeks. Ruth had warned him when they first started dating. "My mother has very specific ideas about how things should be. It's easier to just go along with it." Joseph had tried. For Ruth's sake, he'd bitten his tongue through countless dinners where Nane criticized everything from his choice of beer to the way he parked his truck. He'd smiled through a thinly veiled suggestions that Ruth had married beneath her potential. He nodded politely when she'd insisted on particular parenting methods, even when they contradicted what he and Ruth had agreed upon. But lately, something had shifted in Nane. She'd become more irritable, more volatile. Last month, Ruth had mentioned that her mother had snapped at Mark for spilling juice, grabbing his arm hard enough to leave a red mark. Ruth had confronted her about it, and Nane had dismissed it as an accident, claiming Mark had exaggerated. Joseph had wanted to say something then, had wanted to tell Ruth that maybe Mark shouldn't spend so much time alone with her mother. But Ruth's relationship with Nane was complicated, woven through with guilt and obligation and a desperate need for approval that Joseph didn't fully understand. So he'd stayed quiet, trusting that Ruth knew her own mother better than he did. Now, as he approached the house, something felt wrong. The sensation hit him before he could identify why. A prickling at the base of his skull, an instinct honed from years of diagnosing engine troubles by the quality of silence when he turned off the ignition. This silence was wrong. Then he saw it. Mark's toy truck sat on the front step, broken cleanly in half. The bright red paint gleamed in the afternoon light, but the plastic body had been snapped apart. The tiny wheels separated from chassis. Mark loved that truck. He carried it everywhere, made engine noises as he rolled it across tables and floors and the armrest of Joseph's truck during their drives together. Joseph killed the engine and sat there for a moment, staring at the broken toy. Mark wouldn't have left it outside, Wouldn't have broken it, and just walked away. The boy treated that truck like a treasure possession. The front door stood slightly ajar. Joseph's hand moved to the door handle, but his body felt distant, moving through water. He stepped out of the truck, his work boots crunching on a gravel drive. The neighborhood was quiet. Too quiet. No sound of children playing. No distant lawnmowers, no birds. He climbed the 3 steps to the porch, his heart beginning to hammer against his ribs. Through the gap in the doorway, he could see into the living room. The lights were on, but something was wrong with the furniture. The coffee table sat an odd angle when the sofa cushions lay on the floor. Nain, his voice came out rougher than he'd intended. Mark, no answer. Joseph pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The scene that greeted him made his breath catch in his throat. The living room looked like it had been ransacked. Drawers hung open. Their contents spilled across the carpet. Couch cushions had been thrown aside. A lamp lay on its side near the entertainment center, its shade dented. The TV remote sat in the middle of the floor, battery scattered around it. His mind tried to make sense of it. A robbery. Someone had broken in while Nain was watching Mark. But where were they? Why was the house so quiet? Then he saw the cereal. A box of Cheerios had been knocked off the counter, its contents forming a golden pool on the kitchen tile. And there, pressed into the scattered oats, was a footprint, small, child-sized, the treads of a sneaker, clearly visible in the cereal dust. Mark. Joseph's voice cracked as he called out louder now, urgency replacing confusion. Mark, where are you? He moved through the living room, his eyes scanning for any sign of his son. The dining room was untouched. The kitchen showed only the spilled cereal and an overturned chair. He pushed open the door to the hallway, and that's when he noticed the silence wasn't complete. A faint dripping sound came from the bathroom. Joseph's hands had begun to shake. He pulled out his phone and dialed 911. His fingers clumsy on the screen. As it rang, he moved down the hallway. The bathroom door was open, the faucet running, water pooling on the floor. 911. What's your emergency? I'm at 847 Alder Lane. The house looks like it's been broken into. My son was here with his grandmother and I can't find them. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Sir, are you safe? Is anyone else in the house? I don't know. I just got here. The door was open. Everything's torn apart and my son's toy is broken outside and I can't find him. I'm dispatching officers now. Sir, I need you to leave the house and wait for her. But Joseph had already moved past the bathroom, past the guest room, to the door at the end of the hall. Nain's bedroom. The door was closed. He turned the handle. The bedroom was neat, untouched by whatever had happened in the living room. The bed was made with hospital corners. The dresser stood against the far wall, family photos arranged in precise rows. And there, on the floor beside the bed, was Mark. The boy lay on his side, his small body perfectly still. His eyes were closed. His face was pale. One arm was bent at an unnatural angle beneath him. And there was something dark matting the hair at the back of his head. Joseph didn't remember moving. Didn't remember dropping the phone or falling to his knees beside his son. The 911 operator's voice crackled from the phone on the carpet, asking questions Joseph couldn't hear over the roaring in his ears. He reached out with trembling hands and touched Mark's cheek. The skin was cool. Too cool. No. The word came out as barely a whisper. No. 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 Mark. Mark. Wake up. Come on, buddy. Wake up. He wanted to scoop the boy into his arms, to shake him awake, to undo whatever had happened. But some distant part of his brain, the part that had taken a first aid course at the fire station, told him not to move the body, not to disturb anything, not to contaminate evidence. Evidence. The word felt obscene. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. Joseph sat back on his heels, his hands hovering over his son's body, afraid to touch, unable to look away. Mark's favorite shirt, the one with the cartoon dinosaur, was twisted around his small torso. One sneaker had come off. The laces on the other were untied. The front door banged open and heavy footsteps pounded through the house. Police. Anyone here? Back here. Joseph's voice broke. In the bedroom, please help him. Please. 2 officers appeared in the doorway, hands on their weapons, eyes scanning the room with professional intensity. The older one, a woman with gray streaked hair, pulled into a tight bun, took in the scene in a single glance. Her expression shifted from alert caution to something softer, something worse. Sir, I need you to step back. Joseph didn't move. Couldn't move. Sir, please let us do our job. The younger officer, barely out of his 20s by the look of him, approached carefully and knelt beside Mark. He checked for a pulse, checked for breathing, his movements quick and efficient. After a moment that stretched into eternity, he looked up at his partner and gave a small, sharp shake of his head. The older officer moved to Joseph's side and gently but firmly helped him to his feet. "Come on, let's get you out of here. That's my son." Joseph's voice sounded hollow, unrecognizable. "That's Mark. He's 5. He just turned 5 last month. We had a party at the park with dinosaur cupcakes. He's 5 years old." "I know. I'm so sorry, but we need to preserve the scene. Can you come with me? Just out to the living room." She guided him out of the bedroom, past the bathroom with its running faucet, past the pictures on the wall of Ruth and Nain and family gatherings that now felt like they belonged to some other life. They sat him on the couch in the living room among the scattered cushions and overturned furniture. More sirens outside, more footsteps, voices calling out to each other in calm, professional tones that seemed impossible given what lay in the back bedroom. A paramedic appeared, asked Joseph questions he barely heard, checked his pulse, looked into his eyes with a pen light. The older officer crouched in front of him. Her name plate read Sergeant Delgado. "Sir, I need to ask you some questions. I know this is difficult, but time is important. Can you tell me your name?" "Joseph. Joseph Pierce. That's my son, Mark. Mark Pierce. And you said your son was here with his grandmother, Nain." "Nain Harlow, my mother-in-law. She watches him on Thursday afternoons while my wife works late." "Where is Mrs. Harlow now?" The question cut through Joseph's shock. "Where is Nain?" He'd been so focused on Mark, so consumed by the horror of finding his son that he hadn't fully registered her absence. "I don't know. She wasn't here when I arrived." The door was open. The house was like this, and Mark was. He couldn't finish the sentence. Delgado exchanged a glance with another officer who had appeared in the doorway. "We need to locate the grandmother. Put out a call." "Wait." Joseph's mind was starting to work again, pushing through the numbness. Her car. Her car was gone. I didn't even think about it. She drives a blue Honda. It wasn't in the driveway. Make model. 2015 Civic. License plate. He struggled to remember. How many times had he seen that car? It has a dent in the rear bumper. Passenger side. She backed into a mailbox last year. More officers moved through the house now, photographing, measuring, speaking in radios. The younger officer emerged from the bedroom, his face carefully neutral, and conferred with Delgado in low tones. Joseph caught fragments. Head trauma. Several hours. No signs of forced entry. That last phrase registered. No signs of forced entry, but the living room was destroyed. Someone had broken in. Someone had hurt Mark and scared Nain away or worse. Unless the thought formed before Joseph could stop it, dark and terrible. He pushed it away, but it lingered at the edges of his awareness like smoke. Delgado's phone rang. She stepped away to answer it. Her voice too quiet for Joseph to hear. When she returned, her expression had changed. Harder, more focused. "Mr. Pierce, we've located Mrs. Harlow. She's at a neighbor's house 3 doors down. She called 911 about 20 minutes ago, reporting a break-in. Says she ran from the house in fear. 20 minutes ago, Joseph had arrived 15 minutes ago, which meant Nain had already left, had already run to the neighbor's house, had already called police before he'd even pulled onto Alder Lane, and she'd left Mark here, alone, dead or dying." The darkness in his chest spread, cold and absolute. "I need to call my wife." His voice came from somewhere far away. "Ruth doesn't know. She's at work. She doesn't know." Delgado nodded. "Do you want us to send someone to tell her in person?" "Sometimes that's easier than no." The word came out sharp. "No, I'll call her. She should hear it from me." But when he pulled out his phone and looked at Ruth's name and his contacts, his thumb hovered over the screen, unable to press the call button. How do you tell someone their child was dead? What words existed for that conversation? Delgado seemed to understand. "Take your time, or we can have a victim advocate make the call if you'd prefer." Joseph shook his head. He pressed the button. Ruth answered on the second ring, her voice bright and distracted. "Hey hon, did you get Mark okay? I've got about 100 people waiting to file deeds and I'm drowning here." "Ruth." His voice cracked her name in half. The brightness vanished. "Joseph, what's wrong? What happened? You need to come to your mother's house right now. Is Mark okay? Did something happen? Is he hurt?" Joseph closed his eyes. The words wouldn't come, wouldn't form, wouldn't be real if he didn't say them. "Joseph, you're scaring me. Tell me what's going on." There was an incident at the house. Mark, He drew a breath that felt like swallowing glass. Mark didn't make it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He's gone. The silence on the other end of the line stretched so long he thought the call had dropped. Then he heard a sound low and wounded like an animal in pain. No. Ruth's voice shook. No, that's not possible. You're wrong. You made a mistake. Let me talk to him. Put him on the phone. Ruth, please come to the house. I need you here. Put my son on the phone. Joseph, I can't. He's no. The word rose to a scream. No. 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 Not Mark. Not my baby. Joseph heard crashes in the background. Ruth's co-workers try and calm her, asking what happened. Someone took the phone. This is Elizabeth Moreno. I work with Ruth. What's going on? Joseph explained in clipped sentences. An incident. His son, Alder Lane. She needed to bring Ruth here now. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. We're coming. 20 minutes. The call ended. Joseph sat among the ruins of his mother-in-law's living room and stared at the broken toy truck visible through the open front door. 20 minutes felt like a lifetime and not nearly long enough. The waiting room at the Maple Ridge Police Department smelled like burnt coffee and industrial cleaner. Joseph sat in a molded plastic chair, his hands clasped between his knees, staring at a water stain on the ceiling tile above him. Ruth sat 3 chairs away, close enough to touch, but separated by a gulf neither of them knew how to cross. She'd arrived at Nane's house in a whirlwind of anguish, her co-worker Elizabeth half carrying her up the front walk. The sound she'd made when the reality hit her. When she understood that her son was truly gone, would live in Joseph's memory forever. A wail that started low and built to something primal, something that stripped away every pretense of civilization and revealed the raw animal grief beneath. The police had tried to stop her from going into the bedroom, but Ruth had fought past them with a strength Joseph didn't know she possessed. He'd followed her in, watched her collapse beside Mark's small body, gathering him into her arms despite the officer's protests about preserving the scene. My baby, she'd sobbed, rocking him. My sweet baby boy, wake up. Please wake up. Mommy's here. Mommy's here now. It had taken 3 people to eventually ease her away, to pry her arms from around Mark's cooling body. She'd fought them, screaming that they couldn't take him, that she wasn't leaving without her son. Joseph had held her as she thrashed and wailed, her tears soaking through his shirt, her fingernails digging crescent into his forearms. Now, 2 hours later, she sat hollow-eyed and silent, her arms wrapped around herself as if trying to hold her own pieces together. Sergeant Delgado emerged from a hallway accompanied by a man in a rumpled suit who introduced himself as Detective Frank Morrison. He had the weary eyes of someone who'd seen too much and the careful movements of someone trying not to spook a frightened animal. Mr. and Mrs. Pierce, thank you for your patience. I know this is an impossibly difficult time. We have some preliminary information we need to discuss with you. Ruth didn't look up. Joseph nodded slowly. Morrison pulled over a chair and sat facing them. Delgado remained standing, her arms crossed, her expression neutral but watchful. First, I want to say how deeply sorry we are for your loss. Mark was a beautiful child, and no parent should have to go through what you're experiencing. Joseph waited. The detective's sympathy felt like noise. Well-intentioned, but ultimately meaningless. Words couldn't change what had happened. Couldn't bring Mark back. We've conducted a preliminary investigation of the scene and we have some concerns about the narrative we've been given. Ruth's head came up slowly. What does that mean? Morrison chose his words carefully. Mrs. Harlow claims that someone broke into the house while she was watching Mark. She says the intruder attacked her, that she fought back and ran to a neighbor's house in fear for her life. However, the physical evidence doesn't support that account. I don't understand. Ruth's voice was barely a whisper. What evidence? There were no signs of forced entry. No broken windows, no jimmy locks. The front door was unlocked when Mr. Pierce arrived, but there's no indication anyone broke it open. Joseph's mind flashed to the living room, but the house was torn apart. The furniture, the drawers, everything was thrown around. Yes, but in a specific pattern. In our experience, burglars don't stage scenes. They take valuables and leave. Mrs. Harlow's television, laptop, and jewelry were all untouched. The chaos was confined to the living room and appeared to be. Morrison paused, clearly weighing how much to say. It appeared to be deliberately created to suggest a struggle. The cold feeling in Joseph's chest expanded. You think my mother-in-law is lying? Ruth made a small sound of protest. That's insane. Why would my mother lie about something like this? Her grandson is dead. You think she had something to do with it? Morrison's expression remained carefully neutral. We're not making any accusations at this time. We're simply noting inconsistencies between Mrs. Harlow's statement and the physical evidence. We'll need to conduct further interviews and wait for the medical examiner's report before drawing any conclusions. This is a mistake. Ruth's voice rose, gaining strength from anger. My mother would never hurt Mark. Never. She loved him. She watched him every week. You're trying to turn this into something it's not. Delgado spoke up for the first time, her voice gentle but firm. Mrs. Pierce, we understand this is difficult to hear, but we have to follow the evidence wherever it leads. That's how we find the truth about what happened to your son. The truth is someone broke in my mother's house and killed my baby. Ruth shot to her feet, her hands clenched into fists, and instead of finding who did it, you're harassing a 62-year-old woman who just lost her grandson. Joseph reached for her arm, but she jerked away from him. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me right now. The venom in her voice stung, but Joseph understood. She needed someone to be angry at. Needed somewhere to direct the howling void inside her. If he had to be that target, so be it. Morrison stood as well, maintaining his calm demeanor. Mrs. Pierce, I promise you, we are doing everything we can find out exactly what happened. The medical examiner will be able to tell us more about Mark's injuries, and we're pursuing several lines of investigation. In the meantime, we need to ask you both some questions about Mrs. Harlow's relationship with Mark and her recent behavior. Her relationship was fine. Ruth's words came out clipped, defensive. She was a wonderful grandmother. Mark loved spending time with her. Joseph thought about the red mark on Mark's arm from the juice incident. Thought about the way Nain's temper had seemed shorter lately, her patience thinner. He'd noticed it, had worried about it, but it said nothing. His silence had killed his son. The realization hit him like a physical blow. If he'd spoken up, if he'd insisted that Mark not spend time alone with Nain, if he'd trusted his instincts instead of deferring to Ruth's complicated relationship with her mother, Mark might still be alive. Mr. Pierce Morrison was looking at him. Do you have anything to add about Mrs. Harlow's relationship with your son? Joseph opened his mouth, then caught sight of Ruth's face. She was watching him with something approaching desperation, silently pleading with him not to contradict her, not to betray her mother. But Mark deserved the truth. Mark deserved justice, even if it tore the family apart. She's been different lately, Joseph said quietly. More irritable, quicker to anger. Joseph, don't. Ruth's voice broke. Please, he continued, his eyes on Morrison. Last month, Ruth told me that Nain had grabbed Mark's arm hard enough to leave a mark. She said Mark had spilled juice and Nain lost her temper. That was an accident. Ruth turned on him. Her face flushed. Mark exaggerated. He's 5 years old. Kids that age don't understand when they're making things sound worse than they are. He showed you the bruise. Ruth, you saw it yourself. It was barely even a bruise, just some redness. And my mother apologized. It was one incident. Morrison made a note on a small pad he'd produced from his jacket pocket. Were there any other incidents? Joseph thought back through the months. Small things that had seemed insignificant at the time now took on new weight. She yelled at him a lot, more than seemed necessary. Ruth said it was just Nain's way, that she'd been strict when Ruth was growing up, too. Stop it. Ruth's voice had gone cold. Stop making my mother sound like some kind of monster. You're doing exactly what they want you to do. She gestured at Morrison and Delgado. They're trying to build a case against her instead of doing their jobs and finding who really hurt Mark. Delgado stepped forward. Mrs. Pierce, I understand your instinct is to protect your mother. That's natural, but protecting her isn't the same as protecting the truth about what happened to your son. Get away from me. Ruth backed toward the door. Both of you, I'm done with this. I'm done with all of you. My son is dead and you're all standing around making up conspiracy theories instead of mourning him. She turned and walked out, her shoulders rigid, her steps quick and purposeful. The door swung shut behind her with a soft pneumatic kiss. Joseph sat back down, suddenly exhausted. She's in denial. She can't accept that her mother might have done this. Morrison sat as well, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. What do you think happened, Mr. Pierce? The question hung in the air between them. Joseph had been avoiding it, pushing away the dark thoughts that crept in whenever he closed his eyes, but Morrison was asking him to say it out loud to give voice to the terrible suspicion that had been growing in his gut since he'd seen that staged living room. I think Nain lost her temper. I think she hurt Mark, maybe worse than she intended. And then I think she panicked and tried to make it look like someone else did it. Saying it out loud made it real, made it heavy and solid and impossible to take back. Delgado and Morrison exchanged a glance. That's consistent with what the evidence is suggesting, Morrison said. But we need to be thorough. We're waiting on some key pieces of information. What pieces? Mrs. Harlow had a security camera installed on her front porch. She mentioned it in passing during her initial interview. Something about deterring raccoons from her trash cans. Joseph felt his heart rate pick up and we sent an officer to retrieve the footage. The camera faces the front door. I would have captured anyone entering or leaving the house this afternoon. If there was an intruder, we'll see them. And if there wasn't, Morrison's expression remained carefully neutral, but Joseph saw the answer in his eyes. They already knew. They were just building the case, gathering the evidence, crossing every procedural line before they moved forward. How long before you know for sure? Joseph asked. The medical examiner will need at least 48 hours for a full autopsy, but the security footage should give us a clearer picture within the next few hours. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. Joseph nodded slowly. 48 hours, 2 days before they'd have official confirmation of what he already knew in his bones. Nain had killed Mark. And then she called 911 and played the victim while Joseph's son lay dead in her bedroom. The rage that had been building beneath his grief finally found its focus. Not the wild, undirected fury of the first shock, but something colder, more deliberate, more patient. When you prove it, Joseph said quietly, his voice steady. When you prove she did this, I want to know. I want to be there when you arrest her. Morrison studied him for a long moment. Mr. Pierce, I understand your anger, but this is a police matter. You need to let us handle it. I'm not going to do anything stupid if that's what you're worried about. I'm not going to hunt her down or try to hurt her. Joseph met the detective's eyes, but I want to see her face when she realizes she can't lie her way out of this. I want her to know that I know what she did. That's not how this works. Then make it work. Joseph stood, his hands clenched at his sides. That woman killed my son and tried to frame a fictional burglar for it. She's probably at home right now crying to her friends about how traumatized she is, accepting their sympathy in casseroles. And my wife is going to rush over there to comfort her because Ruth can't see what's right in front of her face. He moved toward the door, then paused and looked back at Morrison. Find a proof. Do your job, and when you have it, you tell me because I deserve to know. Mark deserves for someone to stand up for him who isn't going to buy Nain's lies. Joseph left the police station and walked out into the parking lot. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that seemed obscene in their beauty. How dare the world be beautiful when Mark was gone? His truck sat where he'd parked it 3 hours ago, though it felt like years had passed. He climbed in and sat there, his hands on the steering wheel, staring at nothing. His phone buzzed. A text from Ruth. I'm at my mother's house. Don't come here. I can't see you right now. Joseph stared at the message, then typed back, when you're ready to face the truth, I'll be here. He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he started the engine and drove home to the empty house that would never again echo with Mark's laughter or the sound of a toy truck rolling across the kitchen floor. The next 3 days passed in a blur of terrible clarity. Joseph took leave from the auto shop, telling his boss simply that there had been a family emergency. He couldn't bring himself to say the words out loud. Couldn't stand the inevitable condolences and the awkward sympathy that would follow. Ruth stayed at her mother's house. She'd sent Joseph a handful of brief, cold texts letting him know she was okay, that she needed space, that she'd be home when she was ready. He understood on some level that she was clinging to her mother because Nain was the only parent she had left. If she accepted that Nain had killed Mark, Ruth would be completely alone. Better to blame Joseph for not protecting their son than to confront the woman who'd actually taken his life. On the morning of the third day, Detective Morrison called. Mr. Pierce, can you come to the station? We have some information we need to discuss with you. Joseph was there within 20 minutes. Morrison met him in the same waiting room where they'd spoken before. This time, he had a laptop with him. The screen angled away from Joseph's view. We retrieved the security footage from Mrs. Harlow's porch camera. I need to warn you that what you're about to see is disturbing. If you'd rather not, show me. Morrison turned the laptop around. The footage was grainy, but clear enough. Timestamp from Thursday afternoon at 2:47 p.m. The camera had a wide-angle view of the porch and front door with a partial view into the living room through the screen door. For the first few seconds, nothing moved. Then Nain came into view, walking through the living room toward the kitchen. Mark followed behind her, his toy truck clutched in both hands, his mouth moving in what was probably the engine sounds he always made. Nain turned back and said something to him, her face twisted in irritation. Mark stopped walking, his shoulders hunching slightly. Even through the screen door, even the grainy footage, Joseph could see his son's body language shift from playful to weary. Nain's mouth moved again, her gesture sharp and angry. Mark said something back, his voice probably barely audible, probably some 5-year-old's attempt at an apology or explanation. That's when Nain's hand came up. The slap was fast and hard, catching Mark on the side of the head with enough force to knock him sideways. He stumbled. His toy truck flying from his hands and fell against the coffee table. The angle of the impact was terrible. The corner of the table caught him at the base of his skull and he dropped like a stone, his small body crumpling to the floor with a limpness that made Joseph's stomach lurch. Nain stood frozen for a moment, her hands still raised, her face a mask of shock. Then she dropped to her knees beside Mark, her hands fluttering over him, clearly trying to rouse him. Joseph watched, his jaw clenched so tight his teeth itched as Nain checked for breathing, felt for a pulse, watched her freeze when she found nothing. Watched her look around the room with growing panic, and then watched her stand up and systematically begin destroying her own living room. She pulled out drawers and dumped their contents, threw couch cushions across the room, knocked over the lamp, created the scene of chaos that Joseph had walked into. The timestamp showed 3:02 p.m. when she picked up Mark's body and carried it down the hallway out of the camera's view. When she returned 4 minutes later, her hands were empty. At 3:11 p.m., she walked out the front door, leaving it slightly ajar, and got in her car. The footage ended. Joseph sat in silence, his hands gripping the arms of the chair hard enough that his knuckles had gone white. He'd known, had suspected, had pieced it together from the evidence and the inconsistencies in Nain's story. But seeing it was different. Seeing his son's last moments, seeing the casual violence of that slap, seeing Nain's cold-blooded decision to cover up what she'd done rather than call for help, transformed suspicion into certainty and grief into something harder. She didn't even try to save him, Joseph said, his voice barely above a whisper. She didn't call 911, didn't try CPR. She just decided to protect herself. Morrison closed the laptop gently. The medical examiner confirmed that Mark died from blunt force trauma to the back of the head consistent with impact against a hard edge. He would have lost consciousness immediately. Even if she called for help right away, the injury was catastrophic. But she didn't even try. No, she didn't. Joseph looked up at the detective. What happens now? We're obtaining an arrest warrant for Nain Harlow on charges of manslaughter and evidence tampering. We'll execute the warrant this afternoon. I won't be there. Morrison shook his head. That's not possible. This is an act of arrest. You can't be present. Then tell me when it happens. Call me the minute you take her into custody. The detective studied him for a long moment. Mr. Pierce, I understand your need for justice, but I want you to think carefully about what comes next. Your wife is going to need you. This is going to devastate her. My wife is already devastated and right now she's being comforted by the woman who killed our son. Joseph stood, his movements controlled, but his voice edged with barely contained fury. When Ruth finds out the truth, when she can't deny it anymore, she's going to break, and I'll be there to pick up the pieces. But first, I need to know that Nain faces consequences for what she did. Morrison rose as well. We'll call you when it's done. Joseph received the call at 4:37 p.m. Nain had been arrested at her sister's house 2 towns over. When confronted with the security footage, she'd collapsed, sobbing that it wasn't supposed to happen like that she just wanted him to listen for once. Joseph hung up the phone and sat in his truck outside the police station, staring at his reflection in the rearview mirror. The man looking back at him had aged a decade in 3 days. Had lost something fundamental in his eyes. Some light that had been permanently extinguished. His phone rang again. Ruth's name on the screen. Joseph. Her voice was raw. Broken. They arrested my mother. They're saying she killed Mark. Tell me it's not true. Please tell me they made a mistake. It's true, Ruth. I've seen the security footage. She hit him. He fell. And then she tried to cover it up. The sound that came through the phone was inhuman. A keening wail that rose and fell, punctuated by gasping breaths. Ruth, where are you? Let me come get you. How could she? The words dissolved into sobs. How can my own mother do this? He was just a baby. He was my baby. I know. I know. Tell me where you are. I'm at her sister's house. The police just left. Everyone's crying and I can't breathe. Joseph, I can't breathe. I'm coming. Stay there. I'm coming right now. He found her in the driveway of Nain's sister's house, sitting on the curb with her head between her knees. Nain's sister and brother-in-law stood on the porch, their faces pale with shock, watching Ruth with helpless concern. Joseph parked and walked over to his wife. He knelt beside her and put a hand on her back. Come on, let's go home. She looked up at him, her face blotchy and swollen from crying. I defended her. I told you were wrong. I told the police they were wrong. And all that time she knew. She knew what she did and she let me believe it was someone else. I know. How do we come back from this? How do we live with this? Joseph didn't have an answer. He simply helped her to her feet and guided her to his truck. Nane's sister called out something about being there if they needed anything, but Joseph didn't acknowledge it. These people had raised Nane, had helped shape the woman who'd killed his son. He had no interest in their sympathy. Ruth cried the entire drive home, silent tears streaming down her face as she stared out the window at the passing town. Joseph kept one hand on the wheel and one on her knee, a small gesture of solidarity in the face of sheer devastation. The courtroom was exactly what Joseph had expected. Cold fluorescent lighting, hard wooden benches worn smooth by decades of tragedy, an American flag hanging limply in the corner as if even it couldn't muster enthusiasm for the proceedings. He sat in the front row of the gallery, Ruth beside him, her hand occasionally reaching for his and then withdrawing as if she couldn't decide whether she wanted his comfort or needed to suffer alone. 6 weeks had passed since Mark's death. 6 weeks of sleepless nights, of Ruth's sudden crying jags in the middle of grocery stores, of the bedroom they kept as Mark sitting empty and untouched because neither of them could bear to sort through his toys. 6 weeks of learning to live in a world that felt fundamentally wrong, as if gravity had shifted and they were all walking at a slight angle to reality. The funeral had been small. Joseph had insisted on it, overriding Ruth's mother's sister, who'd wanted a large service with half of Maple Ridge in attendance. He'd stood at the graveside holding Ruth as they lowered their son into the ground, and he felt something inside him calcify into stone. Grief would have been easier, would have been softer. What he felt instead was a cold, patient rage that settled into his bones and became part of a skeleton. Now watching Nane enter the courtroom in an orange jumpsuit and handcuffs, her hair uncombed and her face drawn, Joseph felt that rage sharpen into focus. Ruth made a small sound beside him, something between a gasp and a sob. Despite everything, despite the security footage and the confession and 6 weeks to process the truth, seeing her mother in chains still gutted her. Nane's eyes found Ruth immediately, and a naked plea in them made Joseph's jaw clench. She was still trying to manipulate them, still looking for sympathy, still acting as if she were the victim in this tragedy. Ruth looked away, her hands clenched in her lap. The bailiff called the court to order, and Judge Catherine Winters entered. She was a stern-faced woman in her 60s who had a reputation for being fair but uncompromising. Joseph had looked her up during the pretrial proceedings, reading every article he could find about her sentencing history. He needed to know if she would deliver justice or if Nane would somehow slip through the cracks of a sympathetic legal system. The prosecutor, a sharp-eyed woman named Diana Reeves, stood and began laying out the case with clinical precision. She walked the jury through the evidence, the security footage, the medical examiner's report, Nane's history of anger management issues that stretched back decades. Nane Harlow has a documented history of losing control when confronted with minor frustrations, Reeves said, pulling up records on the projection screen. In 1987, she was fired from her position at Little Learners Daycare for grabbing a 4-year-old child by the arm hard enough to bruise when he wouldn't stop crying. In 1992, she was cited by Child Protective Services following a complaint from a neighbor who witnessed her shaking her own daughter during a tantrum. Ruth went rigid beside Joseph. She'd never mentioned that second incident, had probably never known about it. Another secret Nane had kept buried. In 2003, she was asked to leave a parenting class at the community center for becoming verbally aggressive with the instructor. And in 2019, just 6 years ago, her own daughter reported that Mrs. Harlow had grabbed her grandson hard enough to leave marks. Reeves turned to face the jury. This is not a pattern of isolated incidents. This is a pattern of a woman who, when frustrated, when challenged, when faced with the normal chaos of dealing with children, resorts to violence. And on April 14th of this year, that pattern had fatal consequences. She played the security footage. Joseph had watched it a dozen times by now, had memorized every terrible second, but hearing Ruth's sharp intake of breath as she saw it for the first time in court felt like being stabbed. The courtroom sat in stunned silence as they watched Nane slap Mark, watched him fall, watch her coldly stage the scene. When it ended, several jury members were wiping their eyes. Nane's defense attorney, a tired L-looking public defender named Richard Cross, did his best to argue for mitigating circumstances. Nane was a devoted grandmother. She'd been under stress. The slap wasn't intended to cause serious injury. The fall was a tragic accident. My client made terrible mistakes in the aftermath of this accident. Cross conceded. She panicked. She made the wrong choices. But this wasn't premeditated violence. This was a moment of frustration that spiraled into unimaginable tragedy. Joseph listened to the defense with his hands folded in his lap, his expression neutral. Cross was doing his job, making the arguments he was required to make. But they were lies wrapped in legal language, and everyone in the courtroom knew it. When it was time for Nane to take the stand, the courtroom fell into tense silence. She looked smaller than Joseph remembered, diminished somehow by the weight of what she'd done. Her attorney led her through a series of softball questions designed to humanize her. Yes, she loved her grandson. Yes, she'd watched him every week with joy. Yes, she'd been looking forward to seeing him grow up. Then Reeves stood for cross-examination. "Mrs. Harlow, why did you hit Mark?" Nain's voice trembled. He was talking back, being defiant. "I'd asked him 3 times to put his truck away, and he ignored me." "So, you hit a 5-year-old child for not putting away his toy fast enough." "I didn't mean to hit him that hard. I just wanted to get his attention." "And when he fell and struck his head on the coffee table, what did you do?" I checked on him. I tried to wake him up." The security footage shows you standing over his body for approximately 30 seconds before you checked his breathing. "What were you doing during those 30 seconds? Nain's eyes dropped. "I was in shock." "Were you in shock when you spent the next 15 minutes staging a fake robbery?" "I panicked. I didn't know what to do." Reeves moved closer to the witness stand. "You knew enough to pull out drawers, to throw cushions, to knock over furniture. You knew enough to carry your grandson's body to a bedroom and close the door. You knew enough to drive to a neighbor's house and call 911 with a fabricated story. That's not panic, Mrs. Harlow. That's calculation. I didn't mean for any of this to happen." Nain's voice rose. "I love Mark. He was my grandson. If you loved him, why didn't you call an ambulance? Why didn't you try to save him?" "I was scared." "Scared of what?" "Of being held accountable for your actions." Cross objected, but the damage was done. The jury had seen Nain's true face. Not a grieving grandmother destroyed by a tragic accident, but a woman who prioritized her own self-preservation over a child's life. When they broke for lunch, Ruth stood on shaking legs and walked out of the courtroom without a word. Joseph followed her to the hallway where she leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, breathing deeply. "You okay?" he asked quietly. "No," she opened her eyes. "I keep thinking about all the times I left Mark with her. All the times I ignored the signs that something was wrong because it was easier than confronting my mother. I'm as responsible for this as she is." "No." Joseph's voice was firm. "You're not. You didn't hit him. You didn't let him die. You didn't cover it up. Nain made every one of those choices. But I should have protected him. That was my job. I'm his mother. We both should have. I saw the warning signs, too, and said nothing. But beating ourselves up doesn't change what happened. The only person responsible for Mark's death is in that courtroom wearing handcuffs." Ruth looked at him, her eyes searching his face. "How are you so calm? How can you just sit there and not what? Scream, break down, storm a defendant's table, and attack her?" Joseph's voice remained level, but there was steel underneath because that's not justice. That's chaos. And I want her to face real consequences, not get off on a mistrial because I couldn't control myself. I don't know if I can go back in there. Then don't go home. I'll tell you what happens." Ruth shook her head. "No, I need to see this through. I need to watch her face when they read the verdict." They returned to the courtroom for closing arguments. Reeves was methodical and devastating, walking the jury through every piece of evidence, every lie, every calculated decision Nain had made to save herself at the expense of the truth. Cross made a desperate plea for leniency, painting Nain as a woman destroyed by grief and poor judgment rather than malice. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. Joseph and Ruth waited in the hallway, sitting on a bench and saying nothing. What was there to say? No verdict would bring Mark back. No sentence would erase the last 6 weeks. They were simply waiting for society to acknowledge what they already knew. That Nain had taken their son from them and deserved to be punished. When the bailiff called them back into the courtroom, Joseph's heart rate remained steady. He learned over the past weeks that his body had 2 settings now. A low simmer of constant anguish and explosive rage. There was no in-between, no normal human range of emotion, just those 2 states alternating based on circumstances. Judge Winters addressed the jury. "Has the jury reached a verdict?" The foreman, a middle-aged man with graying temples, stood. "We have, Your Honor, on the charge of voluntary manslaughter." "How do you find the defendant?" "Guilty." Ruth's breath caught. Nain dropped her head into her hands, her shoulders shaking on the charge of evidence tampering. "Guilty." Joseph felt Ruth's hand find his and squeeze hard enough that her nails dug into his palm. He didn't pull away. Judge Winters set a sentencing date for 2 weeks later, and the bailiff led Nain out of the courtroom. As she passed their row, she looked directly at Ruth, mouthing the words, "I'm sorry." Ruth turned her face away. Outside the courthouse, Reeves found them on the steps. "I know this doesn't make it better. I know nothing can, but justice was served today." Joseph nodded. "Thank you for your work on this case. The sentencing hearing is in 2 weeks. You'll have the opportunity to give a victim impact statement if you'd like. Both of you. Ruth shook her head immediately. I can't stand up there and talk about what she took from us. I'll do it, Joseph said. I'll make sure she understands exactly what she's destroyed. The sentencing hearing arrived sooner than Joseph expected. He'd spent the 2 weeks writing and rewriting his statement, trying to find words adequate to express the scope of Nain's crime. Every version felt insufficient. How could he explain what it was like to come home to an empty house? To walk past Mark's bedroom and remember the sound of his laugh? To see other fathers with their sons and feel the absence like a physical wound? In the end, he kept it simple. When Judge Winters called him to speak, Joseph stood and walked to the podium. Nain sat at the defense table, her eyes downcast, her hands folded on the table in front of her. Ruth remained in the gallery, having decided at the last minute that she needed to hear what Joseph would say. Joseph pulled out his prepared statement, then set it aside. The words he'd written felt too polished, too rehearsed. This needed to be raw. Mar Pierce was 5 years old. He loved dinosaurs and trucks and chocolate ice cream. He laughed at the dumbest jokes. He gave the best hugs. He had his whole life ahead of him. Joseph's voice remained steady, each word measured and clear. Nain Harlow took that life not in a moment of true accident, not in a split second where judgment failed. She took it in a series of calculated choices. The choice to hit him. The choice not to call for help. The choice to stage a crime scene. The choice to lie to police. The choice to let me and my wife believe a stranger had broken into her home when she knew the truth the entire time. He looked directly at Nain, now forcing her to meet his eyes. She doesn't get to claim she panicked. She doesn't get to claim it was an accident. Accidents don't involve 15 minutes of staging evidence. Accidents don't involve calling 911 with a fabricated story. She made conscious decisions one after another to protect herself instead of trying to save my son, or at least having the decency to tell the truth about what she'd done. Ruth was crying quietly in the gallery. Joseph heard her but didn't look away from Nain. Mark deserved better than to die on his grandmother's floor while she decided how to avoid responsibility. He deserved better than to be left alone while she drove to a neighbor's house to create an alibi. And he deserves better than a grandmother who's still making this about her own victimhood instead of the life she ended. Joseph paused, letting the words settle. I don't forgive her. I won't forgive her. And I hope the court sends a message that a child's life matters more than the comfort and freedom of the adult who took it. He returned to his seat. Ruth reached for his hand and held it tightly. Nain's attorney tried to offer mitigating factors. Her age, her remorse, her lack of prior criminal record, but Judge Winters' expression suggested she'd already made her decision. Mrs. Harlow, you have been found guilty of voluntary manslaughter and evidence tampering in the death of your 5-year-old grandson. These crimes represent not only a failure of judgment, but a failure of basic human decency. You had multiple opportunities to make better choices, and at every turn, you chose self-preservation over the truth. Judge Winters looked down at her notes, then back at Nain. The maximum sentence for voluntary manslaughter is 11 years. The maximum for evidence tampering is 7 years. I'm sentencing you to 11 years for manslaughter and 7 years for evidence tampering to be served consecutively. That's 18 years in prison. Ruth gasped. Nain swayed in her seat and her attorney had to steady her. You will be eligible for parole after serving 70% of your sentence, but that decision will be up to the parole board. This court is adjourned. The gavel fell with a sharp crack that echoed in the sudden silence. 18 years. Nain would be 80 years old when she was released if she lived that long. Joseph felt no satisfaction, no triumph, just a grim sense of completion. The system had worked. Justice had been served. It wouldn't bring Mark back, but it acknowledged that his life had mattered. That taking it had consequences. Ruth stood, her movements mechanical, and walked out of the courtroom without waiting for Joseph. He found her in the parking lot, leaning against their truck, her face pale. 18 years, she whispered. My mother will die in prison. Yes, probably. I should feel something. Grief or relief or anger? But I just feel empty. Joseph opened the passenger door for her. Empty is normal. We've been running on adrenaline and shock for 2 months now. Now it's over and there's nothing left to fill the space. They drove home in silence through the streets of Maple Ridge that no longer felt like home. Too many memories haunted every corner. The playground where Mark had learned to swing. The ice cream shop where he'd changed his order 3 times. The park where they'd celebrated his 5th birthday with dinosaur cupcakes and 20 giggling children. When they pulled into their driveway, Ruth finally spoke. I can't stay here in this town, in this house. Everything reminds me of him and of what she did. Then we'll move, Joseph said simply. We'll find somewhere new, somewhere without ghosts. Ruth looked at him, surprised. Just like that, you leave your job? Your life here? My life was marked. The job was just how I paid for it. None of that matters anymore. They sat in the truck for a long time, watching the sun sink behind the pine trees. Neither of them ready to go into the empty house. Finally, Ruth said, "I'm sorry I blamed you. In the beginning, I'm sorry I chose to believe my mother over you. You were protecting yourself. I understand that. No, it was more than that. It was easier to be angry at you than to admit my mother was capable of killing her child. I took the coward's way out." Joseph turned to look at her. "We both missed signs. We both made mistakes. But the difference is we would have died before intentionally hurting Mark. Nain made a choice. That's on her and not us." Ruth nodded slowly, wiping at her eyes. "Do you think we'll ever be okay again?" "No." Joseph's honesty was brutal but necessary. "We'll learn to live with it. We'll build something that looks like a life, but we'll never be okay." And that's what she took from us. Not just Mark, but any chance of being whole. They finally went inside into the house that felt cavernous without Mark's presence. Joseph walked past his son's bedroom, the door still closed, the room beyond untouched since the day he died. Tomorrow, he thought, tomorrow they'd start packing. Tomorrow they begin the process of leaving Maple Ridge behind. Tonight, they would simply survive. 3 months after the sentencing, Joseph and Ruth stood in the driveway of a small house near Clearwater Lake, 2 hours from Maple Ridge. The moving truck had left an hour ago, and the boxes inside still needed unpacking. But for the first time in months, Joseph could breathe without feeling like his lungs were filled with broken glass. The house was smaller than their old one, a modest 2-bedroom cottage with weathered siding and a view of the lake through the pines. It needed work. The porch steps were loose. The kitchen faucet dripped. The bathroom tiles were cracked. But that was fine. Joseph needed projects. Needed something to do with his hands besides clench them into fists. Ruth had found a job at the county recorder's office in the nearby town of Lakeside. Different county, different faces, different people who didn't know their tragedy and wouldn't offer unwanted sympathy every time they walked into the grocery store. They'd agreed before moving. No one here needed to know about Mark unless they chose to tell them. Their grief was private, sacred, not fodder for small-town gossip. Joseph had taken a job as a mechanic at a local garage, working under a gruff 50-year-old named Pete, who asked no personal questions and expected only competence. The work was the same as it had been in Maple Ridge. Diagnosis, repairs, oil changes, the occasional complex rebuild, but here it felt like therapy instead of obligation. Ruth came to stand beside him on the porch, looking out at the lake with a late afternoon sun turn the water into hammered gold. "Mark wanted to come here," she said quietly. "Do you remember? Last summer, we drove past and he saw the boat launch and begged us to take him fishing. I remember. We said we'd come back when he was older. When he could handle holding a rod. We should have just taken him. Should have bought a cheap rod at Walmart and spent the day here. Even if we didn't catch anything." Joseph put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "We made the best decisions we could with the information we had. We thought we had time. I keep thinking about all the things he'll never get to do. Never learn to ride a bike. Never have his first day of kindergarten. Never lose his first tooth or learn to tie his shoes or any of it. I know." Joseph's voice was rough. "I think about it every day." They stood there as the sun sank lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that reflected off the lake's surface. A fish jumped somewhere out in the deeper water, the splash carrying clearly in the evening quiet. "Do you think we'll ever have more children?" Ruth asked, her voice so soft Joseph almost didn't hear it. The question landed like a stone in still water. Ripples spreading outward. They hadn't talked about this, had been too focused on survival to think about the future beyond the next day, the next week. "Do you want to?" Joseph asked carefully. "I don't know. Sometimes I think yes, that we could honor Mark by raising another child and giving them all the love we have. But then I think about loving someone that much again and the idea of losing them, too." She trailed off, shaking her head. "I don't know if I could survive it twice." "Then we don't decide now. We just keep moving forward one day at a time. And if someday you want to talk about it again, we will." Ruth leaned her head against his shoulder. "When did you get so wise?" "I'm not wise. I'm just too tired to overthink things anymore." They went inside as darkness fell, navigating around boxes labeled in Ruth's neat handwriting. Kitchen, pots and pans, living room, books, bathroom, towels. One box sat in the corner of the living room, unlabeled, sealed with extra tape. Neither of them had opened it. Neither of them had suggested opening it. Mark's things, his toys, his clothes, his stuffed animals. They'd packed them before leaving Maple Ridge, unable to throw them away, but not ready to look at them either. That night, lying in their new bed in their new bedroom, Ruth reached for Joseph's hand in the darkness. "Thank you," she whispered. "For what?" "For not giving up on us, on everything. It would have been easier to let this destroy us, to blame each other and split apart. But you stayed. Where else would I go? You're all I have left. I love you." The words hung in the darkness between them, fragile and precious. Joseph squeezed her hand. "I love you, too." The weeks that followed fell into a rhythm. Joseph worked at the garage, came home, worked on the house. He replaced the porch steps, fixed the dripping faucet, retiled the bathroom. Ruth settled into her job, made tentative friendships with coworkers, slowly rebuilt a life that looked almost normal from the outside. But the cracks showed in quiet moments. Ruth's sudden tears in the grocery store when she passed the cereal aisle and saw Mark's favorite brand. Joseph's insomnia lying awake at 3 a.m. replaying every decision that had led to that Thursday afternoon. The way they both avoided parks and playgrounds, crossed the street rather than walk past a group of children. Grief, Joseph learned, wasn't linear. It didn't follow the neat stages outlined in the pamphlets the Victim Services Office had given them. It was a tide that came and went according to its own schedule, sometimes receding enough that they could function, sometimes crashing over them with renewed force when they least expected it. For months after moving to Clearwater Lake, Ruth brought up her mother for the first time since the sentencing. They were eating dinner on the porch, grilled chicken and vegetables that neither of them had much appetite for. When Ruth set down her fork and said, "She wrote to me." Joseph's jaw tightened. "Nain." "Yes. A letter from prison. It came to my work address. I don't know how she got it." "What did it say?" "I didn't open it. I threw it away." Joseph studied his wife's face, looking for cracks in the careful composure she'd built. "Do you want to know what it said?" "No." "Yes." "I don't know." Ruth pushed her plate away. "Part of me wants to hear what she has to say. Part of me never wants to hear her voice again, even in writing. Is that normal? I think there's no normal way to feel about the mother who killed your child." She asked to see me. Before I threw the letter away, I saw the first line. It said, "Please visit me." I need to explain the rage Joseph had been keeping carefully contained flared hot in his chest. "Explain what?" "We saw the video. We heard her confession. What else is there to explain?" "I don't know. But she's still my mother, Joseph. Even after everything, part of me still." Ruth's voice broke. "Part of me still wants my mom. Isn't that sick? It's human." Joseph forced his voice to stay level. "But you need to understand something. If you go see her, if you let her back into your life even a little, she'll use it. She'll manipulate you. She'll make herself the victim and you'll end up comforting her instead of getting closure. You think I don't know that? You think I don't see exactly what she'd do?" Ruth stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the porch boards. "But maybe I need to hear her try. Maybe I need to see her face when she attempts to justify what she did. Maybe that's the only way I can finally let go of the little girl inside me who still wants her mother's love." Joseph stood as well. "Then go. I won't stop you, but I won't go with you. And I won't pretend to understand it. I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking you not to judge me for it." They stared at each other across the table, the gulf between them widening. This was the first real fight they'd had since Mark's death. The first time their grief had pointed them in opposite directions instead of binding them together. Finally, Joseph said, "I can't tell you what to do, but I need you to know that if you visit her, if you let her worm her way back into your heart, it will destroy you. She'll feed you lies and excuses and apologies that mean nothing. And you'll want to believe them because believing them is easier than accepting that your mother is a monster. Maybe she's not a monster. Maybe she's just broken. Broken people don't spend 15 minutes staging crime scenes. Broken people don't let children die to save themselves. She's not broken, Ruth. She's evil. And evil doesn't deserve redemption." Ruth's eyes fill with tears. "When did you become so cold?" "When our son died." Joseph's voice was flat, emotionless. "When I realized that forgiveness is a luxury we can't afford. Mark doesn't get to forgive her. He doesn't get to have opinions or make choices or grow up. So, I'm not going to forgive on his behalf and pretend like what happened was somehow understandable." Ruth grabbed her purse from the porch railing and walked to her car without another word. Joseph watched her drive away, watched the tail lights disappear down the road toward town, and felt something inside him settle into permanent hardness. She needed to work through this on her own. He'd said his piece. The rest was up to her. Ruth didn't come home until after midnight. Joseph was sitting in the living room, a book open on his lap that he hadn't read a single word of when he heard her key in the lock. She came in quietly, set her purse on the counter, and stood in the kitchen doorway looking at him. "I drove to the prison," she said, got halfway through the visitor registration process, and then walked out. I couldn't do it. I couldn't sit across from her and listen to her excuses. Joseph closed his book. "What? Change your mind, I remembered something from when I was 7. I broke one of her favorite vases playing ball in the house. It was an accident, but she was so angry. She grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me hard enough that my teeth rattled. Then she made me stand in the corner for 3 hours. No bathroom breaks, no dinner, just standing there while she went about her evening like nothing was happening." Ruth's voice was steady now, the tears gone. I'd forgotten that, pushed it down. But sitting in that waiting room, filling out forms to see her, it came back and I realized that Mark wasn't the first time she'd lost control. Wasn't even the first time she'd hurt a child. She just finally went too far with the one person whose death couldn't be hidden or explained away. She crossed the room and sat beside Joseph on the couch. "You were right. She would have manipulated me, would have cried and apologized and made me feel like I was the bad daughter for not forgiving her. And I would have left feeling guilty instead of getting closure." Joseph put his arm around her. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so harsh earlier." "No, you were exactly harsh enough. I needed to hear it. Needed someone to remind me that my first loyalty is to Mark, not to the woman who killed him." They sat in silence for a long time. The house settling around them with small creaks and sighs. Finally, Ruth said, "I'm going to write her a letter. Tell her not to contact me again. That she doesn't get to be part of my life anymore." "Is that wrong?" "No, it's necessary." Ruth wrote the letter the next morning, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee going cold beside her. Joseph watched from the doorway as she filled 3 pages with precise handwriting, stopped to wipe her eyes, then continued writing. When she finished, she folded the pages and slid them into an envelope without showing Joseph the contents. He didn't ask to read them. Some things needed to be private. "Will you mail it with me?" she asked. "I don't want to do it alone." They drove into town together, parked outside the post office, and walked to the blue mailbox on the corner. Ruth held the envelope for a long moment, her thumb tracing the address she'd written on the front. "Once I send this, it's final. No more chances. No more relationship." She ended the relationship when she killed Mark. Joseph said gently, "This is just you acknowledging it." Ruth nodded and slid the envelope through the slot. They heard it drop into the bin below with a soft thud. "Okay." Ruth took a shaky breath. "It's done." They walked back to the truck hand in hand, and Joseph felt something in Ruth's grip that hadn't been there before. Not healing exactly, but maybe the beginning of acceptance. The 1-year anniversary of Mark's death fell on a Thursday, the same day of the week he died. Joseph had taken the day off work. Ruth had done the same. They talked about how to mark the day, whether to visit his grave back in Maple Ridge or to stay at the lake and remember him privately. In the end, Joseph knew where he needed to be. He woke before dawn, dressed quietly while Ruth still slept, and drove to Clearwater Lake. The boat launch was deserted at this hour, just Joseph and the morning mist rising off the water. He carried the red toy truck in his hands. He found in one of the boxes 3 months ago, and had spent 2 careful evenings gluing it back together, piece by piece, until it looked almost whole. The cracks were still visible if you looked closely, but from a distance it might have been new. Joseph sat on the boat launch dock, his boots dangling over the water, and set the truck on the weathered wood beside him. "Hey buddy," he said quietly, his voice rough with unshed tears. "I know you can't hear me. Don't know if there's anything after this or if you're just gone, but I need to say some things anyway." A fish jumped out in the deeper water, rings spreading across the glassy surface. "I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you. Sorry I left you with someone I knew had a temper. Sorry I didn't trust my instincts and keep you safe. That's on me, and I'll carry you for the rest of my life." Joseph picked up the truck, turned it over in his hands, felt the ridges where the glue had dried. "But I want you to know that I did right by you after. Made sure the truth came out. Made sure she paid for what she did. She's in prison, Mark. 18 years. She doesn't get to hurt anyone else. She doesn't get to walk away like nothing happened." He set the truck down on a flat rock at the edge of the dock where the water lapped gently at the stone. "Your mom and I moved here to the lake. Remember when you wanted to go fishing? We're here now building a new life. It's not the same without you. We'll never be the same, but we're surviving. We're standing. And some days that's enough." Joseph stood, looked down at the truck one last time. The rising sun caught the red paint, making it gleam like fire. "I miss you, kid. Every single day, but you can rest now. Justice is done. You're not forgotten, and you never will be." He walked back to his truck as the sun climbed higher, painting the leg gold and pink and orange. He didn't look back at the toy. It belonged here now. A marker of memory at the place Mark had wanted to visit but never got the chance. Ruth was awake when he got home, sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee and one of Mark's old picture books open on her lap. "You went to the lake," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah. Left his truck there. Felt right." Ruth nodded. "I've been sitting here reading his favorite story. The one about the dinosaur who was afraid of the dark." Joseph sat beside her, looking at the familiar illustrations. How many times had he read this book? 50? 100? He could recite it from memory. "Do you think we'll ever stop missing him?" Ruth asked. "No, but maybe we'll get better at living with it." They sat on the porch as the morning warmed, reading the dinosaur book aloud to each other, remembering the boy who had loved it so much he demanded it every night at bedtime. It hurt, but it was also necessary. This remembering Mark deserved to be more than a tragedy. He deserved to be celebrated, to be held in memory with love instead of just grief. Later that afternoon, they drove to the cemetery in Maple Ridge, stood at Mark's grave, and laid fresh flowers. They didn't stay long. The town held too many ghosts, too many painful memories. On the drive back to Clearwater Lake, Ruth said, "I'm ready." "Ready for what?" "To unpack that last box. The one with Mark's things." Joseph glanced at her, saw the determination in her face mixed with fear. "You sure?" "No, but we can't keep it sealed forever, and I'd rather do it together than alone." That evening, they sat on the living room floor and carefully cut the tape on the box they'd both been avoiding for a year. Inside were the pieces of Mark's life, his favorite stuffed dinosaur worn soft from countless hugs, his Batman pajamas, a handful of drawings he'd made at preschool, the wooden puzzle of the United States they'd given him for his 5th birthday. Ruth picked up each item carefully, her tears falling silently. Joseph sat beside her, his arm around her shoulders, his own eyes burning. "What do we do with it all?" Ruth whispered. "We keep what we need to remember him by, and we donate the rest so other kids can have what he can't." They sorted through the box slowly, carefully, making 3 piles: keep, donate, and uncertain. By the time they finished, the keep pile was small, the stuffed dinosaur, one of his drawings, a baby blanket, but precious. Ruth held the stuffed dinosaur to her chest, breathing in the faint scent that still clung to the fabric. "Thank you for being here, for not giving up on us." "We're all we have left," Joseph said simply. "We hold on to each other or we drown." They packed up the donate items and took them to the Children's Hospital in Lakeside the next day. It felt right giving Mark's things to children who needed comfort and distraction. It felt like honoring his memory instead of just hoarding relics of a life cut short. Months passed, then a year, then another. Joseph and Ruth built a life at Clearwater Lake that looked almost normal from the outside. They worked. They renovated the house. They made friends with neighbors who knew their loss, but respected their privacy. They learned to laugh again, though the laughter sometimes felt fragile, like glass that might shatter if handled too roughly. Ruth never visited her mother, never responded to the occasional letters that arrived. Each one returned to sender unopened. Nain existed in a separate reality now. Locked away behind bars and locked out of Ruth's heart. Joseph heard updates occasionally through the prosecutor's office. Nain had been denied parole at her first hearing, had been cited for disciplinary infractions in prison. The news brought Joseph no satisfaction, just a distant sense that the universe was continuing to hold her accountable in his absence. On what would have been Mark's 8th birthday, Joseph and Ruth scattered wildflower seeds along the shore of Clearwater Lake. They didn't say anything as they walked hand in hand, dropping seeds every few steps. But the gesture felt right, a living memorial, something that would grow and bloom and return year after year. That night, sitting on their porch and watching the sunset paint the water, Ruth said, "I've been thinking about what you asked, about more children." Joseph looked at her, his heart rate picking up. "And I think I want to try, not to replace Mark. We could never replace him, but to honor him by raising a child who gets to have the future he was denied." Joseph took her hand, squeezed it gently. "You sure?" "As sure as I can be about anything anymore, which is to say, terrified, but willing to try." "Then we'll try." They sat in comfortable silence as darkness fell and stars began to appear in the clear sky above the lake. The pain of losing Mark would never fully heal. The anger at Nain's actions would never fully fade. But life continued, demanding to be lived, insisting on moving forward even when the past felt like an anchor. Joseph thought about his son, about the boyhood loved trucks and dinosaurs and chocolate ice cream, about the future that had been stolen from him and the justice that had been delivered on his behalf. "Mark," he whispered to the night air, "I kept my promise, made sure she paid, made sure the truth came out, and now we're going to do something she can never take away. We're going to live." We're going to build something good, and we're going to make sure you're never forgotten. A gentle breeze moved across the water, rustling through the pine trees. Joseph chose to believe it was Mark somehow somewhere giving his approval. Ruth leaned her head on his shoulder and they watched the stars emerge one by one above Clearwater Lake. Two people who'd survived the unthinkable and found a way to keep standing. Not healed, not whole, but standing. And for now, for today, for this moment, that was enough.
That brings this story to an end, and that one was definitely a wild ride. Let me know what you think in the comments. Now, let's move into the next story, titled,
My wife fired me as soon as she became CEO of the family business. Your services and poor love are no longer required, she announced during the board meeting. I help schedule. Clear your office by tomorrow and move out tonight. I nodded calmly and couldn't stop laughing. Next morning would be fun. They say you never see the knife coming when it's held by someone you love. I'm standing in the boardroom right now. Our boardroom, the one I designed 3 years ago when we renovated the top floor. And I'm watching my wife of 12 years tell me I'm fired. Not just fired, erased, deleted, rendered obsolete like outdated software. She's finally getting around to uninstalling. Your services are no longer required, Catherine says. And her voice has that particular quality I've come to recognize over the past 6 months. Cold, clinical, the voice she uses when she's reading quarterly reports or rejecting vendor proposals. Never the voice she used to use when she'd call me from business trips, whispering that she missed me, that she couldn't wait to come home. But that was before. Before her father died, before the will was read, before Catherine Harrington Chen became Catherine Harrington Chen, CEO of Harrington Industrial Solutions, the family business her great-grandfather built in 1952. I'm her husband. Was her husband? Still I'm her husband technically for another few minutes at least until the paperwork she's no doubt already prepared makes its way through whatever express legal channels the Harrington family keeps on retainer. Our love, she continues, and there's something almost artistic about the way she emphasizes that word is also no longer required. Around the table the board members, her uncle Richard, her cousin James, the family lawyer Martin B. Exley, and 2 outside directors who've been with the company since her father's tenure sit in various states of discomfort. Richard is studying his water glass like it contains the secrets of the universe. James has the decency to look away. Martin B. Exley, though, is watching me with the kind of professional curiosity you'd expect from someone who bills $800 an hour to witness human suffering. Clear your office by tomorrow, Catherine says. She's standing at the head of the table, backlit by the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook downtown Seattle. It's raining because of course it is. The sky is the color of old dishwater and the Space Needle looks like a lonely sentinel in the distance. And I think absurdly that I'll miss this view and move out tonight. The meeting I helped schedule. That's the part that keeps circling in my brain like a trapped bird. I scheduled this meeting. I sent out the calendar invites. I coordinated with everyone's assistance. I even ordered the catering. There's a tray of untouched croissants and fruit on the credenza mocking me with their cheerful mundanity. I should feel something, I think. Rage, betrayal, the hot, sharp sting of humiliation. Instead, I feel nothing. No, that's not quite true. I feel the laugh building in my chest like carbonation. Bubbles of pure absurdity rising up through my rib cage. I see, I say, and my voice is steady. Calm. I've been practicing this calmness for 6 months, ever since I realized what was happening. Since I understood where this was all heading. Is there anything else, or is that the extent of this particular performance? Catherine's jaw tightens. There it is. That microscopic crack in her composure. She hates it when I don't react the way she expects. Always has. It's one of the things that drew her to me in the first place. Back when we met at a charity gala 13 years ago, I was working as a consultant then helping small businesses optimize their operations, and she was the brilliant, beautiful heiress who seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say about supply chain management. This isn't a performance, Daniel, she says. This is a business decision. Of course it is, I say. I nod slowly, thoughtfully, the way I used to nod when we'd sit up late at night, planning the future of the company, dreaming about what we could build together. A business decision. The laugh escapes then, just a small one. A brief exhalation of sound that makes James flinch, and Richard finally look up from his water glass. Catherine's eyes narrow. Something funny? No, I say, and I'm smiling now. I can feel it stretching across my face. Nothing's funny. Everything's perfectly clear. I stand up and the movement feels significant somehow, like I'm rising from more than just a leather executive chair. I'm wearing the suit Catherine bought me last Christmas. Navy Tom Ford, tailored to perfection. Probably costs more than my first car. She has excellent taste. Had excellent taste in me once upon a time. I'll have my office cleared by morning, I say. I look around the table, meeting each person's eyes in turn. Richard, who taught me to play golf and used to call me son. James, who was my groomsman. Martin Bexley, who I've never liked and who has clearly been planning this with Catherine for weeks, maybe months. And I'll be out of the house tonight. Good, Catherine says. But there's something uncertain in her voice now. Some small wobble in the foundation of her confidence. She expected tears. Maybe begging a scene. The Daniel she remembers would have made a scene. But that Daniel is gone. He's been gone since the day I found the file on her laptop. The file labeled Transition Plan. The file that outlined in meticulous detail exactly how Catherine intended to remove me from every aspect of her life, from the company, from the house, from the family, from existence essentially. Tomorrow morning then, I say, and I nod once more, polite, professional. The consummate employee receiving his termination with grace. And then I walk out of the boardroom. The door closes behind me with a soft, expensive click. And in the elevator, descending from the 20th floor to the parking garage, I start laughing. I laugh until tears run down my face. I laugh until my sides hurt. I laugh because tomorrow morning is going to be so much fun. You need context. Everyone needs context. That's what I've learned in my 12 years with Catherine, my 8 years working at Harrington Industrial Solutions, in my 36 years on this planet trying to figure out how the world actually works. Context is everything. So, here's the context. I met Catherine Harrington at the Four Seasons Hotel in downtown Seattle on October 40th, 28. It was a fundraiser for pediatric cancer research. The kind of event where tickets cost $1,000 and the wine flows like water and everyone pretends to care deeply about the cause while really just networking and sizing up potential business partners. I was there because my consulting firm, 3 guys in a rented office space, barely scraping by, had been hired to help organize the event logistics. I was 24, wearing a suit I'd bought at Nordstrom Rack, and I was supposed to be invisible. The help, the person who makes sure the AV equipment works and the speeches start on time. Catherine was 26, recently returned from getting her MBA at Wharton, and she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Not magazine beautiful, not artificial. She had her mother's Italian features and her father's English reserve, dark hair that fell to her shoulders, and this way of listening to people that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. She found me by the audio console, frantically trying to fix a microphone that had decided to start producing feedback at the exact moment the keynote speaker was approaching the podium. "You look stressed," she said. "The mic's possessed," I said, not looking up. "I'm performing an exorcism." She laughed. Actually laughed. "Want help? Unless you have a degree in audio engineering, I'm not sure there's much." "I have a degree in business administration," she said. "But I spent 3 summers working tech for my high school theater productions." "Move." She fixed it in 30 seconds. Something about a loose connection and proper grounding. The keynote speaker gave his speech. The event was a success. And afterward, Catherine found me again. "Buy you a drink?" she asked. "I can't afford drinks here," I said honestly. "I'm working." "I can," she said. "And technically my family is sponsoring this event, so I think I can expense it." We talked until 2 o'clock in the morning. She told me about growing up in the Harrington family, about the pressure and the expectations and the strange isolation of being part of Seattle's old money aristocracy, about how her father, Robert Harrington, was grooming her brother Marcus to take over the company, even though Marcus had no interest in business and just wanted to be a photographer. I told her about growing up in Tacoma, about my father leaving when I was 8, about my mother working 3 jobs to keep us afloat, about putting myself through the University of Washington on scholarships and student loans that I'd probably be paying off until I was 50. "You're not what I expected," she said at one point. "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Someone who'd be impressed by me, by my family, by the money." "Are you impressed by it?" I asked. She thought about that. "Not really. It's just what I know. It's just how things are." "Then why would I be impressed?" That was the moment. I've replayed it 1,000 times in my head over the years, trying to pinpoint the exact second when everything that followed became inevitable. That was the moment Catherine Harrington decided I was different, special, worth keeping. We dated for 8 months before she introduced me to her father. Robert Harrington was a titan. That's the only word that fits. 6 feet 3 inches, silver hair, voice like rolling thunder. He'd taken his grandfather's mid-sized industrial supply company and turned it into a regional powerhouse, securing contracts with Boeing, Microsoft, Amazon, every major player in the Pacific Northwest. He believed in discipline, in tradition, in the unassailable importance of family legacy. He did not believe in me. You're a consultant, he said during our first dinner together at the Harrington family estate in Medina. The house was a mansion, all stone and wood and windows overlooking Lake Washington. What does that mean exactly? It means I help businesses optimize their operations, I said. Usually small to medium enterprises. I analyze their workflows, identify inefficiencies, implement solutions. Sounds like something anyone with common sense could do, Robert said. Robert, Catherine's mother, Grace, murmured. She was dying even then, though we didn't know it yet. Cancer. It would take her 8 months later. Common sense isn't that common, I said. Most business owners are too close to their own operations to see the problems clearly. That's where I come in. Outside perspective. Robert studied me. Catherine tells me you grew up in Tacoma. Yes, sir. Your father not in the picture. Mother retired now. She worked in food service zone for 30 years. The disapproval was palpable. You could have sliced it with a knife and served it on one of the Harrington family's fine china plates. But Catherine reached over and took my hand right there at the dinner table in front of her father, in front of her dying mother and her indifferent brother. She took my hand and squeezed it and said, "Dad, I love him." We got married 6 months later. People think money solves problems. It doesn't. It just changes them, upgrades them, turns them from immediate survival crises into long-term existential anxieties. The first year of our marriage, Catherine and I lived in a condo in Capitol Hill that her father bought us as a wedding present. It was twice the size of anywhere I'd ever lived, with floor-to-ceiling windows and a view of the Space Needle and furniture that cost more than my mother's annual salary. And I kept working as a consultant. Catherine took a position at Harrington Industrial Solutions as a senior analyst, working her way up from the bottom despite her last name. She was determined to prove herself, to show her father and the board, that she wasn't just riding on nepotism. We were happy. God, we were happy. We'd stay up late talking about the company, about business strategy, about the inefficiencies Catherine was noticing in his operations. I'd share my consulting insights and she'd absorb them like a sponge, asking questions, pushing back when she disagreed, refining ideas until they sparkled. "You should come work for his," she said. One night, we were in bed, her head on my chest, my fingers running through her hair. "I don't think your father would appreciate that," I said. "My father respects results. If you can show results, he'll come around." She was right. Sort of. It took 2 years, but eventually Robert Harrington offered me a position not in operations where my skills would have been most useful, but in business development, sales essentially, schmoozing clients, playing golf, taking buyers out for expensive dinners and convincing them that his was the right partner for their industrial supply needs. I was terrible at it. "You're too honest," Catherine's uncle, Richard, told me after I lost a major contract to a competitor. "You tell them exactly what we can and can't do. You need to oversell. Make promises. We can figure out delivery later." "That's fraud." I said, "That's business." But I learned you learn or you drown. I learned to smile and exaggerate and paint rosy pictures that were technically true, but fundamentally misleading. I learned to play golf and laugh at bad jokes and remember the names of clients' children and pets. I learned to be what Robert Harrington needed me to be, an acceptable husband for his daughter. Meanwhile, Catherine rose. She moved from analyst to manager to director to vice president. She was brilliant. Everyone could see it. She had her father's strategic mind and her mother's emotional intelligence. She could read a room, navigate corporate politics, make hard decisions without flinching. When Grace Harrington died 5 years into our marriage, the cancer finally winning, Catherine channeled her grief into work. She launched a new division focused on sustainable industrial solutions. She secured a multi-million-dollar contract with a green energy startup. She became indispensable and she's the future of this company. Robert told me at Grace's funeral. We were standing by the grave watching workers lower the casket into the ground. "Marcus doesn't have the head for business. It's going to be Catherine. She'll be great." I said she will, Robert agreed. "Question is, will you?" I didn't understand what he meant at the time, but I do now. Robert Harrington had a stroke on March 3, 2024. He was in his office reviewing quarterly reports when his brain simply betrayed him. One moment, he was the titan, the patriarch, the unshakable foundation of the Harrington Empire. The next moment, he was on the floor, his left side paralyzed, his speech reduced to slurred nonsense. He lived for 4 months after that, on 4 months in a hospital bed at Swedish Medical Center. Tubes running in and out of him, machines breathing for him, his mind still sharp enough to understand what was happening, but his body refusing to cooperate. Catherine visited him every day. So did I. We'd sit with him, reading the business reports out loud, pretending he could still make decisions, still guide the company he'd spent his life building. He died on July 14th. The funeral was enormous. 600 people crammed into St. James Cathedral. The mayor spoke. The CEO of Boeing sent a video tribute. Catherine delivered a eulogy that was so perfectly balanced between grief and strength that I saw grown men crying. I stood beside her, holding her hand, being the supportive husband. I had no idea what was coming. The will was read 3 days later in Martin Bexley's downtown office. The entire Harrington family was there. Catherine and Marcus, Robert's brother, Richard, Richard's children, James and Victoria, assorted cousins and second cousins, and family friends who were practically family. Martin Bexley cleared his throat and began reading. Most of it was expected. Charitable donations, trusts for the grandchildren Catherine and I hadn't had yet. The family estate to Catherine, investment portfolios divided among various family members, and then to my daughter, Catherine Margaret Harrington. I leave controlling interest in Harrington Industrial Solutions with the stipulation that she assumed the role of Chief Executive Officer immediately upon my death and that she exercise full authority over all business operations, personnel decisions, and strategic direction of the company. Catherine's hand tightened on mine. To my son Marcus David Harrington. I leave a 20% stake in Harrington Industrial Solutions with the understanding that his primary interests lie elsewhere along with the property in San Juan Islands and the means to pursue his artistic endeavors without financial constraint. Marcus nodded. He'd expected this, wanted this. Even to my brother Richard and to the extended Harrington family, I leave gratitude and the assurance that Catherine will honor the legacy we've built. There was more, but none of it mattered. Catherine was CEO. Catherine was in control. Catherine was the Harrington family. Now, we went home that night to our house in Madison Park. We'd moved there 3 years earlier, another gift from Robert. And Catherine opened a bottle of wine that probably costs more than most people's monthly rent. To Dad, she said, raising her glass. To your dad, I echoed. We drank. You'll be amazing, I said. You know that, right? You're going to take the company to places your father never imagined. She looked at me then, and there was something in her eyes I'd never seen before. Something cold, calculating. We'll see, she said. Started small. Little things, Catherine working later, coming home at 9:10, 11 at night, weekend calls that couldn't wait. Business trips that stretch from 3 days to a week to 2 weeks. I'm establishing my authority, she explained. I need the board to respect me. I need the employees to understand that things are changing. I understand, I said, and I did. Sort of. Taking over a company after your father dies, stepping into shoes that everyone assumes are too big for you, that takes effort. That takes sacrifice. What I didn't understand was why I was part of that sacrifice. The dinner stopped first. We used to have dinner together every night, sacred time, no phones allowed. But then Catherine started eating at the office. Then she started having working dinners with board members, with clients, with consultants. You should come, I'd say. These are business meetings, Daniel. It would be awkward. I work at the company, too. In business development, this is executive level strategy. The bedroom was next. Catherine started going to bed later, waking up earlier. When we did manage to be in bed at the same time, she'd be on her laptop reviewing documents, sending emails. Come back to me, I'd say, touching her shoulder. Not now. I'm working. It's midnight. Then go to sleep. The conversations dried up. We used to talk about everything. Books, politics, family, dreams, stupid things we'd seen on the internet. Now we talked about logistics. Who was picking up dry cleaning? Whether we needed to schedule maintenance for her car. Did I remember to pay the lawn service? We became roommates. Then we became strangers. Then we became enemies, though only one of us knew it yet. I tried to bridge the gap. I really did. I'd plan date nights, make reservations at nice restaurants, suggest weekend getaways. I can't, Catherine would say. I have a board meeting. The board meeting is Thursday. I'm talking about Saturday. I need to prepare for the board meeting. Catherine, Daniel, please. I'm under a lot of pressure right now. Can you just give me some space? Space? That word haunted me. How much space? I wanted to ask. How much distance? When does space become permanent separation? When does a marriage become a memory? But I didn't ask. I gave her the space. I pulled back. I focused on my job at his, on maintaining relationships with clients, on being good at the one thing Robert Harrington had assigned me to do. And then 6 months ago, I found the file. Catherine had left her laptop open on the kitchen island. This wasn't unusual. She was constantly leaving it open, constantly in the middle of something, constantly ready to jump back to work at a moment's notice. What was unusual was that she'd left it open while she was in the shower. And she'd left it open on a document instead of closing it or sleeping the screen. I wasn't snooping. I want to be clear about that. I was walking past getting coffee and I glanced at the screen out of habit the same way you might glance at someone's book cover on the bus. And I saw my name, Daniel Chen. Termination plan. The word stopped me like a physical wall. I stared at the screen. Upstairs, I could hear water running. Catherine singing softly, something by Sarah Burrell. She'd be in the shower for at least 10 more minutes. She took long showers when she was stressed. I sat down. I read. The document was 23 pages long. It was dated 3 months earlier, which meant Catherine had been planning this since January. Since 3 months after her father's death, since the moment she'd truly consolidated power. The first section was titled Professional Transition. Daniel Chen currently holds the position of Senior Business Development Manager at Harrington Industrial Solutions. While his performance has been adequate, his skill set is not aligned with the company's future strategic direction under new leadership. Recommendation: termination during Q3 2024 restructuring severance package standard 6-month package non-negotiable public rationale structuring of business development division to focus on digital client acquisition adequate not aligned standard severance. The words were like ice water in my veins. The second section was titled Personal Transition marital dissolution to be initiated concurrent with professional termination. This approach serves two purposes. 1. Creates clean break without prolonged emotional entanglement. 2. Protects company assets during divorce proceedings by establishing a clear timeline of separation coinciding with employment termination. Recommendation: file for divorce immediately following termination, citing irreconcilable differences. Proposed settlement: Daniel retains Madison Park condo purchased prior to marriage gifted by Robert Harrington to both parties but titled in Catherine's name. Negotiate reasonable buyout. Catherine retains all company stock, family estate, investment portfolios. Joint accounts to be divided 50-50. No alimony necessary given Daniel's employability and short duration of marriage. 12 years falls below threshold for permanent support under WA state law. The clinical precision of it was breathtaking. She'd thought of everything. She'd planned it all. She'd reduced 12 years of marriage to a property division spreadsheet. The third section was titled Narrative Management. Key concern: public perception of terminating spouse during vulnerable transition period immediate post-CO appointment. Solution: time for maximum plausible deniability. Wait 9 to 12 months after assuming CEO role. Establish pattern of company-wide restructuring. Frame Daniel's termination as part of larger strategic shift, not personal decision. Board support secured. Richard, James, Martin, all supportive. Marcus uninvolved but unlikely to object. Potential complications: Daniel's relationships with clients. Solution: transition key accounts before termination announcement. She'd secured board support. She'd calculated the timeline. She'd managed the narrative before the story even happened. And then I got to the final section titled simply Notes. Now, Daniel is a good person. This is not about his character or his worth as a human being, but he was Robert's choice, not mine. He was the acceptable husband, the person who could be molded into a Harrington. I've spent 12 years trying to fit him into this life. And he's spent 12 years trying to fit himself into it. And neither of us has been honest about how poorly it's working. He's not a bad man. He's just not my man. Not anymore. Maybe he never was. I need to do this for both of us. Even if he doesn't see it that way, even if he hates me, I need to set us both free. I sat there for a long time staring at those words. Upstairs, the water stopped. Catherine would be drying off, doing her skincare routine, picking out clothes. I had maybe 5 minutes. I pulled out my phone. I photographed every page of the document, every word, every cold calculation, every carefully planned betrayal. Then I closed the laptop. I went back to drinking my coffee. And when Catherine came downstairs 20 minutes later, her hair still damp, wearing jeans and a soft sweater, looking almost like the woman I'd married, I smiled at her. Good shower? I asked. Perfect, she said. I was thinking we could grab lunch today. I have a break between meetings. I'd love that, I said. We went to her favorite bistro. We talked about nothing important. She told me about a difficult vendor negotiation. I told her about a client's ridiculous request for custom industrial supplies in millennial pink. We laughed. We held hands walking back to the car. We were the perfect couple. And the entire time I was thinking about the file, about the timeline, about Q3 24, which meant I had maybe 3 months before everything fell apart. 3 months to plan, 3 months to prepare, 3 months to decide whether I was going to roll over and accept my adequate severance package and my negotiated buyout and my managed narrative, or whether I was going to do something else entirely. That night, I started building my own file. Here's what nobody tells you about revenge. It requires patience. Revenge is not a hot emotion. It's not the flash of anger that makes you want to throw something or yell or storm out. That's just rage. And rage is useless. Rage makes you sloppy. Rage makes you predictable. Real revenge is cold, methodical. It's a long game and played with perfect information and absolute commitment. It's research. I started with the company. I'd worked at Harrington Industrial Solutions for 8 years. I was in business development, which meant I was technically outside the core operations, but I wasn't blind. I knew people. I had access to systems. I understood how things worked. And I understood something Catherine apparently didn't realize. Her father had trusted me. Not overtly, not publicly. But Robert Harrington in his final years had started copying me on emails, asking my opinion on operational issues, including me in strategic planning sessions that had nothing to do with business development. "You have good instincts," he told me once. "You see things clearly. No ego clouding your judgment." I thought he was just being kind. Now I understood he was testing me, grooming me, preparing me to be a real asset to the company, not just Catherine's acceptable husband. And in the process, he'd given me access to things. System permissions that hadn't been revoked when he died, email chains that documented decisions and strategies, financial data that showed the real state of his operations. I started downloading everything. Every document I could access, every email thread, every financial report. I copied it all to an encrypted external drive that I kept in my gym bag, figuring Catherine would never look there. She hadn't been to the gym with me in 2 years. What I found was fascinating. Harrington Industrial Solutions was profitable, very profitable, but it was also deeply inefficient. Robert had built an empire through force of personality and relationship management, but the actual operations were a mess. Redundant processes, bloated middle management, vendor contracts that hadn't been renegotiated in a decade, an IT infrastructure that was held together with duct tape and prayers. Catherine knew this. The entire restructuring narrative in her termination plan wasn't just cover. The company actually needed restructuring, but she was going about it wrong. She was cutting people without understanding what they did. She was renegotiating contracts without understanding the relationship capital her father had built. She was implementing new software systems without proper training or transition planning. She was making catastrophic mistakes, and the board was letting her because they were all old guard Harrington loyalists who didn't want to undermine the new CEO during her vulnerable transition period. Classic. I kept documenting. I built spreadsheets. I created analyses showing exactly how Catherine's changes were actually costing the company money. How her aggressive timeline was alienating key employees, how her lack of operational experience was creating bottlenecks and inefficiencies. I did this at night after Catherine was asleep. I did this on weekends when she was at the office. I did this during lunch breaks sitting in my car in the parking garage compiling evidence of systematic mismanagement. And then I started looking into Catherine's personal life. I didn't want to believe it. That's important. I need you to understand that when you're married to someone for 12 years, when you've built a life with them, when you've been through deaths and celebrations and ordinary Tuesdays together, you don't want to believe they could be unfaithful. You'll make excuses. You'll rationalize. You'll tell yourself that the late nights are just work, that the distance is just stress, that the cold shoulder in bed is just exhaustion. You'll lie to yourself because the truth is too ugly. But I couldn't lie to myself anymore. Not after finding the termination plan, not after seeing exactly how disposable I was in Catherine's eyes. So, I hired a private investigator. His name was Marcus Reed, no relation to Catherine's brother, and he came recommended by a client who'd used him during a messy divorce. Marcus was expensive, discreet, and thorough. He looked like someone's accountant, which was apparently perfect for surveillance work because nobody had ever noticed him. "What am I looking for?" he asked during our first meeting. We met in a coffee shop in Ballard, far from anywhere Catherine or I would normally go. "I don't know," I said honestly. "My wife is planning to divorce me. I want to know if there's a reason beyond the one she's listed in her termination plan." I showed him the relevant pages on my phone. He read them without expression. "She's thorough." He said, "She's a CEO. Fair. Give me 2 weeks." He called me 12 days later. "We need to meet." He said this time we met in his office, a cramped space in a building near the airport. Marcus had a wall of monitors showing various surveillance feeds, none of which I could identify. He handed me a folder. "Your wife is having an affair," he said without preamble. "Has been for approximately 8 months, started in January, shortly after she became CEO. The words landed on me like physical blows. 8 months. January. The same month she'd started drafting the termination plan. Who? I asked. My voice sounded strange, distant. Trevor Walsh. He's the COO at Cascade Tech Solutions, one of his major clients. They met during contract negotiations last fall. Relationship appears to have begun at a business conference in San Francisco in January. Marcus showed me photos. Catherine and a man I didn't recognize having dinner at a restaurant in Fremont. Sitting close, touching hands across the table. Catherine and the same man entering a hotel in Bellevue. Different dates, different hotels, but the pattern was unmistakable. Catherine and Trevor Walsh kissing in the parking garage of his building at night when most of the staff had gone home. How serious is it? I asked. Hard to say definitively, but based on frequency and behavior, I'd call it serious. They see each other 2 to 3 times a week. They're not hiding it very well, which suggests either they think they're being careful or they don't care if they're discovered. My guess she's planning to be divorced soon anyway, so the timeline doesn't concern her. Of course it didn't concern her. She had it all planned out. Professional termination followed immediately by personal termination. Clean break. No prolonged emotional entanglement. She'd already moved on. I was just the last loose end to tie up. I need more. I said more evidence, more context. I need to know everything. His background, their communications, if you can access them, financial entanglements. I need to know if this is just an affair or if it's part of something bigger. Marcus looked at me carefully. What are you planning? I don't know yet, I said. But whatever it is, I need perfect information. He nodded. I'll dig deeper, but this is going to cost. I don't care what it costs. I said, find everything. Over the next 3 months, Marcus Reed earned every dollar I paid him. Trevor Walsh was 42, divorced with no children, and he was ambitious. He'd built Cascade Tech Solutions from a small IT consulting firm into a major player in the Pacific Northwest tech scene. His company did business with his to the tune of about $8 million annually. Not enough to make or break either company, but enough to matter. He was also, according to Marcus Research, looking to expand. Cascade Tech Solutions had been eyeing an acquisition, either being acquired by a larger firm or acquiring smaller competitors to build market share. He's been in talks with several potential investors, Marcus told me during one of our meetings. Nothing concrete yet, but there's definitely interest. Guy like this hooking up with the CEO of a major industrial client. That's not romance. That's strategy. What kind of strategy? My guess, he's leveraging the relationship to secure a stronger position with his maybe angling for an exclusive contract or preferential terms. If he plays it right, he can use that connection to show investors that Cassia Tech Solutions has deep ties with major regional players. Makes his company more attractive for acquisition or funding. I thought about that. And Catherine, she's either in on it or she's being used. Hard to say which. Could be both. I needed to know which. So, I started attending the same business networking events where Trevor Walsh appeared. Chamber of Commerce meetings, industry conferences, charity fundraisers. I made sure to introduce myself, made sure he knew I was Catherine's husband. Trevor Walsh was handsome in that generic executive way. Good haircut, expensive watch, gym membership he actually used. He had a firm handshake, and a practiced smile. Daniel Chen, he said when we met at a tech industry mixer in Pioneer Square, I've heard great things. Catherine speaks very highly of you. Liar. She's mentioned you too, I said smoothly. Cascade Tech Solutions is doing great work with as we try. Your wife is an impressive leader, very focused, very clear about her vision. She is, I agreed, though I imagine having good partners makes it easier. Companies like yours that understand the technology side of industrial operations. We talked for 20 minutes. Surface level stuff, business trends, the Seattle market, the challenges of scaling operations. The entire time I was studying him, watching how he held himself, listening to what he didn't say, and I understood. Marcus was right. This wasn't love. This was calculation. Trevor Walsh saw Catherine as an opportunity. And Catherine, brilliant, strategic Catherine, either saw Trevor the same way or was blind to being used. I had 3 months before Q3 ended. 3 months before Catherine planned to execute her termination plan. I needed to work faster. Nights became my productive hours. Catherine was working late consistently now, often not coming home until after 11 o'clock. When she did come home, she'd pour herself a glass of wine, maybe eat something light, then disappear into her home office to work some more. We barely spoke. How was your day? I'd ask. Busy, she'd say. That was it. That was our marriage in its final months. Busy. But those empty evenings gave me time. I compiled everything into a master file. Multiple copies actually, one on my encrypted external drive. One in a cloud storage account Catherine didn't know about. One physical copy stored in a safety deposit box I'd rented under my mother's name. The file contained Section 1, Financial Mismanagement, detailed analysis of every operational decision Catherine had made since becoming CEO, the contracts she'd renegotiated that actually increased costs, the staff she'd cut who were doing critical work, the technology implementations that were failing because of poor training, the vendor relationships she'd damaged through aggressive negotiating tactics. I documented it all with internal memos, budget reports, and comparative analyses showing where Robert's strategy had been working and where Catherine's changes were creating problems. The company wasn't failing, not yet, but it was trending in the wrong direction. Revenue was down 6% year over year. Employee satisfaction scores had dropped by 15 points. 2 major clients had declined to renew contracts. Small problems now. Catastrophic problems in 2 years if the trend continued. Section 2, Corporate Governance Violations. This was trickier, but I found them. Catherine had made several decisions that, while not illegal, violated his own corporate governance policies. She'd approved contracts without proper board review. She'd given herself a compensation package that exceeded the limits outlined in the company bylaws. She'd used company resources for personal expenses. Again, nothing criminal, but enough to raise serious questions about her judgment and her respect for the institutional structures her father had built. Section 3, Relationship. Conflicts of interest. Marcus Reed had obtained phone records showing hundreds of calls and texts between Catherine and Trevor Walsh. He documented their meetings, their hotel stays, their dinners, but more importantly, he'd uncovered financial connections. Cascade Tech Solutions had received a new contract with his in March, 2 months after Catherine and Trevor's affair began. The contract was worth $12 million, a 50% increase over the previous agreement, and it had been approved without the usual competitive bidding process. Catherine had justified this by claiming that Cascade Tech Solutions was a proven partner and that the time savings from avoiding the RFP process justified the increased cost. But the numbers didn't support that claim. Other vendors could have provided the same services for 30% less. Catherine had chosen Trevor's company despite better alternatives. That was a conflict of interest. That was using her position as CEO to benefit her personal relationship. That was, if not quite illegal, definitely unethical and potentially actionable by the board or by shareholders. Section 4, the Termination Plan. I included the entire document, every clinical calculated word of it. This was my insurance policy. If Catherine tried to claim my termination was purely business, I had her own word showing it was personal. If she tried to claim the divorce was about irreconcilable differences rather than her affair, I had proof that she'd been planning this for months. I wasn't going to use it to be cruel. I wasn't going to publish it or make it public, but I was going to use it as leverage, as a reminder that she'd made choices, and choices have consequences. I needed allies. Catherine had secured support from Richard James and Martin Bexley. But there were other board members and 2 outside directors who'd been appointed during Robert's tenure, specifically because they weren't family, because they were supposed to provide objective oversight. Dr. Patricia Morrison was a retired business school professor who specialized in organizational behavior. She'd been on his board for 6 years and Robert had respected her insights even when they challenged his decisions. David Okoro was a former executive at another industrial supply company who'd taken early retirement and now served on several boards. He was in his 60s, Nigerian American, and had a reputation for asking uncomfortable questions. I contacted them both separately, discreetly using my personal email, not his account. "I'm concerned about some operational decisions being made at his," I wrote. "As someone who's worked closely with the company's operations for 8 years, I've been documenting some troubling patterns. I'd like to share this information with you with no strings attached and no expectation of action. You can do with it what you think is appropriate." Sure, Morrison responded first. "Let's meet," she wrote back. But not at his somewhere neutral. We met at a coffee shop near the University of Washington campus. Patricia Morrison was in her 70s with silver hair cut short and sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "You're Catherine's husband," she said. "Not a question." "I am. This puts you in a difficult position." "I know it does. Why come to me?" I pulled out a tablet and showed her the summary of my research. Not everything. Not the affair. Not the termination plan, but the operational and financial issues, the decisions that were hurting the company. She read for 20 minutes without speaking. Finally, "This is damning. Yes, Catherine is still learning. She's been CEO for less than a year. She's entitled to make mistakes. She is, I agreed. But these aren't learning mistakes. These are judgment mistakes. And they're getting worse, not better. Patricia studied me. What do you want? I want the board to do its job. I want oversight. I want someone to ask hard questions. And you think Catherine will listen? I think Catherine will respond to pressure from the board. She respects institutional authority, even if she doesn't always respect individuals. Patricia closed the tablet. You realize this could destroy your marriage. My marriage is already over, I said quietly. Catherine just hasn't told me yet. She looked at me for a long moment. I'll talk to David. We'll review what you've provided. No promises. That's all I ask. Catherine announced the board meeting for October 15th, 3 weeks away. I knew immediately what it was. Q3 ended September 30th. She'd wait 2 weeks to close out the quarter, get the financial reports finalized, then schedule a board meeting for mid-October, exactly as she'd planned in the termination document. I need you to help coordinate, she told me. We were having breakfast, a rare moment of intersection in our increasingly separate lives. Send out the invites. Make sure everyone can attend. Order catering. What's the agenda? I asked casually. Restructuring announcement. We're streamlining business development to focus more on digital client acquisition. There it was. The exact language from her plan. Sounds important. I said it is. This is about positioning his for the next decade. I'll make sure everything's perfect. She smiled at me then, the first real smile I'd seen in months. Thank you, Daniel. I know things have been difficult lately. I appreciate your support. I wanted to laugh or scream or both. Instead, I said, of course, that's what partners do. The word partners landed with particular weight. Catherine's smile flickered just for a moment, and I saw something cross her face. Guilt, regret, or just irritation that I was making this harder than she'd planned. She left for the office 10 minutes later. I immediately called Marcus Reed. Timelines accelerated, I told him. Board meeting October 15th. That's when it's happening. You ready? Getting there. I need you to do something for me. Name it. I need proof of the affair. Video if possible. Something irrefutable. And I need it before the board meeting. That's 2.5 weeks. Can you do it? Probably. But we're talking about significant surveillance resources. This is going to cost, I already told you. I don't care what it costs. Your wife is going to notice large cash withdrawals. My wife is planning to divorce me. She's not paying attention to our joint accounts anymore. Trust me. Marcus was quiet for a moment. Then you're playing a dangerous game. I know. If this blows up, it won't blow up. It's going to explode. But it's going to explode in a controlled direction. And when it's over, Catherine is going to understand exactly what she threw away. I worked out the math on my revenge, and revenge, I realized, was expensive. Marcus Reed's fees were approaching $30,000. The lawyer I'd quietly retained, not Martin B. Exley, obviously, but a family law specialist named Jennifer Kwan, who'd handled several high-profile divorces, was another $15,000 in retainer fees. The storage costs for the safety deposit box, the encrypted cloud services, various other operational expenses, another $5,000, $50,000. I'd pulled it from our joint savings account in small increments over 3 months. $5,000 here, $7,000 there. Nothing large enough to trigger Catherine's attention, assuming she was even looking. She'd always handled most of our finances anyway, and with her father's estate settling and her new CEO salary, our joint accounts were flush enough that my withdrawals barely registered. Still, I covered my tracks. I told Catherine the first was doing some home repairs. The deck needs refinishing, I said. And I want to update the basement home theater system. Whatever you think is best, she said absently. She was reviewing a contract, red pen in hand, not really listening. Perfect. I spent the days leading up to the board meeting in a strange state of calm. You know that feeling before a performance, before a presentation, before any moment when you've prepared as thoroughly as possible and all that's left is execution. That anticipation mixed with certainty. That's where I lived for 2 weeks. I went to work. I smiled at colleagues. And I took clients out for lunch and talked about industrial supply procurement like it mattered. I attended a wedding for one of Catherine's cousins and made small talk and laughed at appropriate moments. I was a ghost inhabiting my own life, counting down to the moment when I could finally be real again. Marcus called me on October 12th, 3 days before the board meeting. Got it, he said. Video clear as day. Hotel lobby security footage I managed to obtain through a contact. Shows your wife and Trevor Walsh entering the Woodmark Hotel in Kirkland together at 7 p.m. last Tuesday. Shows them leaving together the next morning at 6 a.m. timestamps and everything. That's circumstantial. I said it is, but I've also got this. He sent me an audio file. Their conversation in the hotel bar before going up to the room. One of the staff was wearing a wire. Don't ask, you don't want to know. But it's clear they're not there for business. I listened to 30 seconds of the audio. Catherine's laugh, Trevor's voice saying something about how he'd been thinking about her all day. Catherine responding that she'd been counting down the hours. I stopped the playback. That's enough, I said. There's more if you need it. I won't need it. This is perfect. What are you going to do with it? I'm going to put it in my file, and I'm going to make sure Catherine knows it exists. You're not going to use it at the board meeting? No. That would be cruel and unnecessary. This is business, not personal. But I want her to know that I could. I want her to understand that I'm not the acceptable husband anymore. I'm the man with all the cards. Marcus was quiet for a moment. You've changed. People do, I said, especially when they finally see clearly. October 15th arrived with rain. Of course it did. Seattle in October is rain and gray skies and the smell of wet asphalt and dying leaves. The weather seemed almost poetic, like even nature understood the significance of the day. Catherine was up early, already dressed in her power suit, dark gray, perfectly tailored, the armor of a CEO about to make difficult decisions. You're up, she said when I appeared in the kitchen. She was making coffee, her back to me. Big day, I said. It is. She turned, coffee mug in hand. Thank you for coordinating everything. I know this hasn't been easy. What hasn't been easy? She paused, studied me, working it as under my leadership. The transition, everything. It's been an education. Shh, I said. Another pause. She was trying to read me, trying to understand if I suspected anything, but I'd had months to practice my poker face. The board meeting starts at 10 o'clock, she said finally. You'll be there. Wouldn't miss it. Good. She set down her coffee mug, walked over to me, put her hand on my arm. Daniel, I want you to know whatever happens today, I respect you. I respect what you've contributed to this company, to this family. The past tense was deliberate. I covered her hand with mine. That means a lot, Catherine. She held my gaze for a moment, and I saw something in her eyes. Sadness, relief, the complex emotions of someone about to end something they once cared about. Then she pulled away. I need to get to the office. I'll see you at 10 o'clock. She left. I poured myself coffee, sat at the kitchen island, looked out at the rain. In 4 hours, everything would change. I was ready. The boardroom on the 20th floor of the Harrington Industrial Solutions building was designed to impress. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Seattle. A table made from a single piece of reclaimed wood that had come from an old-growth Douglas fir. Leather chairs that cost more than most people's monthly rent. I'd helped design this room 3 years ago. Now I was sitting in it watching my wife prepare to fire me. The board members arrived at 9:45 a.m. Richard Harrington looking uncomfortable in a suit that was slightly too tight. James, his son, scrolling through his phone with the distracted air of someone who'd rather be elsewhere. Martin B. Exley, the lawyer, carrying an expensive leather portfolio and wearing the expression of a man who knew exactly what was about to happen. Dr. Patricia Morrison arrived at 9:50 and she caught my eye briefly, a small nod. Acknowledgement. David Okoro arrived last at 9:55, apologizing for traffic. He took a seat and immediately pulled out a leather notebook, old school, the kind where you write things by hand. Catherine sat at the head of the table. I sat 6 chairs down in the middle of the board arrangement, close enough to hear everything, far enough to maintain the illusion of separation. Thank you all for being here, Catherine began. Her voice was strong, confident, the voice of someone who'd practiced this speech multiple times. We have several items to cover today, but I want to start with the most significant operational restructuring. She pulled up a presentation on the large screen mounted on the wall slides she'd spent weeks perfecting. As you know, HIS has been operating on the same business development model for nearly 2 decades. While this model served us well under my father's leadership, the marketplace has evolved. Digital client acquisition is now the primary driver of growth in our industry. We need to pivot. She clicked to the next slide. Organization chart boxes and lines showing the current structure of the business development division. To that end, I'm proposing we restructure our business development team. We'll be eliminating 3 senior positions and 2 junior positions, redirecting those resources toward building out a digital marketing team and investing in CRM automation. My name wasn't on the slide yet, but everyone in the room knew it was coming. Daniel, Catherine said, and her voice softened slightly. Whether genuine emotion or performance, I couldn't tell. I want to thank you for your 8 years of service to this company. You've been instrumental in maintaining client relationships and representing his in the business community. Past tense again. However, your position is among those being eliminated as part of this restructuring. Your services," she paused, and I could see her choosing her words carefully, "are no longer aligned with our strategic direction." She clicked to another slide. Severance packages, 6 months salary, continuation of health benefits, standard corporate separation agreement. "We're offering a generous severance package," Catherine continued. "And of course, we'll provide excellent references for your next opportunity." Around the table, various board members were reacting in various ways. Richard looked sad. James looked bored. Martin Bexley looked satisfied. Patricia Morrison was watching me. David Okoro was writing something in his notebook. Catherine took a breath. And then, perhaps because she couldn't help herself, perhaps because she needed to fully own this moment, she added, "Your poor love is also no longer required." The words hung in the air. Several board members looked confused. Martin Bexley's eyes widened slightly. That hadn't been in the script, and lawyers hate when clients go off script. "I'm sorry," Patricia Morrison said. "Could you clarify that last statement?" Catherine realized her mistake. I meant his position. The position is no longer required. But the damage was done. She'd revealed something. Let the personal bleed into the professional. "Clear your office by tomorrow." Catherine continued trying to regain control and she stopped because I was laughing. Not loud, not hysterical, just a quiet, genuine laugh. Everyone turned to look at me. "I'm sorry," I said, still smiling. "I don't mean to interrupt. Please continue." Catherine's jaw tightened. "Is something funny, Daniel?" "No," I said. I stood up slowly and I nodded to her, polite, respectful, the consummate, professional. "Everything's perfectly clear. Thank you for the opportunity to serve this company and I'll have my office cleared by tomorrow morning." I turned to leave. "Daniel," Patricia Morrison said, "before you go, I have a few questions for Catherine about this restructuring plan. If you wouldn't mind staying for a moment." I paused, turned back. "Of course." Catherine looked uncertain. "Patricia, I'm not sure what questions you could have. The restructuring plan has been reviewed." "By whom?" David Okoro asked, looking up from his notebook. "By Martin and myself." "Not by the full board," Patricia said. It wasn't a question. The CEO has authority to make operational decisions without full board approval. Martin Bexley interjected. "That's clearly outlined in the corporate governance documents within certain parameters." David said, "Major restructuring that eliminates 20% of a division typically requires board consultation." Catherine's confident expression was cracking. "This is consultation. That's why we're having this meeting." "This isn't consultation," Patricia said gently. "This is notification. You've already made the decision. You've already prepared the severance packages. You've already set the timeline." She pulled out her own tablet. "I have been reviewing his operational performance over the past 9 months since you became CEO." Catherine's face pulled slightly. "Revenue is down 6% year over year. Employee satisfaction scores have dropped significantly. We've lost 2 major client contracts. Meanwhile, you've approved several large expenditures without competitive bidding, including," Patricia consulted her notes, "a $12 million contract with Cascade Tech Solutions that represents a 50% increase over their previous agreement. Cascade Tech Solutions is a proven partner." Catherine said the time savings from avoiding the RFP process justified the increased cost. "Did it?" David asked. "Because according to the analysis I received, other vendors could have provided similar services for 30% less. That's a $3.6 million difference. That's not time savings. That's wasteful spending." Catherine looked at Martin Bexley. "Where is this analysis coming from?" Patricia Morrison looked at me. "Daniel, this was it. The moment I'd been planning for 3 months. I reached into my bag and pulled out a folder. Not the full file that would come later if needed, but enough. The operational analysis. The financial data, the documentation of poor decisions. I've been documenting operational concerns for the past several months," I said. My voice was calm, level. As someone who's worked closely with this company for 8 years, I felt it was my responsibility to ensure board members had complete information. I handed copies to Patricia and David. Richard and James looked confused. Martin Bexley looked furious. Catherine looked betrayed. "You went behind my back." He said, "I provided information to board members who have a fiduciary duty to oversee company operations." I corrected. "That's not going behind your back. That's ensuring proper corporate governance. This is inappropriate." Martin Bexley said, "Daniel, as an employee facing termination, You have a clear conflict of interest. Which is why I'm not asking the board to take any action on my behalf. I said, I accept the termination. I accept the severance package, but the board has a right to know that there are serious operational concerns that go beyond my individual employment. Patricia was reading through the documents. So was David. This is quite detailed, Patricia said. I'm thorough, I replied. Catherine stood up. This meeting is not about Daniel's personal analysis of company operations. This meeting is about restructuring the business development division. This meeting is about the CEO's judgment, David interrupted. And frankly, Catherine, based on what I'm seeing here, I have serious concerns about your decision-making over the past 9 months. I've been CEO for 9 months, Catherine shot back. I'm entitled to make changes. You're entitled to make competent changes, Patricia said. Changes that improve the company, not damage it. Changes that are made for strategic reasons, not personal ones. Silence. The words personal ones hung in the air like smoke. Catherine looked at me, really looked at me, and I saw the moment she understood. I knew. I knew about Trevor. I knew about the affair. I knew about all of it. I think, I said quietly, we should table the discussion about my termination for now. The board clearly needs to have a broader conversation about operational strategy. I looked at Catherine. I'll wait outside. I walked out of the boardroom. The door closed behind me with that same soft, expensive click. And in the hallway with rain pattering against the windows and the city spread out below like a gray watercolor painting, I started laughing again because tomorrow morning was still going to be fun. The board meeting lasted 4 hours. I sat in the employee lounge on the 20th floor drinking terrible coffee from the communal Keurig machine and watching rain streak down the windows. Other employees came and went, eyeing me curiously. Word had apparently spread that something significant was happening in the boardroom, but nobody asked questions. At 2:15 p.m., my phone buzzed. Patricia Morrison, we need to talk. Not today. Tomorrow. 9 a.m. same coffee shop. Me, I'll be there. At 2:47 p.m., David Aoro emerged from the boardroom. He saw me, nodded once, and headed for the elevators without a word. At 3:30 p.m., Richard and James left together, talking in low voices. At 4:15 p.m., Martin Bexley stormed out, his face red, his expensive leather portfolio clutched under his arm like a shield. At 5 p.m., Catherine finally emerged. She looked exhausted. Her perfect CEO armor had cracked somewhere around hour 3, and now she just looked like a woman who'd been through an ordeal. She saw me. Our eyes met. We need to talk, she said. I agree. Not here. Home. I'll meet you there. I drove separately, which gave me time to think, to prepare, to center myself for whatever was coming. When I arrived at our house in Madison Park, the house Robert Harrington had gifted us, the house where we'd built 12 years of life together. Catherine was already there, standing in the kitchen with a glass of wine. Want one? She asked. No, she nodded, took a long drink, set the glass down. How long have you known? She asked. About all of it. The restructuring plan, the termination, she couldn't quite say it. The affair? I replied. Since June. June. She closed her eyes. How? I found your file. Transition plan. Very thorough, by the way. Very strategic. Daniel. And then I hired a private investigator. He confirmed what I'd already suspected. You and Trevor Walsh. 8 months. Hotels in Bellevue, Kirkland, sometimes Portland when you're supposedly at conferences. Catherine's face had gone pale. You hired a private investigator. I did. I have video evidence, audio recordings, phone records, financial documentation showing that you approved a $12 million contract for his company 2 months after your affair started. I paused. I have everything, Catherine. Every lie, every calculation, every moment. You decided I was disposable. She sat down heavily on one of the kitchen bar stools. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. How is it supposed to happen? You fire me in front of the board. I accept my adequate severance package. We have an amicable divorce and you move on with Trevor. Was that the plan? It's more complicated than that. Explain it to me then. Make me understand how 12 years of marriage becomes your services are no longer required. Catherine looked up at me and there were tears in her eyes. Real tears, I thought. Not performance. You were never supposed to be permanent, she said quietly. You understand that, don't you? My father chose you, not me. He chose you because you were safe, because you were moldable, because you were the acceptable husband who wouldn't threaten the family legacy. And her voice broke. I tried, Daniel. I really tried to love you the way you deserved. But you were always his choice, not mine. The words should have hurt more than they did. Maybe I'd known all along. Maybe some part of me had always understood that Catherine Harrington, brilliant and beautiful and born into Seattle aristocracy, had settled for me, had made the practical choice, had married the consultant from Tacoma because her father approved and because I fit the role of supportive husband. So Trevor is your choice? I asked Trevor as she struggled for words. Trevor is someone who sees me as an equal who wants to build something with me, not just support something I'm building. Who doesn't look at me like I'm some impossible standard he's trying to live up to. I never looked at you that way. You did. You do. You've spent 12 years trying to be good enough for me, for my family, for this life. And I've spent 12 years feeling guilty that you had to try so hard. There was truth in that painful, complicated truth. So, you decided to end it, I said professionally and personally. Clean break. I thought it would be easier for both of us if we ripped off the bandage in front of the board. That was a mistake. The personal comment. I didn't mean to. She wiped her eyes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. But you meant it. I meant that we're over. That we've been over for a long time and neither of us has had the courage to admit it. Maybe she was right. Maybe we had been over. Maybe I'd been holding on to something that was already dead, preserved only by routine and obligation and the fear of starting over. But that didn't excuse what she'd done. You could have talked to me, I said. You could have been honest. Instead, you made a strategic plan for my removal. You treated me like a problem to be solved, not a person you'd built a life with. I know. And you started an affair with a business partner. You used your position as CEO to benefit Trevor's company. You compromised his interests for personal reasons. It's not that simple. It's exactly that simple. And now the board knows it. Patricia and David are going to recommend a full operational review. They're going to scrutinize every decision you've made since becoming CEO. They're going to find all the places where your judgment failed. Catherine's tears stopped. Her expression hardened. What do you want? What do I want from this conversation? From this situation? You clearly have leverage. You have evidence. You could destroy me if you wanted to. So, what do you want? I thought about that. I'd spent 3 months planning this moment. 3 months documenting and researching and building my case. 3 months imagining exactly how I dismantled Catherine's world the way she'd planned to dismantle mine. But standing here in our kitchen, looking at my wife of 12 years, seeing her scared and angry and cornered, I realized something. I didn't want it to destroy her. I wanted her to understand. I want you to know that I wasn't disposable, I said finally. I want you to know that the years we spent together mattered, even if they're over. I want you to know that you made choices and those choices had consequences and you don't get to control how this ends just because you're the CEO. Catherine stared at me. I'm going to take the severance package, I continued. I'm going to clear my office tomorrow. I'm going to move out. We're going to get divorced and we're going to split everything fairly, no matter what you thought fair meant in your transition plan, Daniel, but I'm also going to make sure the board knows everything. Not the affair. That's between you and Trevor and your own conscience, but the operational issues, the financial concerns, the pattern of poor judgment. The board needs to know because his deserves better than a CEO who's making decisions based on emotions and relationships instead of strategy. They'll force me out. Catherine said quietly. If you give them all that evidence, they'll ask for my resignation. Maybe. Or maybe they'll give you a chance to fix it. To prove you can lead without letting personal complications cloud your judgment. That's up to you. I picked up my keys from the counter. I'll be staying at a hotel tonight. Tomorrow, I'll come by to pack some things. We can figure out the details later. I walked toward the door. Daniel, Catherine called. I turned. For what it's worth, she said, you were always too good for this, for me, for this family, for all of it. No, I said. I was exactly good enough. You just never saw it. I left. I met Patricia Morrison at the same coffee shop near the University of Washington campus the next morning at 9 a.m. sharp. She was already there. 2 cups of coffee waiting on the table. You look tired, she said as I sat down. Long night. I imagine so. She pushed one of the coffees toward me. The board met again last night. Emergency session without Catherine. I sipped the coffee. It was better than the office Keurig swill. And we've decided to conduct a full operational review, external consultants, complete audit of every major decision made since Catherine became CEO. It'll take 3 months, maybe longer. What happens to Catherine in the meantime? She remains CEO, but with enhanced board oversight. Every major decision has to be approved by myself and David. She's essentially on probation. I nodded. That's fair, is it? Patricia studied me. You could have pushed for more. You could have demanded her resignation. The evidence you provided was damning enough. I could have. I agreed. But that's not what this is about. What is it about? Accountability. Catherine made mistakes, big ones. But she's not incompetent. She's brilliant. Actually, she just let personal issues compromise her judgment. If she can separate those things, if she can focus on the actual work of running his, she might be great at it. Patricia smiled slightly. You're more generous than most people would be in your position. Maybe. Or maybe I just understand that revenge isn't the same as justice. Wise words. She pulled out a folder. Speaking of which, the board would like to make you an offer. I raised an eyebrow. I'm fired. Remember, you're terminated from your business development position, but we'd like to hire you as a consultant. 6-month contract. You'll work directly with the external auditors, providing operational context and institutional knowledge. Essentially, you'll help clean up the mess. I stared at her. You're serious completely. David suggested it. He was impressed by the quality of your analysis. He said anyone who could document operational failures that thoroughly probably has good ideas about how to fix them. Catherine will hate this. Catherine doesn't have a choice. The board is invoking its oversight authority. If she wants to remain CEO, she has to accept our conditions. And one of those conditions is that we bring in people we trust to help with the operational review. I thought about it. Working at his for another 6 months, seeing Catherine regularly, navigating the awkward reality of being her soon-to-be ex-husband who's also consulting for the company she runs. It sounded complicated. It sounded messy. It sounded exactly like the kind of challenge I needed. What's the pay? I asked. Patricia named a figure that was double my former salary. I almost choked on my coffee. That's excessive. That's market rate for operational consultants with your level of expertise and institutional knowledge. Take it or leave it. I took it. I spent the morning clearing my office. 8 years of accumulated work life. Files, awards I'd never asked for, photos from company events, the fancy coffee mug Catherine had given me on our 5th anniversary. Random desk supplies that I'd probably never use but felt wrong leaving behind. I was packing it all into boxes when someone knocked on my door. Come in, I said without looking up. Hey. I turned. James Harrington stood in the doorway looking uncomfortable. He'd always looked uncomfortable in business settings. Too tall for office furniture. Too creative for corporate culture. Too much his mother's son to thrive in his father's empire. Hey, I said. I heard what happened in the board meeting after you left. Did you? He nodded. Catherine lost it. Started yelling at Patricia and David. Said you'd sabotaged her, that you'd violated her trust, that you were bitter about the marriage ending. Am I bitter? James thought about that. I don't know, man. Are you? Ask me in 6 months. He laughed, then sobered. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about all of it. Catherine's my cousin, and I love her, but what she did, the way she did it, that wasn't right. No, I agreed. It wasn't. You were always good to her, to all of us. You were, he struggled for words. You were the one who made sense. You know, everyone else in this family is so caught up in the legacy and the expectations and the performance of being a Harrington. But you were just you. It was refreshing. Thanks, James. I mean it, he hesitated. Are you going to be okay? Yeah, I said. And I meant it. I'm going to be fine. He nodded, turned to leave, then stopped. Daniel, when you figure out what you're doing next after all this consultant work for the board, call me. I'm working on something. Photography project might turn into a business. Could use someone who understands operations and isn't afraid to tell me when my creative ideas are financially insane. I smiled. I'll call you. He left. I went back to packing. By noon, my office was empty. Just blank walls and a clean desk and the faint outline where my nameplate had been on the door. I was loading the last box into my car when my phone rang. Catherine. I almost didn't answer, but that felt cowardly. Hello. The board offered you a consultant position. Her voice was flat. Controlled. They did. You accepted. I did. Silence on the line. I could hear her breathing. Hear the sound of her office in the background. The soft hum of HVAC. The distant murmur of the floor below. This is cruel, Daniel. This is business. I replied, echoing her words from yesterday. The board wants operational oversight. I have operational expertise. It's a logical fit. You know that's not what I mean. What do you mean? You're going to be here at his working with the people, auditing my decisions, constantly reminding everyone that I failed, that I compromised the company, that her voice cracked, That I destroyed us for nothing. Not for nothing, I said gently. You destroyed us for Trevor, for the life you thought you wanted. For freedom from being Robert Harrington's daughter who married the acceptable husband. That's something. God, I hate you right now. No, you don't. You hate that I'm not making this easy. You hate that I'm not just disappearing like you planned. But you don't hate me. Another silence. I signed the divorce papers. Catherine said Martin filed them this morning. You'll be served in the next few days. Okay, that's it. Just okay. What did you want me to say? That I'll fight it? That I'll make it difficult? I told you last night we're getting divorced. We're splitting everything fairly. I'm not going to be vindictive, but you're going to be here at the company for 6 months and then I'll move on. We'll both move on. This is temporary, Catherine. All of this is temporary. I could hear her thinking, processing, trying to find the angle, the strategy, the way to regain control of a situation that had slipped through her fingers. Finally, will you at least be professional? Have I ever been anything else? She laughed, bitter, but genuine. No, you've always been professional, even when you probably shouldn't have been. Is that a compliment? I don't know what it is. I watched rain start to fall again. Light drizzle making tiny rivers on my windshield. I should go, Daniel. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I said it last night, but I need you to know I'm genuinely sorry for all of it. I know, I said. And I did. Catherine was many things. Calculating, strategic, sometimes cold. But she wasn't cruel for cruelty's sake. She'd made choices she thought were right. Choices she thought were necessary. And those choices had blown up in her face. She was sorry. It just didn't change anything. Goodbye, Catherine. Goodbye. I hung up. I sat in my car for a long time watching the rain, thinking about 12 years of marriage that had ended with 2 goodbyes in a parking garage. Then I started the engine and drove away. The next 6 months were strange. I was back at his, but not really. I had an office on the 19th floor, 1 floor down from the executive suite, which felt symbolic. And I worked with the external auditing team that Patricia and David had brought in. The auditors were exactly what you'd expect. Hyper-competent, detail-oriented professionals who asked uncomfortable questions and didn't care about politics or feelings. They interviewed everyone. They reviewed every contract. They analyzed every financial decision Catherine had made since becoming CEO. My role was to provide context, to explain the history behind decisions, to identify the patterns that numbers alone couldn't show. It was fascinating work actually, and it was therapeutic. I got to see his the way I'd always wanted to see it, clearly, objectively, without the complications of being the CEO's husband or the acceptable son-in-law or the guy from Tacoma who married up. I was just a consultant doing a job. Catherine and I developed a careful dance during those months. We'd see each other in the elevator, in the halls, occasionally in meetings. We'd nod, we'd say hello, we'd be professionally cordial. We never talked about anything personal. The divorce proceeded smoothly, which surprised me. Catherine's lawyer and my lawyer negotiated everything with minimal drama. We split the joint accounts 50-50. I took the condo in Capitol Hill. Catherine bought out my interest in the Madison Park house, which was fine. That place had too many memories anyway. When we divided the wedding gifts and the art and the furniture like we were liquidating a business partnership, which I suppose we were. By January, we were officially divorced. By February, the auditors released their findings. I was in Patricia Morrison's office when she gave me the advanced copy of the report. "This is confidential," she said. "The board will review it next week, but I wanted you to see it first." I read through the executive summary. The auditors had found significant operational inefficiencies. They'd found several decisions that had cost the company money unnecessarily. They'd found governance violations, minor ones, but violations nonetheless. But they'd also found that Catherine's core strategic vision was sound. Her focus on digital transformation made sense. Her push for sustainable solutions was forward-thinking. Her attempts to modernize Hace's operations were necessary if poorly executed. The report recommended significant oversight for the next year, but it didn't recommend termination. Catherine could stay if she could learn from her mistakes. What happens now? I asked Patricia. The board presents this to Catherine. We give her a clear choice. Accept enhanced oversight, implement the recommended changes, and prove she can lead effectively or resign. And if she accepts, then we spend the next year watching her very carefully. You'll be part of that. The board wants to extend your contract. I'd been expecting this. For how long? Another year, same terms, same pay. You'd continue providing operational consulting but also helping implement the recommended changes. Essentially, you'd be an unofficial COO reporting directly to the board. I thought about that a year working near Catherine, rebuilding the company her father had left her. It should have felt wrong. Instead, it felt right. I'll do it, I said, on one condition: name it. I want operational authority. Real authority, not just consulting. If I'm going to help fix this place, I need to be able to make decisions. Patricia smiled. Done. I'll have Martin draw up the contract. The board meeting where Catherine received the audit findings was scheduled for March 3rd. 1 year exactly since Robert Harrington had his stroke. The poetry of that timing wasn't lost on anyone. I wasn't invited to the meeting. This was between Catherine and the board, but Patricia called me afterward. She took it better than expected, Patricia said. She read the report. She listened to our concerns. She didn't make excuses. What did she say? She said she understood that she'd made mistakes, that she wanted the opportunity to fix them. And Trevor Walsh, Patricia paused. She ended it 3 weeks ago, apparently told him she needed to focus on the company. No distractions. I felt something at that news. Not jealousy exactly, not satisfaction. Just a kind of recognition that Catherine was making different choices now, better choices. There's something else, Patricia said. Catherine asked if she could talk to you privately. She said she has something she needs to tell you about. She wouldn't say, but she was insistent. Said it was important. I agreed to meet her. We met at a neutral location, a park near Green Lake, far from our old life together. It was early March and Seattle was doing that thing where winter transitions to spring, rain one moment, sun the next, everything green and gray and full of contradictory promise. Catherine was waiting by the lake when I arrived. She looked different, softer, maybe less CEO armor, more human being. She was wearing jeans and a sweater and her hair was down and she looked more like the woman I'd married than the woman who'd fired me. Thanks for meeting me, she said. Patricia said you had something important to tell me. I do. She took a breath. I've been thinking a lot about the past year, about what happened, about how we got here. And I realized something. What? You knew long before the board meeting. Long before I fired you, you knew I was planning to end things. And you let me walk into that meeting thinking I had all the power, thinking I was in control, and then you systematically dismantled my plan. You outplayed me. I didn't confirm or deny it. And the thing is, Catherine continued, you could have been cruel about it. You could have exposed the affair. You could have humiliated me. You could have demanded my resignation, but you didn't. You just made sure I understood what I'd lost, what I'd thrown away. Catherine, let me finish. She looked at me directly. I was wrong about so many things, but mostly I was wrong about you. You weren't the acceptable husband. You weren't the guy from Tacoma who married up. You were the best thing that ever happened to me. And I was too blind and too arrogant and too caught up in my own to see it. The words hung between us. I don't expect you to forgive me, she said. And I'm not asking to get back together. That ship has sailed. But I needed you to know you were never disposable. You were never inadequate. You were always exactly enough. I was just too stupid to appreciate it. I looked at her, at this woman I'd loved for 12 years. At this complicated, brilliant, flawed person who'd shaped my adult life. Thank you, I said finally, for saying that. Do you forgive me? I don't know, I said honestly. Ask me in another year. She smiled, sad, but genuine. Fair. We stood there for a while, watching ducks paddle across Green Lake, watching joggers pass by, watching the city wake up around us. I'm going to be good at this, Catherine said suddenly. At running his, I'm going to prove to the board and to you and to everyone that I can do this right. I know you will. How do you know? Because you're Robert Harrington's daughter. And when you decide to do something, you do it perfectly. You just needed to decide to do the right thing instead of the easy thing. She looked at me. When did you get so wise? When I spent 3 months watching my marriage end and realized I had 2 choices. Become bitter or become better. I chose better. I'm glad. She said the world needs better. God knows I need better. We said goodbye after that. A real goodbye this time. Not the parking garage goodbye or the kitchen goodbye or any of the other false endings we'd had over the past year. This was the real ending. And it was okay. I signed the 1-year contract extension with his in late March. The work was challenging and satisfying in ways my old business development role never had been. I was finally using my actual skills, operational analysis, process improvement, strategic thinking instead of just schmoozing clients over expensive dinners. I worked with Catherine occasionally. Our relationship remained professional. Sometimes I'd catch her looking at me during meetings with an expression I couldn't quite read. Regret, respect, some complicated mix of both. It didn't matter. We had a job to do. By summer, His numbers were improving. Revenue stabilized. Employee satisfaction scores started climbing back up. We renegotiated several contracts, including the Cascade Tech Solutions Agreement, which Trevor Walsh accepted with professional grace, and saved the company millions. The board noticed, "You're good at this," David Okoro told me after a particularly successful quarterly review. "You should think about doing this long-term consulting, operational turnarounds. You have a gift." I had been thinking about it actually, and I'd been thinking about James Harrington's offer from months ago. The photography business that needed someone who understood operations. By September, I'd made my decision. I gave the board notice in late September. My contract was up in March and I wouldn't be renewing. I'd completed what I'd come back to do. Help stabilize his help implement the audit recommendations. Help Catherine become the CEO she was capable of being. It was time to move on. Patricia Morrison took me to lunch on my second to last day. "We'll miss you," she said. The board wanted me to extend another offer, permanent position, chief operating officer, full executive compensation package. "I appreciate that," I said, "but no." "May I ask why?" "Because this was never supposed to be permanent. I came back to finish something, to close a chapter, but my future isn't at his. It never was." "What is your future?" I told her about James' photography business, about the plan we'd been developing, about how I'd finally figured out that I didn't need to work for a dynasty or live up to someone else's expectations or be the acceptable anything. I could just be Daniel Chen, consultant and business partner and person who helped creative people turn their dreams into sustainable enterprises. Patricia smiled. "Robert would have been proud of you, would he?" "Absolutely. He always said the mark of a good man wasn't how he handled success, but how he handled betrayal. You handled it with grace. I handled it with strategy. I corrected. Grace came later." She laughed. "Fair distinction. My last day at his was March 2, 2026. 2 years almost to the day since Robert Harrington's stroke. 1 year and 5 months since Catherine had fired me in that boardroom. The company threw me a small goodbye party in the evening. Nothing elaborate, just cake and coffee and a few kind words from various people I'd worked with over the years. Catherine gave a short speech. "Daniel Chen has been part of the Harrington family for 14 years, she said. She was standing by the windows, backlit by the Seattle skyline, just like she'd been during my firing. But her voice was different now. Warmer, real. He's been a colleague, a friend, a partner, and occasionally a pain in my ass when I needed someone to tell me I was wrong. People laughed. He's helped this company more than most people know. He's helped me more than I deserve. And while I'm sad to see him go, I'm excited to see what he builds next. Because if there's one thing I've learned about Daniel, it's that he's very good at building things, even when other people are actively trying to tear them down." Her eyes met mine on that last sentence. Message received. After the party, after most people had left, Catherine approached me. "Can we talk?" she asked one last time. "Sure." We went to the boardroom. Empty now. Just us and the city lights and the ghosts of all the meetings we'd had in this space. "I have something for you," Catherine said. She handed me an envelope. I opened it. Inside was a check. A big check. 6 figures. "What is this?" "Your share," Catherine said, "of the Madison Park house. When we divorced, I bought you out at market rate, but the house appreciated significantly in the years since. I'm paying you the difference. It's what you're owed." I stared at the check. "You didn't have to do this." "Yes, I did. You were right when you said I treated you like you were disposable. You were right about a lot of things. This is me acknowledging that. This is me making it right." I folded the check, put it in my pocket. "Thank you. Thank you," she said, "for everything. For not destroying me when you could have. For helping me become better. For," her voice caught, "for being exactly who you were, even when I couldn't appreciate it." We stood there in the boardroom for a long moment. Then Catherine did something unexpected. She hugged me. It was brief, professional almost, but real. "Be happy, Daniel," she whispered. "You deserve it." "You, too," I said. We separated. She nodded once, then turned and walked out of the boardroom. I stood there alone for a few more minutes, looking out at Seattle, at the city where I'd built and lost and rebuilt a life. Then I turned off the lights and walked out, and I'm sitting in a coffee shop in Capitol Hill on a Saturday morning in March 2028, reading the Seattle Times. The headline on the business section makes me smile. Harrington Industrial Solutions posts record profits under CEO Catherine Harrington. The article is glowing. It talks about how Catherine has transformed us into a leader in sustainable industrial solutions, how she's expanded into new markets, how employee satisfaction is at an all-time high, How she's become one of Seattle's most respected CEOs. It mentions in passing that she's engaged to a local architect named David Park. No mention of Trevor Walsh. That chapter is closed. Good for her. My phone buzzes. Text from James Harrington. James, finished editing the photos from the Iceland shoot. Want to come by the studio later? Also, potential investor meeting next week. Need you to make me sound financially responsible. Me? I'll do my best. That's a tall order, James. Rude, but fair. I smile and put my phone away. Harrington Creative Group is thriving. James' photography business has expanded into video production, commercial work, even some documentary projects. I handle the operations, the finances, the boring parts that allow James to focus on being creative. We're profitable, growing, building something that matters. I'm building something that matters, and I'm doing it on my own terms, with my own choices, without needing anyone's approval or validation. The coffee shop door opens, and someone sits down across from me. Sorry I'm late, she says. Traffic was terrible. Her name is Sarah. She's a public defender. We met at a mutual friend's dinner party 6 months ago, and we've been seeing each other since. She's brilliant and funny, and she has no idea who the Harrington family is, which is refreshing. How was court? I ask. Long, frustrating. I won, though. Of course you did. She steals a sip of my coffee. What are you reading? I show her the article about Catherine. That's your ex-wife, right? Yeah. She sounds impressive. She is. Sarah studies me. Do you regret it? The divorce. I think about that about 12 years of marriage. About the termination plan and the betrayal and the systematic dismantling of someone else's revenge. About the morning after the board meeting when I'd sat in my car laughing because I knew tomorrow was going to be fun. It had been fun. Painful, complicated, messy, but fundamentally deeply fun. Not because I'd enjoyed hurting Catherine, but because I'd finally understood my own worth. Because I'd stopped being the acceptable husband and started being myself. No, I tell Sarah. I don't regret it. It was necessary. We were necessary for a time, but we're not anymore. And now I'm here with you building something new. That's enough. Sarah smiles, leans over, and kisses me. Good answer. We sit there for a while drinking coffee, talking about nothing important, watching the city move around us. Later, I'll go to James' studio. Later, I'll review the financials for our next quarter. Later, I'll call my mother, who retired to Arizona and calls me weekly to make sure I'm eating properly and tell her about Sarah, about work, about life. Later, I'll live the life I chose instead of the life someone else chose for me. But right now, I'm just sitting in a coffee shop on a Saturday morning, reading the newspaper, drinking coffee with someone I care about. Right now, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And tomorrow will be whatever I make it.
That brings this story to an end. Honestly, a pretty interesting one if you ask me. Let me know your thoughts down below, and let's start with the next one right away. This one is titled,
At an event, my wife mocked my failing business and left for her boss. I didn't tell her, I just sold my patent for $173 million. When she and her lawyer tried to sue me, the judge destroyed them. Look, I'm not saying I wanted my marriage to implode in front of 50 strangers wearing rental tuxedos and knockoff lube-out tants. But if it had to happen, at least the appetizers were decent. The Downtown Children's Foundation Gala. Because nothing says I care about underprivileged youth quite like dropping $300 a plate to eat salmon that tastes like it was seasoned with good intentions and tax write-offs. I'm standing there in my department store suit. The one Leia said made me look approachable, which I'm pretty sure is wife code for poor but trying. Watching her work the room like she's campaigning for governor of Fake Laugh County. Her red dress, the sparkly one that cost more than my first car, catches every light in the ballroom, which I'm convinced was her entire strategy. Be seen, be remembered. Be anything except associated with the guy nursing ginger ale at table 7 because the wine tastes like somebody's regret fermented in a gym sock. That's when it happens. Graham Steele, her boss, her mentor, her walking LinkedIn post made flesh, leans back in his chair with that smile, rich people, where when they're about to say something they think is hilarious. You know the smile, the one that screams, I haven't faced real consequences since 2003. He's got this whole silver fox thing going on, complete with the kind of watch that costs more than most people's student loans. And he's holding court at our table like he personally funded the entire charity by cashing in his spare yacht. Eel is sitting beside him close enough that I'm starting to wonder if there's a corporate team building exercise I missed that involves aggressive personal space invasion. Someone at the table, I think it's Denise from accounting, but honestly, Everyone in marketing looks the same after the third forced smile, asks me how my business is going. Before I can answer, before I can even formulate the words that would politely indicate my company exists and functions like a normal goddamn enterprise, Leia jumps in. And she doesn't just jump in, she cannonballs into the conversation with the confidence of someone who's been workshopping this bit. "Oh, Miles is still tinkering with his little tech dream," she says, her laugh bright enough to signal aircraft. She touches Graham's arm and yeah, I notice I'm not blind and continues, "Poor guy doesn't realize his business is drowning faster than a goldfish in Red Bull." The table erupts. I mean, absolutely loses it. Graham's doing that thing where he throws his head back like her joke just wanna pull her. Denise is wiping her eyes. Some dude I've never met is slapping the table. Even the waiter pauses mid-pour to crack a smile, which honestly feels like a betrayal of the service industry code. I take a sip of my water, the fancy kind with cucumber slices floating in it like little life rafts of irony. And I smile. Not a big smile, just enough to indicate I'm a good sport, that I can take a joke. That I'm the kind of guy who doesn't make scenes at charity gall. Inside I'm doing calculations. $173 million. That's $173 million American after taxes sitting in my account as of 3:47 this afternoon when I signed the final wire transfer authorization while Leia was getting her hair done for this exact event. My little tech dream that's apparently drowning. Yeah, Irongate Security just threw at the mother of all life preservers. And that life preserver is made of government contracts and military-grade encryption patents. But I don't say any of this because here's what I've learned about rich people, about successful people, about people who win. They don't announce their victories at the same event where they're being mocked. That's amateur hour. That's what people do in movies right before everything falls apart. Real winners, we smile. We nod. We memorize every single face that laughed. And oh, am I memorizing Denise with her horse laugh and her off-brand Hermes bag, Graham with his hand now definitely too low on my wife's back to qualify as professional mentorship. The random tech bro who I think does something with blockchain because of course he does. Grinning like someone just validated his entire existence. I'm filing away every smirk, every chuckle, every person who thought it was hilarious to watch a man get roasted by his own wife at a children's charity event. The irony isn't lost on me, by the way. We're here to help kids who've got nothing. And these people are getting their entertainment from mocking a guy they think is broke. Real humanitarian energy in this room tonight. Leia's still going, riding the high of her successful burn. I keep telling him, "Honey, maybe it's time to consider consulting work or teaching," she says, making air quotes with her manicured fingers. But he's stubborn. Thinks his little security camera encryption thing is going to revolutionize the industry. Graham leans in and Jesus, dude, personal space and says, "Well, we all need dreamers, right?" Keeps the rest of us employed when reality hits. More laughter. The waiter's now actively eavesdropping. I'm pretty sure someone at the next table is filming this for their Instagram story with some caption about awkward charity dinner moments. LOL. I take another sip of my fancy cucumber water and think about the email sitting in my phone right now. The one from Elaine Porter, CEO of Irongate, with the subject line, "Congratulations, Mr. Carter." The one that confirms my little security camera encryption thing is now the backbone of digital security infrastructure for half the defense contractors in the Western Hemisphere. Leia catches my eye for just a second. And there's something there. Not guilt. She's way past that, but maybe a flicker of curiosity about why I'm not defending myself. Why I'm just sitting here smiling like an idiot, letting her turn our marriage into a comedy routine for her boss's amusement. I could tell her right now. I could pull out my phone, show her the wire transfer confirmation, watch her face go through all 5 stages of grief in real time while her colleagues try to figure out how to unlaw at their own jokes. It would be spectacular. It would be satisfying. It would be the kind of moment that gets reenacted in divorce court and talked about at future galas when people need a story about karma. But I don't, because that's not how you play this game. You don't show your cards when everyone's still betting against you. You wait, you smile. You let them think they've won. And then when they're absolutely convinced they've got you figured out, when they've committed fully to their narrative about the sad little husband with his failing business, that's when you show them what winning actually looks like. So, I finish my water, excuse myself from the table with a polite nod, and head home alone. Leia staying for the networking portion of the evening, which I'm 90% sure is code for Graham's hotel suite, has a mini bar, and poor judgment. I get back to our apartment. Well, technically her apartment now since I'm already planning my exit strategy. And I make myself a peanut butter sandwich. Not because I can't afford better. Not because I'm depressed, but because sometimes when you've just sold your company for the kind of money that makes financial advisors weep with joy, You need something simple, something real, something that doesn't come with cucumber slices and passive-aggressive commentary. I sit on the couch eating my sandwich, replaying the entire evening in my head, every laugh, every smirk, every moment my wife chose her boss's validation over her husband's dignity. And I smile. Well, I say to my empty apartment, raising my sandwich like a toast. Guess I'm officially single, but also rich. So, really, I think I'm coming out ahead here. Tomorrow, I'll call Henry Wolf, my lawyer, and the only person who knew about the Irongate deal. Tomorrow, I'll start moving assets, restructuring accounts, and building the kind of legal fortress that makes divorce attorneys retire early. Tomorrow, I'll begin the process of excising Leah from my life with the precision of a surgeon and the pettiness of someone who just got mocked at a charity gala. But tonight, I'm just a guy with a peanut butter sandwich and $173 million worth of vindication waiting in the wings. And honestly, that's enough. Let me take you back to when I wasn't the guy with 173 million reasons to smile. Back when I was just Miles Carter, the idiot with a garage full of circuit boards and a dream that everyone, and I mean everyone, thought was adorable in that he still believes in Santa kind of way. My origin story isn't exactly Marvel material. No radioactive spiders, no dead parents motivating my journey, no mystical training montage in the Himalayas. Just me. A decent laptop I bought refurbished off eBay, a toolbox I inherited from my dad, and an unfortunate tendency to lie awake at 3 a.m. thinking about encryption algorithms while normal people were doing normal things like sleeping or having healthy relationships. Lockwave Systems started in my garage in 2019. And when I say garage, I don't mean some Silicon Valley legend where garage actually means facility funded by venture capitalists. I mean, an actual garage. The kind with oil stains on the concrete, a concerning spider population, and insulation so bad that I coated in a winter jacket from November through March. My first office chair was a folding lawn chair that gave me posture problems. I'm still paying a chiropractor to fix. The business model was simple, almost boring. Encryption modules for small business security cameras. See, everyone was freaking out about Ring doorbells and how they could be hacked. About security footage being accessed by randos in Belarus, about privacy being dead and buried somewhere between Facebook and that time Target predicted a teenager's pregnancy before her parents knew. Small businesses, your mom and pop shops, local gyms, small medical practices, they all had cameras and they all had zero idea how vulnerable they were. So I built something that made their systems actually secure. Not. We promise your data is safe, secure, but you need a quantum computer and the patience of a monk to crack this secure military-grade encryption for people who could barely afford a decent point-of-sale system. It wasn't sexy. It wasn't going to get me on magazine covers or invited to TED Talks, but it worked and it mattered and it paid the bills. Well, most of the bills. Sometimes when clients actually paid on time, which was about as frequent as honest politicians. That's where I was when I met Leah. Small Tech Expo 2020, right before the world decided to shut down and make Zuma a verb. She was working the marketing booth for some startup that sold organic dog food or sustainable yoga mats or whatever middle-class guilt was trending that quarter. I was demonstrating my encryption software to absolutely nobody because my booth was between the bathrooms and the emergency exit. Prime real estate for being ignored. She walked over during a lull, probably because she was bored and I looked harmless. Dark hair, sharp eyes, smile that could sell ice to Eskimos or convince you that cryptocurrency was a sound investment strategy. We started talking. She asked what I did. I explained the whole security camera encryption thing, expecting her eyes to glaze over like everyone else's did when I got technical, but she didn't glaze over. She leaned in. Ask questions. Good questions, too. Not that I'm pretending to care kind. She understood the business potential before I did. Honestly, told me I was thinking too small, that I should be pitching to corporate clients, that my Ashuk small business routine was leaving millions on the table. I fell for her right there between the organic dog food and the emergency exit. Sue me, I'm a sucker for anyone who takes my weird little encryption obsession seriously. We dated for 6 months before moving in together. She loved the dreamer thing back then. Called me her brilliant weirdo. Brought coffee to the garage while I worked. Posted Instagram stories about supporting your partner's hustle with pictures of my workspace that she'd artfully arranged to look charmingly chaotic instead of just chaotic. The proposal happened in that same garage. Not because I'm unromantic. Okay, maybe a little, but because that's where we'd spend our best moments. I just landed my first major contract, $30,000 from a regional bank chain. I was flying high, convinced I'd made it, that this was the beginning of something huge. I proposed with a ring I'd saved 6 months to buy. Nothing fancy, but honest. She said yes. She cried. She told me she believed in us, in me, in our future. And for a while, she meant it. I think she actually meant it. The wedding was small. Her parents didn't quite know what to make of me. The guy who worked in a garage and talked about encryption like it was poetry. My mom loved her immediately, which should have been a red flag because my mom loves everyone, including the Jehovah's Witnesses who show up quarterly to discuss salvation. We honeymooned in Sedona because it was cheap and beautiful, and neither of us had ever seen red rocks that made you question your life choices in a good way. Year 1 of marriage was decent. Lockwave was growing, not exploding, but growing. I hired my first employee, a kid named Marcus, who was better at code than I was and willing to work for equity and pizza. Layat got promoted to senior marketing associate at some firm downtown. We had date nights. We laughed. We talked about maybe buying a house, having kids someday, doing all the things people do when they think they've figured out the formula. Year 2, things shifted. Subtle at first, like a car alignment that's slightly off, but you don't notice until you've been driving crooked for months. Ila's job became more demanding. She started working later, bringing stress home like a contagious disease. I was working crazy hours too, chasing contracts, debugging code, trying to scale a business with the resources of a lemonade stand. We started existing in the same space instead of sharing it. She'd come home, pour wine, complain about her boss, Graham, the same Graham who'd eventually become her emotional affair partner. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I'd listen, nod, offer solutions that she didn't want because she wasn't looking for solutions. She was looking for validation that her problems were the worst problems anyone had ever had. My business became the punching bag. When money was tight, it was because I wasn't hustling hard enough. When I landed a contract, it was nice, but when does it become real money? When I explained the long-term strategy, the patent applications, the potential for government contracts, she'd pat my hand like I was a kid who just explained his plan to become an astronaut cowboy. Year 3 was when I believe in you became, why can't you be more like Graham? Graham Steele, her boss, her mentor, the walking embodiment of everything I apparently wasn't. Successful, polished, corporate, the kind of guy who says synergy without irony and thinks a good weekend is playing golf with clients. He drove a Tesla before they were cool and wore suits that probably cost more than my monthly revenue. At first, it was professional admiration. Graham taught me this presentation technique. Graham says I have real potential. Fine, normal, healthy, even. Everyone needs mentors. But then it became personal. Graham thinks we should renovate the apartment. Graham's wife has this meal delivery service she loves. Graham says young marriages struggle when there's income disparity. I'm not an idiot. I saw where this was heading. The late meetings, the new perfume, the way she'd light up when her phone buzzed with his name, the receipts for dinners at restaurants that apparently required reservations made by someone's assistant because they were too exclusive for normal humans to access. When I'd bring it up gently, carefully like I was diffusing a bomb made of insecurity and denial, she'd flip it on me. You're being paranoid. Maybe if you focused on your business instead of stalking my credit card statements, we'd be in a better position. Graham is married, Miles. Happily married. Stop projecting your inadequacies onto my professional relationships. So, I stopped bringing it up, not because I believed her, but because I realized something important. I didn't care anymore. Not in the way you're supposed to care when your marriage is circling the drain. I cared in the analytical way. I cared about debugging code. This relationship has a fundamental flaw. The architecture is compromised. Time to rebuild from scratch. That's when I called Henry Wolf. Henry and I went to college together back when we were both broke and idealistic and convinced we'd change the world through sheer force of will and coffee consumption. He went to law school. I went into tech. We stayed friends because we both had a healthy appreciation for cynicism and bourbon. Henry's the guy who says things like, marriage is a contract where one party agrees to be disappointed and the other agrees to be blamed. He's been divorced twice, which either makes him the worst person to take relationship advice from or the most qualified, depending on your perspective. I met him at his office downtown, a place with leather furniture and law books that probably cost more than they should because lawyers love expensive things that make them look smart. I told him everything. The distance, the suspicion, the Graham situation, the fact that my business was about to explode in ways Leia couldn't imagine. Henry leaned back in his chair, poured 2 glasses of bourbon, even though it was 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, and said, "So, you want to divorce her before she figures out you're about to be obscenely wealthy?" "I want to protect what I've built," I corrected. "Same thing," he grinned. "I love it. Let's burn this thing down legally and precisely." We spent the next 3 months building a fortress, moved Lockwave ownership to an offshore trust, filed patents under corporate entities Leia didn't know existed, restructured everything so that when the Argate deal went through, it would be invisible to anyone not looking at the right paperwork. It was beautiful, surgical, the kind of legal work that made Henry actually smile, which was concerning because Henry didn't smile unless someone was about to get magnificently screwed by contract law. You know what the best part is? Henry said one night reviewing documents. She's going to leave you thinking she's trading up and you're going to let her think that right up until she Googles you 6 months later. I raised my glass to delayed gratification to revenge served so cold it's got freezer burn. Henry countered. We drank to that, to patience, to planning. To the beautiful petty satisfaction of letting someone underestimate you right up until the moment they realize they've made a catastrophic error in judgment. Back in the garage, my real office now upgraded but still humble. I worked. Marcus and I pulled 18-hour days refining the encryption protocols that would eventually catch Irongate's attention. We built something beautiful, something that actually mattered. And every night, I'd come home to Leia, who'd barely look up from her phone, who'd ask about my day in that tone that meant she wasn't actually listening, who'd mention Graham at least 5 times before dinner. I'd smile, nod, play the role of the struggling husband with the cute little business that was definitely absolutely certainly going nowhere. And I'd think, just wait, sweetheart. Just wait. The thing about watching your marriage die in slow motion is that you start noticing all the little details you missed when you were too busy, actually trying to make it work. Like how Ela stopped asking about my day and started making statements about hers. Or how we became I in every sentence that mattered, or how her entire personality got swallowed whole by her job until I wasn't married to a person anymore. I was married to a LinkedIn profile that occasionally slept in my bed. It started innocently enough, the way most disasters do. She'd come home from work buzzing with energy, talking about campaigns and demographics and some viral post they'd created for a client that sold overpriced water bottles to people who think hydration is a personality trait. I'd listen genuinely interested at first because I loved seeing her passionate about something. That's what you do when you love someone, right? You care about the things they care about, even when those things are objectively boring to everyone else on the planet. But somewhere between year 2 and year 3, her job stopped being something she did and became something she was. Every conversation circled back to the office like we were stuck in some corporate gravity. Well, I'd mention maybe taking a weekend trip and she'd launch into how Graham, always Graham, had this philosophy about work-life balance being a myth perpetuated by people who weren't serious about success. Graham says the most successful people don't clock out at 5, she'd tell me. Scrolling through her phone while I tried to have an actual conversation. They're always on, always thinking about the next move. I'd nod, shoving food around my plate, thinking about how Graham was probably always on with his wife, too. And look how well that was working out for him. The guy was on his second marriage and looked like he survived on scotch and the tears of interns. But sure, let's take life advice from him. The name dropping became pathological. Graham thinks my presentation skills are elite. Graham says I should start my own agency someday. Graham believes I'm wasted in my current role. It was like she'd joined a cult, except instead of a charismatic leader promising enlightenment, she'd found a middle-aged executive promising career advancement and validation. If Graham thought she should jump off a bridge, she'd ask if there'd be cameras and whether the lighting would be good for her personal brand. I started keeping a mental tally of how many times she mentioned him per day on average. 17. 17 times my wife would bring up her boss in casual conversation. That's more than most people mention their own spouse. I mentioned it once jokingly during dinner. Babe, I'm starting to think Graham lives rentree in your head. She didn't even look up from her phone. That's not funny, Miles. Graham is my mentor. He's invested in my success. Maybe if you had someone investing in yours, you'd understand. And there it was. The shift from we're building our future together to you're dragging me down. It wasn't explosive. It wasn't dramatic. It was death by 1,000 corporate buzzwords. I threw myself into work because what else was I going to do? Sit around and watch my wife emotionally affair her way up the corporate ladder. Lockwave was getting traction, real traction with government contractors and security firms. I was filing patents, refining algorithms, building something that actually mattered in a world where most tech was just shinier versions of things we didn't need. But Leia couldn't see it or wouldn't to her. I was still the guy tinkering in a garage while she was conquering the marketing world, one synergistic paradigm shift at a time. The late night strategy calls started around month 8 of year 3. She'd take her phone into the bedroom, close the door, and I'd hear her laughing, actually laughing at whatever Graham was saying. The same woman who'd respond to my jokes with a courtesy smile was giggling like a teenager on the other side of that door. I'm not proud of this, but yeah, I checked the phone records. Sue me, When your wife is spending more time talking to her boss at 11 p.m. than she spends talking to you during daylight hours, you get curious. 2-hour calls, 3-hour calls, one memorable night, a 4.5-hour marathon that she later explained was crisis management for a client launch. Right? Because nothing says crisis management like whispering and giggling at midnight. The perfume changed, too. She'd always worn this jasmine scent I love, the one she was wearing when we met. Then suddenly, she's coming home smelling like something called Noir that probably costs more per ounce than my car payment. When I asked about it, she said Graham's wife recommended it. Of course, she did. I'm sure Graham's wife was thrilled to be helping my wife smell good for her husband. That's just good friendship right there. The restaurant receipts were almost comical in their obiosity. Maestro's, the Capitol Grill, some place called Uchi that apparently required reservations 6 weeks in advance and served fish that cost more than reasonable fish should cost. Client dinners, she'd explain, waving her hand dismissively. Part of the job. Funny, I'd say. I don't remember client dinners requiring perfume changes and new lingerie. Her eyes would flash with that particular anger people get when they're caught, but not quite ready to admit it. Are you seriously going through my drawers now? This is exactly why we're struggling, Miles. You're paranoid and controlling instead of focusing on fixing your own situation. The gaslighting was almost impressive in its consistency. Every concern I raised got flipped into evidence of my inadequacy. Worried about her relationship with Graham. I was insecure about my career. Noticed she was emotionally checked out. I was too needy and couldn't handle her success. Mentioned the late nights and suspicious behavior. I was paranoid and clearly projecting my own failures onto her professional achievements. It was like arguing with a corporate training video on how to deflect accountability. But here's the thing about being gaslit by someone who thinks you're stupid. They get sloppy. Leia started leaving her laptop open, her phone unlocked, her guard down because she was so convinced I was too pathetic to be a threat. She'd lost respect for me so completely that she didn't even bother covering her tracks anymore. I saw the emails, not the smoking gun once. She wasn't that careless, but the tone. Can't wait for our meeting today. Last night was exactly what I needed. You always know how to make me feel valued. Signed with little inside jokes and emoji I'd never seen her use with me. I could have confronted her. Could have printed everything out, thrown it on the table, demanded explanations and apologies and all the dramatic relationship intervention stuff that makes for good television but terrible reality. But I didn't because by that point, I'd already made my decision. This marriage was a sinking ship, and I wasn't going down with it. Instead, I called Henry. We met at his office with bourbon and spreadsheets, my two favorite things when planning the systematic dismantling of a relationship. She's definitely cheating, Henry said, reviewing the phone records. Probably not physically yet. Graham seems like the type who needs plausible deniability, but emotionally, yeah, she's gone. I know, I said. Question is, how do I protect Lockwave when this implodes? Henry grinned. The way lawyers do when they get to use their powers for something entertaining. Oh, buddy, let me show you how beautiful contract law can be. We restructured everything. Moved Lockwave ownership to an offshore trust that Leia didn't know existed. Filed new patents under corporate entities with names so boring they put insomniacs to sleep. Shifted my assets into accounts that would be invisible during any divorce proceedings. Every move documented, time-stamped, and legal enough to make the IRS weep with joy at my compliance. The Irongate deal was happening. Elaine Porter, their CEO, had reached out after seeing my encryption protocols at a security conference. She wanted to buy not just the technology, but the entire company. The number she threw out made me physically dizzy. $173 million with an M after taxes. When does this close? Henry asked, doing calculations on his legal pad. 3 months, I said. Maybe 4 if their lawyers are thorough. Perfect, Henry leaned back, steepling his fingers like a cartoon villain. That gives us time to make sure when Leia leaves you for Graham. And she will. She'll think she's escaping poverty. Then 6 months later, she'll Google you and realize she traded a lottery ticket for a guy whose idea of foreplay is probably explaining quarterly projections. I laughed. Actually laughed for the first time in months. That's evil. That's justice. Henry corrected. Evil would be contesting the divorce and dragging it out. We're going to let her win. Let her take the apartment, the car, whatever she wants from this version of your life because this version. He gestured around at my worn jeans and off-brand watch. This version is about to stop existing. We toasted to that, to patience, to the long game, to the beautiful, petty satisfaction of letting someone underestimate you so completely that they don't realize they're committing financial suicide. Back home, Lala was on another strategy call, her laughter seeping under the bedroom door like toxic gas. I made myself a sandwich, opened my laptop, and reviewed the latest patent approval for Lockwave's quantum-resistant encryption module. My phone buzzed. Elaine Porter, legal team approved. Moving to final due diligence. This is happening, Miles. Congratulations. I smiled, took a bite of my sandwich, and listened to my wife laugh at another man's jokes in our bedroom. Enjoy it while it lasts, sweetheart, I whispered to the empty kitchen. Because the free trial on this marriage is about to expire and the cancellation fee is going to be spectacular. 3 months, maybe 4. Then everything changes. Then she'd realize that the guy she mocked, the husband she outgrew, the dreamer she'd left behind, he was never behind at all. He was just waiting for her to show her cards before playing his hand. And in poker, as in life, patience beats arrogance every single time. The annual Tech Connect Expo is basically Comic-Con for people who think wearing Patagonia vests is a personality trait. 3 days of networking, which is just a fancy word for pretending you care about strangers' elevator pitches while secretly checking how many LinkedIn connection requests you've accumulated. Normally, I'd rather get a root canal than attend, but this year was special. This year, Leia's firm was handling all the PR and event management, which meant she'd been insufferable for 6 straight weeks leading up to it. This is the biggest event of my career, she'd announced over breakfast one morning, not looking up from her phone, where she was probably texting Graham about synergistic brand alignment or whatever corporate foreplay they were into. Everyone who matters will be there. I need you to come, but don't embarrass me, okay? Don't embarrass her. That was rich coming from the woman who'd spent the last charity gala turning our marriage into a comedy roast for her boss's entertainment. But I smiled, nodded, and said, wouldn't dream of it, babe. Because here's what Leia didn't know. Irongate Security was one of the platinum sponsors of Tech Connect. And Elaine Porter, their CEO, and my soon-to-be favorite person on the planet, had specifically requested a private meeting room at the venue to finalize our deal. Same building, same day, different universe of success. The irony was so perfect it felt scripted. I showed up in my nice blazer, the one Leia had picked out 3 years ago, back when she still pretended to care about my appearance, and khakis that had seen better days. I looked exactly like what Leia wanted me to look like, the supportive but ultimately irrelevant husband who wouldn't steal her spotlight. A prop, arm candy without the candy. The expo center was packed with the usual suspects. Tech brothers in expensive sneakers explaining their disruptive AI solutions that were definitely not just chat bots with better marketing. Venture capitalists pretending to be interested while calculating ROI in their heads. Corporate recruiters with fake smiles and real desperation. And scattered throughout, like glitter you can't quite get rid of, were the marketing people, Leia's tribe, armed with branded tote bags and the unwavering belief that visibility equals value. Leia was in her element, working the crowd like a politician at a fundraiser. She'd gone full power suit, navy blue, probably cost more than my monthly car payment, paired with heels that screamed, I'm important but approachable. She introduced me to exactly 3 people in the first hour, each time with the same script. This is my husband, Miles. He does tech stuff. Tech stuff. 3 years of marriage. And that's what she'd reduced my life's work to. Tech stuff. Like I was the geek squad guy who shows up to fix your router. But I played along, shook hands, made small talk, laughed at appropriate moments. The perfect supportive spouse who knew his place in the background of her professional achievements. Around 2 p.m. things got interesting. The main stage programming included something called Innovator Spotlights. Basically speed dating for entrepreneurs trying to get attention. Leia had convinced the organizers to include a segment called Lighter Moments in Tech where they'd bring up a few attendees and roast them good-naturedly about common tech struggles. I had a bad feeling about this immediately. Sure enough, during the networking lunch, sad sandwiches and sadder fruit cups, Leia pulled me aside with that smile that meant she'd done something she thought was clever. So, I might have signed you up for the Lighter Moment segment, she said, already talking fast like she knew I'd object. It'll be fun. They just ask a few questions. Everyone laughs. It's super casual. Plus, Graham thought it would be good for your visibility, Graham thought. Of course, he did. Graham probably thought public humiliation built character or some other corporate nonsense he'd read in a leadership book written by someone who'd never actually led anything. I don't think Miles, please, for me it's 5 minutes, you'll be great, and honestly it might actually help your business to get some exposure. The audacity, the sheer breathtaking audacity of thinking my business needed exposure from her PR stunt. But I agreed because at this point I was committed to the role, the humble husband, the guy who didn't know his company was about to make him richer than everyone in this room combined. The spotlight segment happened at 3 p.m. They brought up 5 of us, me, 2 other entrepreneurs, and a couple of tech employees who'd been voluntold by their companies. The host was some local comedian who did corporate events. The kind of guy whose entire personality was relatable observational humor about Wi-Fi passwords. He started with softball questions for the others. Funny stories about coding disasters, embarrassing client meetings, the usual crowd pleasers. Then he got to me and Miles Carter. "Miles, what do you do?" "I run a cybersecurity company called Lockwave Systems," I said into the microphone. Professional, clear, exactly what I'd rehearsed. Lockwave? That's a great name. Very secure sounding. "So, what's it like running a tech startup in this economy?" Before I could answer, before I could say literally anything, Leia's voice cut through from the front row where she was standing with Graham and her team. "Oh, you should ask him about his laptop," she called out, laughing. "Miles, tell them about your lucky laptop." The audience chuckled, sensing entertainment. The host's eyes lit up because nothing saves a mediocre comedy set like unexpected material. "Lucky laptop," he prompted. I hesitated, but Leia was already committed to the bit. She grabbed a microphone from somewhere because of course she did and addressed the crowd directly. "Everyone, I should explain. My husband has this ancient laptop he refuses to upgrade. Like this thing is probably running Windows Vista. He's convinced it's lucky that all his best ideas come from this old dinosaur machine." She paused for effect, working the room. "I keep telling him, honey, maybe it's time to upgrade your equipment and your expectations. But he still believes his little operation is going to change the world." The crowd ate it up. Laughter rolled through the ballroom. Phones came out recording. I saw Graham in the front row grinning like this was the best entertainment he'd had all year. The host was practically crying with laughter. "Well, Miles," the host said, wiping his eyes. "What do you say to that?" I looked at Leia. Really looked at her. She was glowing with the attention, feeding off the crowd's energy, probably already planning how to spin this into some anecdote about authentic marketing or vulnerability in leadership or whatever buzzword would make her look good at the next team meeting. And I smiled. Not a big smile, just enough. "You know what?" I said into my microphone, voice steady. "She's absolutely right. I do still believe my old laptop can change the world." More laughter. Yila beamed, thinking I was playing along. The host moved to wrap up the segment, ready to end on that perfect note of self-deprecating humor. But I wasn't done. In fact, I continued talking over the noise. "That laptop just helped me change it." The laughter faded to confused murmurs. Ila's smile faltered slightly. The host looked at me, unsure if this was still part of the bit. "See that ancient laptop she's talking about? That's where I developed the quantum-resistant encryption protocols that are about to revolutionize digital security infrastructure for defense contractors across the Western Hemisphere. But hey, what do I know? I'm just the guy with the old computer." Dead silence. You could hear the air conditioning. Someone's phone notification went off, sounding absurdly loud. Ila's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, realization, anger, and something that might have been fear. "Actually," I said, checking my watch with theatrical precision. "If you'll excuse me, I have a meeting." Funny story, it's in this exact building, conference room 12B. I'm selling that little operation my wife mentioned. Should be wrapping up the final signatures in about 20 minutes. I stepped off the stage, handed the microphone back to a stunned production assistant, and walked toward the exit. The crowd parted like the Red Sea. Nobody knew whether to clap, laugh, or check their phones to see if I was lying. Graham's face had gone pale. Leia stood frozen, microphone still in her hand, looking like someone had just explained quantum physics using only interpretive dance. I paused at the door, turned back, and gave a little wave. "Thanks for the exposure, babe. Super helpful." Conference room 12B was on the third floor, tucked away in the VIP section where actual business happened instead of performative networking. Elaine Porter was already there with her legal team. 3 lawyers who looked like they billed by the Nankin and 1 financial advisor who'd probably forgotten what normal people's bank accounts looked like. "Mr. Carter," Elaine said, standing to shake my hand. She was mid-50s, sharp as a tack with the kind of presence that made you sit up straighter without realizing it. "Ready to make history? Ready to make $173 million? I said, "The history part is just a bonus." She laughed. We sat. The lawyers pushed papers across the table. I signed and signed and signed some more. Each signature felt like deleting a part of my old life and installing an upgrade. Every page brought me closer to a reality where Ila's opinion of my business was not only wrong, but spectacularly, cosmically, catastrophically wrong. "Congratulations, Mr. Carter," Elaine said 40 minutes later, shaking my hand again. "You've just revolutionized digital encryption. Irongate is proud to bring Lockwave into our portfolio. Thanks, I said, trying to keep my voice steady even though my hands were shaking slightly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a comedy show to get back to. My wife's performing tonight, and I'd hate to miss the finale. I walked back downstairs. The expo was still in full swing, but there was a weird energy now. People kept glancing at me, whispering. Word had clearly spread. In the age of social media, you can't drop a bomb like that without it detonating across every group chat and Slack channel in the building. I found Leia in a corner with Graham, their heads together in urgent conversation. When she saw me, she marched over, heels clicking like gunshots. What the hell was that? She hissed, keeping her voice low enough that nearby people had to strain to eavesdrop. That I smiled. That was me not embarrassing you. You wanted visibility, right? I'd say we're both pretty visible now. Did you really? Did you actually sell my company for $173 million? I finished. Yeah, signed the papers about 15 minutes ago. Irongate Security. Great people. You should network with them since you're so good at that. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. She looked like a fish trying to understand calculus. Graham appeared at her elbow, looking like he'd aged 5 years in the last hour. Miles, perhaps we should talk about this privately. Why? I asked innocently. I thought we were all about public visibility and authentic vulnerability. Besides, I have nothing to hide. Unlike some people, I let that land, watched them exchange glances, then turned to leave. Miles, wait, Leia started. See you at home, I said over my shoulder. Or not. I'm flexible these days. I walked out of Tech Connect Expo with my hands in my pockets and my head high, leaving behind a ballroom full of people frantically Google searching my name and finding exactly what I wanted them to find. The sad husband with the failing business. He just left the building and the guy who replaced him was just getting started. The thing about watching a marriage implode in real time is that you'd expect fireworks, screaming, maybe some dramatic plate throwing like in the movies. But when Hila came home that night after the expo disaster, it was worse than that. It was quiet. The kind of quiet that happens right before a tornado touches down when the air pressure changes and every animal with survival instincts runs for cover. I was on the couch with a beer. Nothing fancy, just a regular Corona. Because suddenly being able to afford Don Perignon doesn't mean you instantly develop taste for it. Scrolling through my phone and watching the Tech Connect footage go viral across LinkedIn and Twitter. Someone had titled it Tech Husband's Revenge and it already had like 2 million views. The comments were pure gold. My man really said I'll wait. One read another. She roasted a medium rare and he came back with a flamethrower. My personal favorite homegirl fumbled a 173 million bag for a dude named Graham. The door opened around 11 p.m. Leia walked in still wearing her power suit, but she looked like she'd been through a war zone. Makeup smudged, hair disheveled, that shell-shocked expression people get when their entire worldview collapses in the span of an afternoon. She dropped her bag on the floor, designer, probably cost $2,000, now just lying there like abandoned luggage, and stared at me. I took a sip of my beer, waited. I learned in business that whoever speaks first loses the negotiation. And this was definitely a negotiation, just one where I held all the cards and she was sitting there with a pair of twos, wondering how the game had changed. Is it true? She finally asked, voice barely above a whisper. Is what true? I took another sip, playing dumb because why not? I played dumb for 3 years while she emotionally cheated her way up the corporate ladder. Fair's fair, Miles, don't. She stopped, recalibrated. When she spoke again, her voice had that edge it got when she was trying to be strategic, trying to manage a situation the way she managed campaigns and client relationships. The sale, Iron Gate, the money, all of it. Is it real or were you just trying to humiliate me? I laughed. Actually laughed and she flinched like I'd slapped her. Humiliate you? Hila, I literally just sat there and took it while you turned our marriage into a comedy routine for your boss's entertainment. Again, I just corrected the record. If the truth is humiliating, maybe examine why that is. She moved toward the kitchen, probably needing something stronger than water, which made sense because I'd probably need whiskey, too, if I'd just publicly obliterated my marriage while trying to mock my husband. She poured herself wine. The expensive stuff she kept for special occasions, though apparently emotionally devastating realizations qualified. When did this happen? She asked, back still turned. When did you sell the company? Today. Signed the final papers at 3:47 p.m. while you were probably doing damage control with Graham and trying to figure out how to spin the fact that your husband just became more successful in 20 minutes than you'll be in your entire career. Low blow. Maybe deserved. Absolutely. She turned around, Wine glass gripped so tight I thought it might shatter. You lied to me. You've been lying for months. I didn't lie. I corrected. I just didn't share. There's a difference. You never asked about my business except to mock it. You never showed interest except to compare it unfavorably to Graham's opinions. Why would I tell you anything when you made it crystal clear you thought I was a failure? I never said you were a failure. You didn't have to say it, Leah. You said it with every eye roll, every comparison to Graham. Every late-night strategy call where you laughed at his jokes while treating our marriage like an inconvenient afternoon meeting you could reschedule. You said it loud and clear without using the actual words. She slumped against the counter, wine sloshing dangerously close to the rim. For a second, just a second, I almost felt bad. Almost. Then I remembered the charity gala, the expo, the countless small humiliations she'd served up with a smile, and the sympathy evaporated like water on hot pavement. What happens now? She asked quietly. Well, I said, finishing my beer and setting it down with deliberate care. I guess that depends on what you want, doesn't it? She looked up at me, and I saw something flicker across her face. Calculation. She was doing math, running scenarios, figuring out angles. The marketing brain never turns off, even when your marriage is actively disintegrating. We could work this out, she said. Voice shifting into something softer, more vulnerable. The voice she used to use when we first dated back when she wanted something from me instead of just wanting me to be less of a disappointment. Miles, I know I've been distant. Work has been crazy. And Graham, he's just a colleague. You know that. I got caught up in the pressure and I lost sight of us. But we could fix this. We could be amazing together now that the business stress is gone. And there it was, the pivot, the realization that maybe the guy she'd been planning to leave for her boss was actually the winning lottery ticket she'd been about to throw away. You could practically see the strategy forming behind her eyes, how to salvage this, how to reframe the narrative, how to stay married to the multimillionaire instead of running off with middle management Graham. I stood up slowly, walked to where she was standing, close enough to smell her perfume. Still that expensive one Graham's wife supposedly recommended. Still not the jasmine I used to love. Layla, I said gently. You were already planning to leave me. Don't pretend otherwise. I know about the apartment viewings in Graham's building. I know about the joint checking account you opened with him last month that you thought I wouldn't find out about. I know you've been strategizing your exit for weeks, waiting for the right moment to announce you were moving on to someone who inspires you or whatever corporate therapy speak you'd workshopped with your life coach. Her face went pale. The wine glass trembled. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out because what could she say? I just laid out her entire plan like reading from a script she thought she'd kept hidden. So, here's what's going to happen. I continued, voice still calm, still reasonable, because getting emotional now would be giving her ammunition, and I was way past that. You're going to leave. You're going to move in with Graham like you already planned. You can take the furniture, the car, whatever you want from this apartment. I honestly don't care about any of it anymore. Miles, please. I'm not finished. I held up a hand. You can take whatever you want from our life together because none of it matters. It's all stuff from when I was the guy you're embarrassed by. I'm not that guy anymore. And I don't need reminders of who I was when I thought this marriage was salvageable. She was crying now. Real tears. Not the strategic kind she could turn on for client presentations. You're really going to throw away 3 years of marriage? Me? I laughed again, but this time it was bitter. Leah, you threw it away months ago when you decided Graham's validation mattered more than your husband's dignity. I'm just acknowledging reality and moving on. Something you've been planning to do anyway, except now I'm doing it first and you're mad because the math changed. What about the money? She asked. And there it was. The real question, the bottom line. Always the bottom line with Leah. What about it? We're married. That means you should talk to a good lawyer. I interrupted. Henry Wolf can probably recommend someone though given he's been my lawyer for 6 years and helped structure the Lockwave sale to be completely separate from marital assets. You might want someone else. Someone who specializes in helping people who made catastrophically bad decisions and need to minimize the damage. Her tears stopped. Just stopped like someone flipped a switch. You planned this. You've been planning this. I protected myself. I corrected. There's a difference. You decided I wasn't worth your respect or fidelity. I decided my life's work wasn't going to fund your exit strategy with your boss. We both made choices, Leah. Mine just worked out better. Henry had been right when he said she'd go from loving wife to legal adversary in record time. I could see it happening in real time, watching her face shift from vulnerable to calculating to cold. The marketing executive came back online assessing, strategizing, figuring out how to spin this into something she could work with. "I'll call a lawyer tomorrow," she said, voice flat now. All emotion packed away like files in a cabinet. "Probably smart," I agreed. "I want the apartment." "Take it. I'll be out by the end of the week." "The car, too?" "Sure. It's in your name anyway." She blinked, surprised I wasn't fighting. But why would I fight? Why would I argue over an apartment I'd been planning to leave in a car that was 3 years old when I could buy a dealership if I wanted to? Let her have the remnants of our life together. Let her sit in this apartment and drive that car and remember every single day that she traded a fortune for a middle manager who smelled like expensive cologne and poor judgment. "That's it?" she asked. "You're just giving me everything." "Not everything," I said. "Just the stuff that doesn't matter. The stuff you can see and touch and convince yourself means you want something. You can tell Graham you took me to the cleaners. Got everything in the divorce. Whatever helps you sleep at night." I grabbed my phone and wallet, headed toward the door. I get some clothes tomorrow when she was at work, but right now I needed to be anywhere but here. Breathing air that didn't smell like failure and regret and expensive perfume chosen by someone else's wife. "Where are you going?" she called after me. I stopped at the door, hand on the knob, and turned back one last time. She looked small suddenly, standing in that big kitchen in her power suit with her wine, looking like someone who'd just realized they'd miscalculated something fundamental. Honestly, no idea. Hotel, maybe. Henry's couch if he's feeling generous. Anywhere that isn't here watching you pretend you didn't blow up our marriage because you thought you were trading up. "Miles, don't," I said quietly. "Don't try to make this something it isn't. You made your choice months ago. I just made mine tonight. The only difference is I have $173 million to make the transition easier. And you have Graham. I hope he's worth it, Leia. I really do." I walked out, closing the door softly behind me because slamming it would have been too dramatic, and honestly, she didn't deserve the emphasis. As I rode the elevator down, I pulled out my phone and texted Henry. "She's all yours tomorrow. Keep the scorched earth policy in the holster unless she starts something." His response came back immediately. "Divorce lawyer roulette is my favorite game. Get some sleep, rich boy. Tomorrow we make this official and you start your actual life." I stepped out into the parking garage into air that smelled like oil and concrete and possibility. And I smiled. Not a bitter smile or an angry smile. Just a real smile. The smile of someone who'd finally stopped carrying weight that was never his to carry. Some people chase revenge, I muttered to myself, walking toward my old Honda that Leia would probably repo by morning. I prefer dividends, but first, I preferred a hotel room, room service, and sleep that didn't involve listening for my wife's phone to buzz with messages from her boss. The rest could wait until morning. The Riverside Hotel wasn't fancy, but it had clean sheets and didn't ask questions when you showed up at midnight with no luggage and paid cash for a week. The kind of place where the night clerk had seen everything and cared about nothing except whether your credit card cleared. I tipped him $100 just because I could, watched his eyebrows shoot up, and took my key to room 412. I slept better that night than I had in 6 months. No Lila on her phone, no passive-aggressive sighs, no pretending everything was fine while my marriage rotted from the inside out. Just me, a decent mattress, and the white noise of the AC unit that probably hadn't been serviced since the Clinton administration. Morning came with texts 17 from Leia ranging from "we need to talk" to "you're being childish" to "I deserve half of everything." You backstabbing. The progression from conciliatory to furious took about 45 minutes according to the timestamps. I deleted them all without responding because what was there to say? She'd figure it out when her lawyer called Henry and got laughed off the phone. Henry texted around 9. She hired Vanessa Clean. Buckle up. This is going to be entertaining. Vanessa Clean was infamous in Austin legal circles. Shark in a pencil skirt. Made her career destroying cheating husbands and bleeding them dry in divorce court. She was expensive, ruthless, and apparently Leia's first call, which told me everything about where her head was at. Not grief, not reconciliation, pure calculated warfare. Good. I was ready for war. I'd been preparing for it while she was busy planning her exit strategy with Graham. I spent that morning at a coffee shop doing something I should have done years ago. Thinking about what I actually wanted, not what Leia wanted, not what success was supposed to look like, just what Miles Carter, newly single and obscenely wealthy, actually gave a damn about. The answer surprised me. I wanted to keep working. Not because I needed money. I had enough to retire at 32 and spend the rest of my life on a beach somewhere drinking drinks with umbrellas, but because Lockwave wasn't just a paycheck. It was proof that the stuff in my head, the weird encryption obsessions and security protocols actually mattered. And selling to Irongate didn't end that story. It just opened a new chapter. I called Elaine Porter that afternoon from my hotel room, looking out at Austin traffic and feeling lighter than I had in years. "Miles," she answered, voice warm. "How's it feel to be independently wealthy?" "Honestly, weird. Listen, I've been thinking about the transition plan. You mentioned wanting me to consult for 6 months, help integrate the Lockwave systems into your infrastructure." "That's right, though it's optional. You've earned the right to disappear if you want." "What if I didn't want to consult?" I said, "What if I wanted to build something new under the Iron Gate umbrella, but something fresh? Take everything I learned from Lockwave and apply it to the next problem." Silence. "Not the bad kind, the thinking kind." "What problem?" she finally asked. "Quantum computing is coming. Maybe 5 years, maybe 10, but it's coming. And when it does, every encryption system we currently use becomes toilet paper. I want to build quantum-resistant infrastructure before the quantum computers arrive. Not react to the threat. Prevent it." More silence. "Then how much are we talking?" "Initial funding. 20 million. Staff of 15. Mix of cryptographers and engineers. Office space in Austin because I'm not moving to the Bay Area and pretending overpriced avocado toast is culture. 3-year timeline to viable product. And what do you want from IronGate besides funding, access to your government contracts, your client base, your reputation?" "I bring the tech and the vision. You bring the credibility and the connections. We split ownership 60-40 my favor and I run it independently with quarterly check-ins." She laughed. "You just made $173 million and you're already pitching me for more funding. I like it. Send me a proposal detailed. I want to see exactly what you're building before I write that check. You'll have it by Friday." I promised. "Miles, one more thing. Whatever's happening in your personal life and the internet tells me it's messy. Keep it separate from this. I don't care who you're divorcing or why. I care about results." "Understood. And Elaine, thanks for taking a chance on the guy working in his garage. That guy made me a fortune and solved problems nobody else could solve. I'll take that chance every time." I hung up and immediately opened my laptop. If I was doing this, building a new company from scratch, I needed people, not just any people. The right people who understood that the real work wasn't about getting rich. It was about being right. First call, Marcus Chun, my original Lockwave hire. The kid who'd worked for Equity and Pizza when we were too broke to offer actual salaries. "Marcus, it's Miles. Dude, I saw the Tech Connect video. That was legendary. Your wife's face when you ex-wife soon. Listen, I'm starting something new. Quantum-resistant encryption. Ground floor opportunity. You interested? What's the pay? $200,000 base plus equity in the new company. Full benefits, reasonable hours because I'm not trying to kill anyone with burnout and a signing bonus that'll cover whatever student loans you're still carrying." Pause. "When do I start?" "Monday. I'll send details." Next call. Tara Vega. We met at a cybersecurity conference where she'd presented research on cryptographic vulnerabilities that made half the audience uncomfortable and the other half take notes. She was brilliant, abrasive, and exactly the kind of person who'd tell me when my ideas were stupid instead of just agreeing because I was the boss. "This is Tara." "Hi, this is Miles Carter. We met at DEF CON 2 years ago. You called my presentation adequate but unimaginative." She laughed. "I remember. You didn't cry or threaten to sue me, which put you in the top 10% of male egos I've encountered. What do you want?" "I'm building a quantum-resistant encryption company. I need someone to tell me when I'm wrong and build systems I'm too stupid to imagine." "You want in?" "What's the catch?" "No catch. Competitive salary, equity, interesting problems, and I promise not to be the kind of boss who thinks work-life balance is a myth perpetuated by lazy millennials. I'm a lazy millennial." "Perfect. You'll fit right in. Send me the details. If it's not, I'll consider it." By the end of the week, I had a team, 15 people, mix of experienced engineers and hungry recent grads who understood that joining a startup funded by IronGate with a proven founder was basically hitting the career lottery. We signed a lease on office space in East Austin, the kind of renovated warehouse with exposed brick and terrible parking that screams tech startup without being obnoxiously Silicon Valley about it. Henry called Friday afternoon while I was reviewing contractor bids for the office build-out. "So, Vanessa Klein finally called me." He said, voice dripping with amusement. "That was the most fun I've had in court filing since the Johnson case where the husband tried to hide assets in his mistress's dog's name." "What did she say?" "She's demanding half of everything. The Lockwave sale, the new company, your future earnings, your retirement accounts, probably your kidneys. If she thought she could get a judge to sign off. Standard scorched earth strategy." "And what did you say?" I sent her the timeline. Every patent filed before the separation. Every corporate structure established while you were still married, but she was too busy with Graham to notice. Every piece of documentation proving the Irongate sale was your separate property. Then I attached the photos. I grinned. You used the photos? Oh, I used the photos. Graham and Leia having their professional lunch at that Italian place. Timestamps showing it was during work hours, multiple occasions, always just the two of them. Her car parked at his apartment building overnight. Nothing explicit enough to be revenge porn. Everything explicit enough to establish a pattern of behavior that legally qualifies as marital misconduct. How'd she take it? There was silence. Long silence. Then Vanessa said, and I quote, "I need to speak with my client about realistic expectations, which is lawyer speak for, your client is screwed, and I need to figure out how to break that to her without getting fired." So, we're looking at what? Standard no-fault divorce with asset division based on what we brought in. Exactly. She keeps the apartment because it's in her name and you've already moved out. She keeps the car. You keep everything related to Lockwave, the Irongate money, and the new company. Split the minor shared accounts down the middle, which amounts to maybe 30 grand done by Christmas. If nobody gets stupid, and if she gets stupid, Henry's voice turned cold, then I bury her. I've got documentation of the corporate espionage attempt when Graham tried to access your Lockwave servers using her credentials. That's not just divorce court material. That's potential criminal charges. But I'd rather not go nuclear if we don't have to. Agreed. Let's give her the easy out. I don't want revenge. I want this over. You're a better man than me, Henry said. I'd want to watch her squirm. I'm watching her squirm just fine from a distance. She's about to realize she traded a multimillionaire for a guy whose wife is probably filing her own divorce papers right about now based on those photos. Henry laughed. True. By the way, Graham's firm is apparently conducting an internal review of his conduct. Turns out having an affair with a subordinate spouse while using company resources to help access competitor systems is frowned upon, even in marketing. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. We hung up. I sat in my hotel room. I'd upgraded to a suite because why not, and looked at my laptop screen. The Carter Quantum Systems logo was still placeholder quality, just text on a white background. But beneath it was a roster of brilliant people, a business plan that would revolutionize digital security and funding from one of the biggest defense contractors in the world. 6 months ago, I was the guy Leia mocked at charity galas. The dreamer working in a garage while his wife fell in love with her boss's validation. The husband who wasn't enough, wasn't successful enough, wasn't Graham enough. Now I was the guy building the future of encryption with a team who actually respected the work. The guy who turned humiliation into motivation and betrayal into fuel. The guy who'd proven that sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. Sometimes it's just being right. My phone buzz. Tara bossman chill. I just reviewed your quantum lattice proposal. It's actually not terrible. We should probably hire someone smarter than both of us, though. I know a guy from MIT who's obsessed with this stuff. I typed back, hire him and stop calling me bossman chill. Never going to happen, BC. See you Monday. I smiled, closed my laptop, and ordered room service. Not because I couldn't afford a nice restaurant, but because sitting alone in a hotel suite, eating a burger and fries while building a company worth potentially billions, was somehow more satisfying than any 5-star meal I could have had with Leia. Funny how perspective changes everything. 6 months is apparently how long it takes for reality to fully sink in when you've made catastrophically bad life decisions. For me, those 6 months were productive as hell. Carter Quantum Systems went from concept to functioning company with actual government contracts and a waiting list of clients who wanted quantum-resistant encryption before quantum computers made their current security systems about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. For Leia, those 6 months were apparently spent in denial, bargaining, and finally rage when Forbes published an article titled "The Quiet Cybersecurity Millionaire." How Miles Carter reinvented digital security while everyone was looking the other way. The article was fair, factual, and featured a photo of me in our new office looking significantly less pathetic than the guy she'd mocked at the charity gala. They interviewed Elaine Porter, who said nice things about vision and innovation. They quoted Tara, who called me annoyingly competent for someone who codes in hoodies. They mentioned the Irongate sale, the new company, and estimated my net worth somewhere north of $200 million when you factored in equity and future projections. What they didn't mention was Leia. Not once. She'd been erased from my success story completely, which I'm sure burned worse than any direct insult could have. Henry called me at the office on a Tuesday morning, voice tight with barely contained glee. So, remember how we had that nice, clean divorce settlement all ready to go? Simple split. Nobody gets nuclear. Everyone moves on with their lives. Yeah, I said, already knowing this wasn't going to be good news about that plan. Leah just filed a motion to reopen the case. She's claiming you hid assets, engaged in fraud, and deceived her about the true value of your business holdings during the marriage. Vanessa Klein is going full scorched earth. I leaned back in my chair, looking out at my team working in the open office space. Marcus was arguing with another engineer about lattice-based cryptography. Tara was on a call, probably telling some potential client exactly why their current security was garbage. This was my life now. Building things that mattered with people who gave a damn. Let me guess, I said. She saw the Forbes article. Bingo. And apparently Graham's wife divorced him. He lost his job. And Leah's been unemployed for 4 months because her reputation in Austin marketing circles is radioactive. She's desperate, broke, and convinced that you owe her half of everything because she was supportive during the difficult early years. She was supportive right up until she decided I was embarrassing and started planning her exit with her boss. How supportive? Preaching to the choir, buddy. Anyway, we've got a court date in 3 weeks. Judge Morrison presiding. And before you ask, yes, she's seen some and no, she doesn't suffer fools. This should be entertaining. The next 3 weeks were a masterclass in legal warfare. Vanessa Klein filed motion after motion, each one more desperate than the last. She demanded access to all my financial records, which Henry provided with timestamps proving every major transaction happened after the separation. She claimed I'd been planning the divorce while secretly building wealth, which we countered with my detailed documentation, showing I'd only protected assets after Ila's affair became obvious. The chess match was beautiful in its precision. Every move Vanessa made, Henry had anticipated. Every claim she filed, we had evidence to refute. It was like watching someone play poker when you could see their cards and they didn't know you had cameras on the table. Court day arrived with that particular Austin weather that can't decide if it's spring or summer. So it just does both simultaneously and makes everyone miserable. I showed up in a suit, actual nice suit this time, tailored because looking like you have money is important when you're defending how much money you have. Henry met me on the courthouse steps looking like a lawyer who'd been waiting his whole career for this exact case. Remember, he said, let me do the talking. You're calm, factual, and slightly disappointed that it came to this. You're not angry. You're not vindictive. You're just a guy who built something and wants to move on. Got it. I'm the reasonable one. Exactly. She's going to be emotional. Let her be emotional. Judges hate emotional. We walked into the courtroom and there she was, Leah, sitting next to Vanessa Klein at the plaintiff's table, looking like she'd aged 5 years and 6 months. The power suits were gone, replaced with something more wronged wife seeking justice, which was probably Vanessa's strategy. Graham was there, too, sitting in the gallery like moral support, which was either brave or stupid, given he was part of why we were here. Judge Morrison entered and everyone stood. She was exactly what you'd hope for in a judge. 60-some, zero patience for eyes that said she'd seen every trick in the book and had written a few chapters herself. Be seated, she said, voice carrying authority like some people carry designer handbags. Miss Klein, you filed this motion. Make your case. Vanessa stood smooth and professional, laying out her argument like she was selling a product. Leah had been a supportive spouse during the marriage. She'd sacrificed her own career advancement to support Miles's dreams. She'd been his partner, his cheerleader, his foundation. And Miles had repaid that loyalty by hiding the true value of his business, structuring the sale to Irongate in secret and deceiving her about their financial situation to avoid his marital obligations. It was a good performance. Very standing by her man until he stabbed her in the back. The kind of narrative that plays well on TV and occasionally in courtrooms if you don't have evidence. Unfortunately for Vanessa, we had all the evidence. Henry stood when it was our turn and I swear the temperature in the room dropped 5 degrees. Your Honor, this case is simple. Mr. Carter built a business before, during, and after his marriage. He filed patents, developed technology, and ultimately sold that technology to Irongate Security. All of this is documented with timestamps, filing dates, and corporate records that show exactly when everything happened. He pulled up the first exhibit on the courtroom screen. Patent filings all dated and timestamped. Corporate structure documents showing when Lockwave was moved to the offshore trust. After Leah's affair became apparent, email records showing my communication with Irongate, starting negotiations after the separation. Everything Mr. Carter did was legal, ethical, and properly documented. Henry continued. The sale to Irongate was finalized after the couple had separated. The new company, Carter Quantum Systems, was founded after separation. There was no hidden wealth because there was no wealth to hide during the marriage. Vanessa objected. Your Honor, The technology that became valuable was developed during the marriage using marital resources. Marital resources? Henry interrupted. You mean the garage that Mr. Carter rented separately, paid for separately, and worked in separately while Mrs. Carter was advancing her own career? Your Honor, we have documentation showing Mrs. Carter contributed nothing to Lockwave Systems. No capital, no labor, no intellectual property. She wasn't even aware of half the work Mr. Carter was doing because she was too busy with her career and her extramarital affair. Objection. Vanessa shot up. There's no proof of but there is. Henry smiled, and I knew this was the moment he'd been waiting for. Exhibit F, Your Honor. Photographs, time-stamped, and geotagged, showing Mrs. Carter and her supervisor Graham Steele at various restaurants, hotels, and his apartment. Phone records showing calls lasting hours, primarily late at night. And most damning, email evidence showing Mr. Steele attempted to access Mr. Carter's company servers using Mrs. Carter's credentials in what appears to be corporate espionage. The courtroom went silent. Even Judge Morrison looked surprised, which probably took some doing given her experience. Leia's face went white. Graham, sitting in the gallery, looked like he was calculating how fast he could get to the exit. Vanessa's jaw actually dropped for a second before she recovered her professional composure. Your Honor, Henry continued, voice now gentle like he was explaining something to a child. Mrs. Carter didn't leave Mr. Carter because he was unsuccessful. She left because she thought he was unsuccessful. She was planning her exit with Mr. Steele, preparing to file for divorce and take what she assumed would be half of nothing. The only reason we're here today is because she miscalculated dramatically and is now experiencing what we call in legal terms buyer's remorse. Judge Morrison held up a hand. Miss Clean, do you have evidence to refute any of this? Vanessa looked at Leia, who was staring at the table like it might offer an escape route. Your Honor, we'd like to request a recess, too. No. Judge Morrison's voice was flat. I've seen enough. This case is dismissed. With prejudice, Your Honor, Vanessa tried. With prejudice, Miss Clean, that means it's over. Mrs. Carter has no claim to assets acquired after separation. The original divorce settlement stands. Furthermore, I'm awarding Mr. Carter legal fees because this was clearly a frivolous attempt to renegotiate a settlement that was already more than fair. She banged her gavel. We're done here. Both parties are divorced as of today. Move on with your lives. The courtroom erupted in murmurs. Lala looked like she might cry or throw up or both. Graham was already heading for the exit, probably calculating his own legal exposure from the corporate espionage mansion. Vanessa was packing her briefcase with the efficiency of someone who wanted to be literally anywhere else. Henry leaned over to me. That might be the fastest I've ever seen Morrison shut down a case. She was offended you even had to be here. How much are the legal fees? I asked for this circus. I'm billing Leia about 60 grand, which she doesn't have, so she'll probably be paying that off for the next decade. I should have felt triumphant, vindicated, maybe even a little smug. But mostly, I just felt tired. Tired of the drama, tired of the fighting, tired of being reminded that I'd wasted 3 years of my life with someone who valued me less than her career prospects. Leia caught my eye as we were leaving. She looked broken in a way that would have killed me 6 months ago. Now, it just made me sad. Miles, she said quietly. Vanessa having abandoned her to deal with reporters outside. LLA, I'm sorry for all of it. I thought I don't know what I thought. You thought I was your backup plan until something better came along. Then something better didn't come along, so you wanted the backup plan back. I get it. That's not. She stopped. Okay, maybe that's exactly it. The settlement stands. I said, you keep the apartment, the car, and whatever dignity you can salvage from this. I keep everything else. We're done. Yila, actually done this time. I know. She looked down. For what it's worth, I really did love you. Once. Yeah. I said, heading for the exit where Henry was waiting. Once was a long time ago. Outside, the Austin sun was bright enough to hurt. Henry clapped me on the shoulder. Congratulations. You're officially divorced and significantly richer than you were this morning, thanks to legal fees. Best money I ever spent. Wanna grab lunch? Celebrate your freedom. Can't. We have a client meeting at 2 and Tara will murder me if I'm late. He laughed. Look at you. Already moved on. This is beautiful. I got in my car, new car, nothing flashy, just reliable and mine. And drove back to the office. My phone buzzed with messages. Marcus, how'd it go? Tara, please tell me you destroyed her. My mom, proud of you, sweetie. Call when you can. I texted back. All good. See you at the office. Because that was the truth. It was all good. Not perfect, not triumphant, just good. The marriage was over. The lawsuit was done. Leah and Graham could figure out their own disasters without me. I had quantum-resistant encryption to build and a future that didn't include anyone who thought I was their consolation prize. And honestly, that felt like winning enough. Turns out when you publicly humiliate someone who then tries to sue you and loses spectacularly, the internet has opinions. Lots of opinions. Most of them involving popcorn emojis and variations of "she really fumbled the bag." The Forbes article was just the beginning. Within 2 weeks of the court case, I'd been profiled in TechCrunch, interviewed by Bloomberg about the future of quantum-resistant encryption, and somehow ended up on a podcast called Startup Stories, where the host spent 20 minutes trying to get me to trash talk AITA before realizing I genuinely didn't care anymore. "So, no hard feelings?" the host asked, clearly disappointed. "Hard feelings require feelings," I said. "I'm too busy building the future of digital security to worry about the past." It became a soundbite, memes, t-shirts on Etsy that said, "Too busy building the future," with my face photoshopped onto various superhero bodies, which was simultaneously flattering and deeply weird. But the real fallout wasn't online. It was local, personal, and honestly more satisfying than any viral moment. Graham's company didn't just fire him. They publicly announced an internal investigation into ethical violations and misuse of corporate resources. His LinkedIn went dark, his Twitter protected. Last I heard through Austin's surprisingly efficient gossip network, he was working sales for a mid-tier software company in Dallas, making a third of what he used to and driving a Kia. Karma uses express delivery now. Must have got Prime. Leia's situation was worse. Austin's marketing world is small and everyone talks. Word spread fast about the lawsuit, the affair, the corporate espionage attempt. Companies that might have hired her suddenly had budget constraints or different directions for the role. Her LinkedIn showed she'd taken a position as marketing consultant, which everyone knows is code for unemployed, but pretending. I didn't celebrate it, didn't post about it, or gloat. Honestly, I felt nothing, which was probably the healthiest sign that I'd actually moved on. Carter Quantum Systems, meanwhile, was thriving. We landed a Department of Defense contract worth $40 million over 3 years. NASA called about securing their satellite communications, banks, hospitals, government agencies. Everyone suddenly realized that quantum computers weren't science fiction anymore, and their current security was about to become obsolete. I moved out of the hotel and bought a ranch property outside Austin. Nothing crazy. 30 acres, main house, guest house, horses. I had no idea how to care for, but figured I'd learn. It was quiet, private, mine. Tara became CTO officially, which she celebrated by immediately instituting No Fridays, where we banned all meetings and just coded. Marcus led our cryptography division and started publishing research papers that other companies cited like scripture. We hired recent grads from state schools instead of just rating MIT and Stanford, giving opportunities to kids who reminded me of garage-dwelling me. Henry finally bought his dream boat 40-foot yacht he named Alimony Express because subtlety was never his strong suit. He invited me sailing one weekend, got drunk on champagne, and toasted to women who think they're trading up but are actually trading down into a dumpster fire of their own creation. That's oddly specific. I said, "I've been divorced twice, Miles. I know from dumpster fires." The texts from Leia started around month 8. Not frequent, just occasional messages that all said basically the same thing. She was sorry. She'd made mistakes. Could we talk? I never responded. Not out of cruelty, just because there was nothing to talk about. That chapter was closed, published, and already being adapted into a cautionary tale for marketing conferences. Then month 9, she called. Actual phone call, which was bold given I had ignored 17 texts. I answered on the third ring, standing on my porch, watching the sunset paint the Texas sky colors that reminded me why I love this state. "Miles," she said, voice cracking. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry for everything. You remember that night you mocked my business at the charity gala?" I asked. Silence. "Then I do." "Well," I said, smiling despite myself. "Turns out my little business bought your old company last week. IronGate acquired them as part of expanding our market share. So, technically, you work for me again." "Small world, huh?" she gasped. Actually gasped. "You're joking. Relax. I'm kidding. I wouldn't hire you to refill the coffee machine, but I did buy the company." "That part's true. Your old boss is now reporting to my VP of operations. Life's funny like that." "Miles, I got to go. Yila, horses need feeding, and I've got a video call with the Pentagon in an hour. Take care of yourself." I hung up, blocked the number, Walked back inside my house that smelled like coffee and possibility instead of regret and expensive perfume. My phone buzzed. Tara, boss man, chill, stop ignoring my texts. The lattice algorithm works. We just solved the problem everyone said was impossible. Get back here Monday. We're celebrating. I typed back. Told you to stop calling me that, but yeah, I'll be there. This is huge. Huge doesn't cover it, BC. We just changed the game again. I poured myself a bourbon. Good stuff now because I could afford it. And sat on my porch watching the stars come out. Somewhere in Austin, Leia was probably checking LinkedIn, seeing the acquisition news, doing math she should have done a year ago. Somewhere else, Graham was probably explaining to his Kyo why life was unfair. And here I was building things that mattered. Working with people who respected the work, living in a place where the only drama was whether the horses preferred apples or carrots. Some people chase revenge. Some people chase money. Some people chase validation from others. I preferred dividends and solving impossible problems. And knowing that every time someone Googled my name, they found exactly what I wanted them to find. Proof that underestimating people is expensive and betting against the quiet ones is how you end up broke and bitter while they're changing the world. The Texas night was clear and cool. My bourbon was smooth. My company was revolutionizing digital security. My ex-wife was someone else's problem now. I raised my glass to the empty sky. To the dreamers they laughed at, I said to nobody. May we always have the last laugh. 3 years post-divorce, Carter Quantum Systems wasn't just successful, it was inevitable. The kind of company people studied in business schools with case titles like strategic timing and market disruption or how one garage startup rewrote cybersecurity. We'd gone from 15 employees to 200. Our quantum-resistant encryption was now standard for 70% of US government communications and spreading internationally faster than conspiracy theories on social media. The valuation hit $2.3 billion after our Series C funding, which meant my personal net worth had crossed in a territory where financial advisors started using phrases like generational wealth and legacy planning. I was 35 and had more money than I could spend in 3 lifetimes. So, I started giving it away. Not all of it. I'm not insane, but enough to matter. I established the Carter Foundation with a $50 million endowment focused on tech education for underfunded schools. We built computer labs in rural Texas districts where STEM education meant one ancient desktop in the library, funded full-ride scholarships for kids who showed promise, but had bank accounts that showed poverty. The applications that came through broke my heart and rebuilt it simultaneously. Kids coding on phones because they couldn't afford laptops. Teenagers teaching themselves encryption theory from YouTube videos. First-generation college students who reminded me of garage-dwelling Miles. Convinced their weird obsessions could matter if someone just gave them a chance. I heard a bunch of them. Not out of charity, out of strategy. These kids were hungry in ways Ivy League graduates had forgotten how to be. They didn't want cushy jobs. They wanted to prove everyone who doubted them catastrophically wrong. I understood that motivation intimately. Tara ran operations like a benevolent dictator, instituting policies that made us the kind of company people bragged about working for. Unlimited PTO that people actually used. Mental health days without questions. Salaries that let people buy houses instead of just dreaming about them. Parental leave that didn't destroy careers. Profit sharing that meant when the company won. Everyone won. You know you're ruining capitalism, right? Henry joked during one of our quarterly bourbon sessions on my porch. I'm fixing capitalism. I corrected. Turns out when you treat people like humans instead of resources, they build better products and don't leave for competitors. Military contracts kept rolling in. We secured communications for embassies, protected financial transactions for the Federal Reserve, encrypted medical records for the Virginia. Every contract felt like validation, not of my bank account, but of those nights in the garage when everyone thought I was wasting my time. Tech magazines called me for quotes. Conference organizers offered keynote slots. Universities wanted me on advisory boards. I said yes to the things that mattered and no to everything designed to feed ego instead of impact. When asked about motivation during a Bloomberg interview, I kept it simple. My wife called me a failure. Turns out I'm allergic to being wrong. The clip went viral again because apparently my origin story of spite and vindication resonated with every person who'd ever been underestimated. But the real legacy wasn't the money or the company or even the technology. It was the email I got from a kid named Jesse Rodriguez, recipient of our first scholarship, now a junior cryptographer on our team. Mr. Carter, I grew up in a town where people thought computers were for rich kids and dreamers. Your scholarship didn't just pay for college. It proved my parents weren't crazy for believing in me. It showed my teachers that the weird kid doing math problems for fun could actually matter. I'm not just working here. I'm building the future because you built a bridge for people like me. Thank you. I read it 3 times. Saved it, printed it, and put it on my office wall next to the Forbes cover. That mattered more than any court victory or viral moment or watching Leia's career implode. Because pain built focus, and betrayal built discipline, but purpose built legacy. And my legacy wasn't going to be the guy whose wife left him. It was going to be the guy who changed cybersecurity and then opened doors for everyone who'd been told their dreams were too big for their circumstances. Some people build empires to prove they're worthy. I built mine to prove that worthiness was never the question. Opportunity was. And now I had enough success to create opportunities for everyone who reminded me of the guy working in his garage while the world counted him out. That guy won. And now he was making sure other versions of that guy could win, too. 5 years after the divorce, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I almost sent it to voicemail. Usually, unknown numbers meant either spam about my car's extended warranty or reporters asking the same tired questions about triumph over adversity. But something made me answer. Maybe curiosity, maybe boredom, maybe the universe's sense of timing. Miles, the voice was familiar in that way that makes your stomach drop before your brain catches up. It's Leia. I stood on my ranch porch, coffee in hand, watching morning fog roll across the pasture. 5 years. She'd been a ghost for 5 years. And now, suddenly, she was a phone call. How'd you get this number? I asked, not unkindly. Just curious. I've been trying to reach you. I know you blocked me. I understand why. I needed to talk to you to apologize. Really? Apologize? Not the half-assed attempts from before. I sipped my coffee, said nothing. Let the silence stretch. I've been in therapy, she continued, words tumbling out like she'd rehearsed this. Dealing with a lot of stuff. My therapist says I need to make amends. And Miles, I'm so sorry for the gala. For Graham, for not seeing what I had until it was gone. For treating you like you were my backup plan instead of my partner. You deserved better. I did. I agreed simply. I've been following your success. The company, the foundation, everything you've built. It's incredible. You were always capable of this. And I was too blind and selfish to see it. You remember that night you mocked my business at the charity gala? I asked, God, Miles, every day? It haunts me. Well, turns out my little business just got acquired by Google for $4.2 billion. Announced yesterday. So technically your old marketing firm, the one you're consulting for now, according to LinkedIn, they're going to be pitching campaigns to my division next quarter. Funny how things work out. Silence. Long heavy silence. You're joking about the acquisition. No. About you pitching to my division also. No. Life's hilarious like that. Miles ILYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYLYL. I appreciate the apology. I do. Therapy is good. Self-awareness is healthy. I'm genuinely glad you're working on yourself. I'm in it, too. No sarcasm, no edge, just truth. But here's the thing. I don't need your apology anymore. I needed it 5 years ago. Now, I'm good. Really, genuinely good. I know I don't deserve forgiveness. This isn't about forgiveness. I interrupted gently. I forgave you years ago because holding grudges is exhausting and I had better things to do. This is about relevance. You're not relevant to my life anymore, Leia. Not in anger, not in regret, not even in vindication. You're just someone I used to know. Her breathing was shaky. I miss you. I miss us. The real us before everything got complicated. That us never existed, I said, watching a hawk circle over the field. You loved the idea of me until reality didn't match your ambitions. I loved the idea of you until I realized you loved validation more than partnership. We were never the people we thought we were together. So that's it. 5 years of marriage, just nothing. Not nothing. A chapter. One that taught me what I don't want and showed me what I'm capable of. I learned from it, grew from it, and moved on. You should, too. I don't know how to move on from this. Start by stopping calling ex-husbands looking for closure. Closure comes from inside, not from the people who watched you self-destruct. I finished my coffee. Take care of yourself, Leia. Really? I hope you find whatever you're looking for, but you won't find it here. Miles, goodbye, Leia. I hung up, blocked the number again, walked back inside where my calendar showed meetings with Pentagon officials, a foundation scholarship ceremony, and dinner plans with Terrara's team to celebrate our latest patent approval. My phone buzzed. Henry, saw the Google News. You magnificent bastard. Drinks tonight. Me can't Pentagon briefing and scholarship event tomorrow. Henry, you're living the dream and I'm insanely jealous. Tomorrow works. I poured another coffee, opened my laptop, reviewed the day's agenda. Somewhere in Austin, Leia was probably processing that conversation, maybe crying, maybe angry, maybe finally understanding that some bridges don't just burn, they get demolished and replaced with superhighways going the opposite direction. And here I was, not bitter, not triumphant, just busy building things that mattered with people who got it. I glanced at Jesse Rodriguez's email, still pinned on my wall. Read the last line again. I'm not just working here. I'm building the future. Yeah, kid. We all are. Some people chase revenge. Some chase redemption. Some chase closure from people who can't give it. I chased problems worth solving and let everything else fade into background noise that couldn't touch me anymore. The Texas morning was clear and beautiful. My coffee was perfect. My company had just made me a billionaire several times over. My ex-wife was someone else's cautionary.
That's it for today. I hope you enjoyed the stories. Let me know what you thought in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more, and I'll see you in the next one.